prevention, and remediation of dyslexia and related reading difficulties. It's also to disseminate new findings and deploy new evidence-based approaches to prevent the suffering caused by reading failure and unlock the full potential of children and adults with dyslexia so that they may personally succeed and contribute to society. Today's event also reflects a partnership with Bermuda College. We want to thank Bermuda College's president, Dr. Green, joined us here, for hosting the practitioner conference in this beautiful new facility today. And in fact, the symposium will take place next week, right here in this room. So again, thank you, Dr. Green. I also want to special thanks to Dr. Phyllis Curtis Tweed, Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs here at Bermuda College. Without your support, we would not be here doing this today, so thank you so much. Before I formally introduce Dr. Curtis Tweed, who will be our first speaker today, I just want to find out who's here with us. So if you're here as a teacher, can you raise your hand? So we have a lot of teachers in the room. That's wonderful. And for those of you who are teachers, raise your hand if you teach primary. So primary teachers, wonderful. How about middle school? Great. And high school? Excellent. And for the teachers that are here, we're using educator as a general term. Do I have any administrators? Wonderful. Thank you, Kim. Kim Manderson. How about reading interventionists, reading specialists? Great. And how about special education teachers? Fantastic. How about parents? Do I have parents? Of course, many of you are parents. We're here primarily as parents interested in dyslexia and executive functioning. Fantastic. And have I forgotten anyone? Any other psychologists?
Retired teachers.
Retired teacher, okay, but you're still in it because you're here. Awesome. Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you very, very much. Very happy to have you here. Now, it's not going to recognize my face, Phyllis. Hang on one second. All right.
The wonders of technology.
Exactly. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Phyllis Curtis Tweed, who earned her PhD at Emory University in educational leadership with a focus on issues in psychology, specifically agency development and moral development. She then pursued postdoc training in psychology at the Clinical Research Training Program at Harvard. Dr. Curtis Tweed was an instructor in psychology at Harvard Medical School for 5 years and taught at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, Simmons College, and at the Harvard affiliated hospitals. She has been a referee for the Journal of Moral Education, is an executive board member and treasurer for the Association for Moral Education, and is currently the co-editor of Bermuda College's Voices in Education journal. She's published and presented at national and international conferences on issues in psychology and education. She has also served as an invited external evaluator for accrediting agencies, including the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. She is currently the Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs here at Bermuda College. Today, Dr. Curtis Tweed will talk about the state of teacher training here in Bermuda and the vision for teachers' future. Thank you so much and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I would be remiss if I didn't start off by also thanking Dr. Margie Gillis for her work with us for reading literacy, and also to recognize her husband, Mr. Chip Gillis, who is kind of the founder of the feast, if you will. Without his intervention, you wouldn't be sitting in this lovely renovated Athene lecture hall. He worked with colleagues to make sure that we have the funding necessary to make all of these changes. And we are indeed eternally grateful for his support. And you should know that he and Dr. Martinez are staunch supporters of education in Bermuda, and we have to claim them as honorary Bermudians. So glasses on here so I can see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to be talking about the state of teacher education in Bermuda, and I'm going to provide some ideas for the vision for the future. So the first thing that I thought about, from your perspective, looking at me here and even hearing my bio, you might be thinking, well, what qualifies her to say anything about teaching? So what I was saying is that just in hearing my bio and seeing me stand here, you might wonder what qualifies me to say anything about teacher training. And I thought I would share with you a little bit about why I think I have some right to make some comments about this. First of all, as you can tell, I am now using my teacher voice. My initial training was in teacher education. So I'm a trained teacher. And when I first got my qualification, it stated that I was qualified to teach K through 12. Now, what's interesting about that is I never taught K through 6. I did my practicum in middle school, and I also taught high school. So my experiences ran from grade 7 to 12. And I mention that because clearly there's a deficit there in teacher training. If someone thinks that they can put me in a school, in a kindergarten classroom, having not really been trained to teach children in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, what have you. So anyway, after I finished my degree, and I was very thrilled to get a job, I got a job in January, and I was teaching Spanish, by the way, and I took over a class in January, which you will all understand is mid-year, taking over from a teacher who had actually had a nervous breakdown. Yeah, from bad experiences in the classroom. And the school that I was in had a reputation for having, in quotes, bad kids. So bad that they actually had what we referred to as rent-a-cops, now called resource officers. And this was a while ago, so this was a bit unusual for the time. So anyway, this is the context for my experience. So I get my assignment, and I started in January, so I didn't have a lot of time between getting my assignment and actually walking in the door. And the district, in their wisdom, had decided that students in what was classified at that time as special education courses should have the experience of learning a foreign language. And guess who is gifted with one of those first classes? Did I have any training in how to teach children who had challenges with learning? No. I had to use the FYOI, very scientific method, just figure it out, right? So what I did in that classroom was I decided that I would modify the curriculum because I knew that there were going to be challenges if I required everybody to do everything that we would do in a regular class. And I focused on conversation and culture and that kind of thing. And it was great, right? I went around the room on my first day, doing the typical, como te llamas, me llamo, whatever. I would model, that's, what's your name, my name is, for those of you who have never had a Spanish class. And I would model that, and they got it. They were coming back to me, me llamo Maria, me llamo Jorge, whatever it is, I gave them Spanish names. And that seemed to make me very happy. I got to this one kid, and I did, como te llamas? And he just looked at me. He looked at me like I was speaking Spanish. I modeled the behavior again. I even pretended to be him, como te llamas? Me llamo Andre. His name was Andre. And he just couldn't get it. And of all of the kids that I've taught and all of the kids that were in that class, the one name I remember is Andre. Because Andre was the one kid that I couldn't teach. I didn't know how. I didn't know what he needed from me. And he was the one kid in that whole experimental class that had to be removed, and they did something else with him during that time frame. And my experience of that with the other perception of deficits really made me sensitive to the fact that we need to make sure that teachers are equipped with a setting that we're putting them in, right? A lot of times when we see problems with learning, the impetus is to blame the teacher. But maybe it has nothing to do with the teacher. Maybe it has to do with the situation and whether or not they're equipped to meet the needs that need to be met. So fast forward, I'm an administrator and I'm in Michigan, and I have a faculty member coming to me demanding that I take the kid out of his class, not only take the kid out of his class, but suspend him. Why do I need to suspend him? Well, he just keeps blurting out things. Well, turns out the kid was autistic. And someone decided that it would be a really good idea to put an autistic student in an improv drama class. Now, some of you are laughing because this poor kid, he was enjoying himself, but nobody was enjoying him being in the class. He couldn't differentiate between when to speak and when not to speak, right? To him, it just seemed like, everybody can speak. So why do you want me to stop? He didn't understand. So of course I did not suspend him. I removed him from the class because it really was not a good fit for his skills and it wasn't a good choice. So to follow up, we had conversations with advisors and that kind of thing. But again, this notion that in that classroom with that kid, the teacher who was teaching him had no clue as to what to do with this kid. So anyway, fast forwarding again, I'm in Bermuda and I'm an administrator at the Berkeley Institute. And I have students periodically who I'm walking down the hall and they're outside the classroom. Why are you outside the classroom? Oh, well, Ms. So-and-so put me out. Why did they put you out? Because I wasn't doing whatever, sitting in the chair. I kept standing up, or I wasn't really paying attention, or I was trying to distract other kids, whatever, outside the classroom. I work with other people who have primary teachers, and the parents say to me, well, my child spends more time standing outside the door than they do in the classroom. Why is that? Because they're hyperactive, and the teacher doesn't exactly know what to do with them. So again, I go back to this point that sometimes we deal with kids in the way that we know how, right? But we don't always have the equipment, the tools, the skills that we need to have to be as effective as we can. So next slide. Okay, so that's a bit about why I feel qualified to say a thing or two. Oh, I also supervise student teachers. I forgot to mention that. I've done so many things in my life. This topic is of importance to Bermuda College because, it speaks to the mission. And our mission is to ensure that success for the community through partnerships, through the provision of programs, training, to ensure that people can be successful both locally and globally. So it's really important that the college be at the forefront of efforts to improve education, right? And our vision statement is transforming lives through innovative education. So we want to make sure that we are being innovative and that we are leading the charge, if you will, to make sure that Bermuda's children have what they need in education. Next slide. Okay, so what's interesting, I just published an article on the education system in Bermuda. It's a Springer publication, and there's a similar kind of article in the BC Journal if you're interested in this topic at all. But looking back at our past, Bermuda actually initially did not have a structured school system. It was really all privatized, right? And there was a struggle to make sure that teachers were credentialed, i.e. that they had teacher training. There was a division between Black and white, with white schools and white teachers definitely coming in with more training than in the Black community. And what happened in the Black community? What would happen there is that people who were good students were targeted and chosen to impart their learning to others, whether they had training or not. Over many years, teachers started to get teacher training certification from Canada, from the US, from the UK, until eventually people were not only getting those certificates, but also getting bachelor's degrees. And I know even in the 70s, there were still people who only had the teacher training certification, and we're adding to their credentials by getting that baccalaureate degree through the University of Maryland. You might remember that we had programs through the University of Maryland at one time. So that's the struggle for credentials. But this really only encompasses the last 50 years. So it's not terribly surprising that this area, getting teacher training right, is still kind of an area of challenge for us. Currently, we have some programs at Bermuda College. We have an associate's degree in education and in early childhood education. As you know, the Department of Education puts on workshops for professional development across a variety of areas. And we have occasional events, sort of like this one, although I hope this will be the beginning of more of a series of intentional events. And we also have some collaborative opportunities and partnerships with overseas institutions. So we offer, the Master's in Educational Leadership with Framingham State University. We have worked with University of the West Indies to provide teacher certification. We worked with University of Sunderland to provide teacher certification. None of this is sufficient, quite frankly, but this is the current status. And in the future, we are looking and right now working on developing new partnerships that will allow us to provide practicum. One of the challenges that we face is that no matter where you go, in the US or Canada, basically the institutions need you to take the practicum in those countries, whereas we really want you to be able to do your practicum right here because you need to be equipped for teaching in Bermuda. Next slide, please. So right now, in terms of requirements, you probably know that if you're going to teach in the public school system, you have to get that BEC license. And there are requirements for middle school and high school. There have been some changes in here, right? So depending on how long you've been in the system, you may have had a different set of criteria that you had to meet in order to get your license, right? But right now, for middle school and high school, my understanding is that you have to have a subject area credential, and then teacher training on top of that. For early childhood education and for the primary levels, there's been a lot of variability. It really kind of depends on what program you went to, what college, what university. And my understanding is that there's a new set of credentials that have just been ratified and will go into effect as of fall next year. I don't know what they are, but anyway. So as I said, there are variability in qualifications, right? Even in this room, I'm sure there's variability in what you did in order to have the position that you have. For the future, we need to make sure that we are focused on content, make sure that people understand and know their subject matter, not only for middle school and for high school, but to know the subject matter that had to be covered in primary school, right? It's not enough for you to have a smattering of English and a smattering of math and a smattering of science, but we need to make sure that our teachers are well equipped to be able to deliver a curriculum. We all know the stories of the teacher who has to teach a math class and stands up in front of the class and says, well, I hate math, so I get it if you don't like to do this, right? They're coming from a place of their own sense of inadequacy and their own understanding of the subject, but we need to make sure that they are ready. And similarly, when we talk about children with neurodivergencies, not everybody is diagnosed. You may very well have a class where you're trying to teach a lesson and you have that student and you're trying to reach them and they just seem to be in a different place, like my Andre, and you just want to know, what is it I need to do that will help this child to move forward? So we need to focus on teacher education content, pedagogy, methodology, classroom management, et cetera. And in Bermuda, teachers need to have a knowledge of our culture. There is a distinctive Bermudian culture and our language. And we need to make sure that we have knowledge of what children need and the training to meet those needs. Next slide. So, vision for the future. Next slide. Okay, what do Bermudians need to be successful globally? ASCD tells us that we need to make sure that we're providing not only the technical skills of reading and writing, but we're also helping them to learn how to think, to better their thinking and their reasoning. I would add to that, promoting creativity as well. But of course, to get there, They need those fundamentals. They have to be able to read. They have to be able to read. What do Bermudians need to be successful locally? We need to promote skills that will enable the island to be sustainable. So like right now, we're focused on IB and tourism, hospitality. But we also need to make sure that we're working on understanding the use of our natural resources and understanding our marine life and then the ocean. We also need to focus on things like food production, right? And we also need a bucket that's not there, which is a bucket with a question mark, because we don't always know what's coming next. But if we've taught our students to be thinkers and problem solvers, whatever is coming next, we'll have people who are ready to meet those challenges. But to get there, we need to ensure that all children know how to read. So in thinking about this, I looked for, what are the best practices according to research in teacher education? And there's a lot out there. It's a source of debate, right? So we need to focus on the curricular themes, cognitive development, subject pedagogy, which I mentioned, inclusion and assessment. In a lot of places, there is diversity and there have been divisions, and there has to be a focus on making sure that everybody's at the table. Bermuda is not really different in that light. We need to make sure that we are including everyone. We're assessing skills and making sure that our programs match the needs of students. Our teachers need field experiences. We need to promote inquiry approaches, have reflective practices, and of course, school mentorships. We do some mentoring here in Bermuda. Other issues that are important include recruitment, accreditation, standards and professional development, and of course, research. So that's according to research. Next slide. Now, when we look at best practices, i.e. practices, and you look at the US, Canada, and the UK, you find in the US that what they do varies state by state. One of the best programs that I've come across is at Teachers College, and they tend to really focus on EDI, the whole issue of inclusion, making sure also that there is teaching, that teachers are enabled to assist students with neurodivergencies, which is very, very important. But it varies state by state. And if you look at Teachers College website, they basically will tell you that they're training people to teach in urban schools in New York City. In Canada, the focus seems to vary by university as well. There's a lot of focus on social justice, focus on teaching indigenous populations, and on language learning. Again, these are issues that are peculiar to Canada. And then in the UK, there is a big focus on research-based curricula and also encouraging strengths development for teachers. So if you look on the website for the Education Council for the UK, you will see a quiz that basically asks you about, different characteristics that you have. And it will tell you at the end of that, it won't tell you you can't be a teacher, you shouldn't be a teacher. It basically tells you what kind of teacher you will be. I'm not quite sure how valuable that is, but that's what they have there. Strengths-based. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that strengths-based approach. I just don't think that quiz is very helpful. Next slide. So when we talk about best practices in education, naturally, we look at where there's been success. There's been success in places like Norway, Finland, but I picked Finland because Finland is so interesting. Students start school there at 7. Language is developed basically in the home with parents. They have a focus on equality and equity. They offer the same system to everyone, regardless of where they enter into the economic framework. They do not have private schools. They don't need private schools. There's no focus on excellent, and I will say there's no explicit focus on excellence, although they have excellence in their outcomes because they tested at the top of all scores of all tests that they've taken. And they have synergy among important factors. Politicians, the principals, the teachers, universities are all on the same page in terms of having a consensus on the outcomes, right? They want people to be educated, not only for the present, but for the future. And a big part of their success has to do with their focus on teacher education. Next slide. So First of all, teaching is an esteemed profession, just like being a doctor or a lawyer. There's no focus on evaluating. And when you think about it, I'm sure we've been to the doctor. How many of you are aware of an evaluation that your doctor has to take every year or every 2 years to show that they're any good? Answer. Okay. Most of us don't have that. The lawyers are the same way, right? Because the premise is you've gone to school, you are certified, you're a professional. Because you have this excellence in training, we expect you to be competent, right? Why can't teachers have that same expectation? You're on my side. So in Finland, they have this focus on trust, which is why they don't have to do all this evaluation. Now, they do say that it took them 25 years to get there, right? So I'm not saying, okay, go out here and say to the politicians, you should just trust me. No, we understand that this is not an overnight sensation and there's work that has to be done to get there. The other thing that they do is they do have research-based education and they do have extended practicum with feedback for not just from supervisors, but from other student teachers. Next slide. The other thing that was striking to me was a statement about neurodiversity from the University of Arts Helsinki. And they said that neurodiversity is not a problem to be solved. Instead, what needs to change is how society embraces and designs environments that fits these subjects. And neurodivergencies are the expression of human biosocial variability. This is very important because often there is a stigma attached to someone who is different. You know, that kid who has ADHD, that kid is dyslexia, this inappropriate perception that it means they're not smart, and that could not be further from the truth. The brain does not work the same way for everybody, and we have to make sure that we're kind of normalizing the concept of difference in order to address different needs. Next slide. So what issues and concerns do we have in Bermuda? We have changes in population. We have an increase in our ESL population. And what's interesting about our ESL population is that most people speak English, but they've learned English by immersion, which means that they may have no knowledge of things like grammar and sentence structure. There's also a stigma attached to taking ESL courses here and in other parts of the world. This is just not a Bermuda issue. So that people will say to you, well, I speak English. Well, we know that you speak English, but you haven't learned English in the context of school. So you may need some assistance in writing a sentence, in spelling, and comprehending what you read. We have gaps in learning due to sociocultural and economic variables, learning challenges due to ADHD, dyslexia, and other challenges. We don't consistently evaluate everybody. It happens at some levels, but not everybody who gets evaluated is evaluated. Not everybody who needs to be evaluated wants to be evaluated. And there's a lack of continuity in sharing this information across grade levels. So someone can be evaluated in elementary school, but by the time they get to Bermuda College, and they may have had resources and assistance, but by the time they get to Bermuda College, nobody's going to tell us that. And that's a deficit for the student, because if we know, we can support. There's also the perception down here that private equals better, right? Private is better than public school. I would like to see us get to a point where if someone chooses to send their child to a private school, it's not because they think the education is better. It could be other reasons, but not that. Next slide. So in terms of the future, we have to address these issues and concerns. And my perspective is that we should be addressing them through teacher training. So we need to develop a Bermuda-based teacher training and certification curriculum that is research-based, science-based, and needs-based. And in that, we should have a reading literacy certification program, a math literacy certification program, and these programs would assist teachers in making sure that they're equipped to deal with who they have in their classroom, right? Also, focus workshops on teaching students who experience challenges with learning across the board. And they should be trained to recognize and destigmatize the challenges that children with neurodivergencies may have. We also need to encourage learning from each other with relationship building among the teaching professionals, private and public. And, we need to follow through on our identification of deficits. It's not, in Bermuda, it's not for want of having studies that tell us what the problems are in our system. We have buku studies, but we do need to make sure that we follow through on enacting the recommendations, right? And a prime example of that would be the middle school issue. When the report came out on middle school showing that, it wasn't doing it the way as well as had been anticipated, one of the issues that was raised was about the lack of teacher training to specifically prepare them for teaching in middle school, right? We're about to make a major change now. I think we should learn from our history and make sure that we're ensuring that the appropriate teacher training is relevant and in place. Next slide. So, vision for teacher training. So we need to develop a teacher training system that promotes excellence and effectiveness to lead to a culture of trust, right? I got trust in there. When I say excellence, I don't mean excellence in terms of competition, but I'm better than you. I mean excellence in terms of your personal best, right? That we create teachers who have a full understanding of the best practices, who know what they're doing in the classroom. And if they're excellent, they can support excellence. We need to front load new teacher support. We can have local teachers in a training cohort to make sure that they have kind of a lab experience, watching master teachers and commenting on lessons to support one another. We should use technology to connect with other institutions overseas to provide workshops in PD and even exchanges in teacher training curriculum and pedagogy. We also need to go back to something that we used to do, and that is to make sure that we are recruiting the good students, right? We need people who are good in the subjects that they want to teach. So, I say all the time, if you struggle to and you only were able to attain a C in English, I don't think you can teach me English, right? I think we need to be we need to raise the standard. Next slide. So we need to create collaborative learning opportunities. We need to collaborate with private schools, maybe have teacher exchanges between public and private schools so we can learn from each other. And we need to unify the system by equalizing teacher training, right? That's the big deal. In terms of the role of the college, of course, we will continue to provide partnerships for programs. We're going to focus on teacher training. We are working on research. We do provide professional development. That's why you're here. We are looking at providing some subject area certification programming, starting with reading literacy. And for the future, I hope that we can also provide some general pedagogy programming. And some of that may happen through the National Educators Institute, which is a part of Bermuda College. And we also, now and in the future, are committed to collaborating with the Department of Education and the Ministry of Education to ensure that we are providing innovation in education for teacher training. Next slide. So I'm done. So in conclusion, an innovative approach to teacher training that elevates the profession. I think you should all be looked at like lawyers and doctors, and promotes teacher effectiveness and teaching excellence should lead to improved learning outcomes. 5 years from now, the conversation we should be having should be a different kind of conversation, more of a what's next as opposed to the same issues. So today's conference is an example of the collaborative work that we've done with Dr. Gillis and with the Dyslexia Foundation to provide this wonderful professional development opportunity on a vitally important topic. And it provides an opportunity for you and for me to learn from leaders in the field. Very important opportunity. So with that, I'm ending my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Curtis Tweed. I love your vision, and I'm super excited to be part of helping you fulfill that. all of the wonderful people that are here and that as well. All right, I'm happy to present our next speaker, Dr. Amanda Martinez Lincoln, who received her PhD in special education from the University of Texas at Austin, where she was a National Center for Leadership and Intensive Intervention Scholar. She is currently a postdoc research fellow at Vanderbilt University under the mentorship of Dr. Lori Cutting. Dr. Cutting is actually the person in charge of the symposium next week. So you have been mentored by the best. And her research focuses on the underlying cognitive and language mechanisms of reading and mathematics. So Dr. Martinez Lincoln's title, The Role of Executive Functioning in Learning What We Know from Educational Neuroscience Research. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm really excited to be here with you all to talk and spend the day with you. During this talk, feel free to answer or raise your hand if you have any questions. You don't have to wait till the very end. I wanted to give you a little bit about my research background and how I got into educational neuroscience. So when I was growing up, I didn't think that I wanted to be a researcher or wanted to be a neuroscientist. I didn't even know what that was growing up. But I did want to be a teacher. And I actually told my third grade teacher, I'm going to be a teacher just like you. And she said, you know, Amanda, teachers have to go to college. And college isn't really for everybody. And so I kind of took that with me. And I was like, well, you know, I didn't know what college was. Nobody in my family had went to college. So I thought, well, maybe it's because it costs a lot of money. That kind of makes us not be able to do a lot of things when I was growing up. But I kind of held that with me. And so I kind of always thought, I can't be a teacher. But I met another great teacher when I was in middle school, actually my science teachers, who said, Amanda, you can go to college and I think you should. She actually got me on a different track when I went into high school. So this was a time where I lived, they had different tracks for students. You went through a vocational track where you barely met the high school requirements and you were expected to go into the workforce. And then there was a college track. So she put me on that track and it was very different from what I was used to. So this was social economic status played a big difference, and there was also a difference in ethnicity. So when I went into this college track, I was kind of had a culture shock. I grew up in a bilingual home and I had a bit of an accent. I tended to code switch between my English and Spanish. And when I got to that college track, no one else did. And so it was kind of a little bit of adjusting that I had to do, but I made it through barely, got into college, barely, I think, but I made it through. But when I got there, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I couldn't be a teacher, right? But I thought I did want to help people. And growing up with my grandmother living with us, I went with my mother because my grandmother spoke only Spanish. And so my mother was her translator when she went into the doctor's office or anything like that. She was the translator. And I got to realize that things aren't always translated exactly how they're told. So my mother couldn't translate exactly what the doctor said to my grandmother. She wouldn't really understand it. So I saw that there were some differences there. So I ended up getting my bachelor's and master's degree in psychology and school psychology because I really became interested in assessment. And I wanted to see how assessment differed for individuals that were Spanish speakers, because at this time, about 20 years ago, there wasn't a lot of assessments in other languages other than English in the US. So instead, when an individual needed to be assessed, they would just translate that assessment, which, as you know, that's not always the best thing to do, right? When you're measuring things like working memory, familiarity, how frequent the word is, or things like language or word length, that matters. And so we weren't really doing a great job assessing these individuals. So I got really interested in that. And then after I graduated, I really thought, well, why is there these differences? And so I wanted to kind of take a different route. And I went to go work in a neurocognition lab in which we looked at actually mathematics in the bilingual brain. I didn't think I was interested in math, but come to find out, there's a lot of a relationship, and I'll talk a little bit about that today, between reading and math. So I worked in that for about 6 years, and we were looking at typically developing bilingual speakers. And so when you do that, when you screen individuals, you exclude all those individuals that are having trouble with learning. And that's when I realized like, wow, it's important for us to know how typically developing individuals do math or read, but it's also the kid that I really was interested in, those struggling readers. So I went back to school and I got my PhD in special education, in which I really focused on, what is it that makes, what are those underlying mechanisms? What are those language factors? What are those executive functioning factors that influence learning in students? And so did that, and then now I'm like a postdoc, and I'm looking at those from a different perspective. So have that behavioral framework, but now looking at it from a neuroscience perspective, and I hope to share with you some of that today. So today I'm going to provide a broad framework of educational neuroscience, what that tells us in learning. I'm going to look at some reading skills and what we know, what kind of skills are needed from behavioral framework. I'm going to give you a brief introduction of how we acquire imaging data and what the brain tells us from this data. I'm going to look at executive functioning and what that looks like in the brain and how it's recruited at different levels of reading. We're going to look at that relationship between reading and math and how this is different, how executive functioning can be different for those that are having trouble with reading versus math. And then finally, we'll look at how these findings can relate to practice, and I'll give you some of my future directions. And I believe that you'll be getting these slides as a handout later digitally, so you can feel free to. So you don't have to write down everything. I said that at the beginning.
Relax.
All right, so how do we learn and become skilled readers, and what can go wrong? So to do this, I want to do a little activity in which I'm going to have you read a passage. And as you read this passage, this is actually a passage that we use in some of our research for middle schoolers. So we have middle schoolers read this passage and we look at their brain as they're reading it. And I want you to write down some of the skills or think about some of these skills that you're using in order to understand what you are reading. Let me give you a few moments to do that. Raise your hand if you're finished. All right. Would anyone like to share some of those skills you think that you used when you read this passage? It's
Decoding.
decoding, right? You have to be able to read those words, decode the words in order to read the passage. Anything else?
Vocabulary.
Yes, there's some tough words in there. Outmaneuver, that you have to understand what the meaning is. Yes.
Our knowledge.
Yes, prior knowledge.
What is a fox? What is a stork?
Mm-hmm. And kind of what do they look like, right? What is their appearance? So it's really important to integrate some of that background knowledge. Memorizing, right? So sometimes you have to be able to understand or keep in mind what you read prior in order for you to connect it to what you're reading later.
Imagery, like picturing what's happening in your
Yes. So sometimes it helps us to understand the passage better if we're actually visualizing what we read. Did anyone have a movie kind of going in their head as they were reading? Right, excellent. So you guys brought in a lot of excellent skills, and we learned that these are the types of skills from behavioral science that you do have to know. You have to be able to decode those words, read them accurately and fluently in and out of context. So you just can't just read lines of words, but you have to be able to read them throughout the passage. You have to have strong vocabulary. You have to have knowledge of syntactic construction, good verbal working memory. You have to be able to make those inference, so connect those two different aspects of the passage, but also integrate your background knowledge into the story, employing strategies like being able to summarize what you read or visualizing it in your brain, and also just having that wide background knowledge. And they're a really common developmental framework for reading. It's called the reading rope, and it's really a great kind of visualization of all these different things, just the things that you were talking about, how those are integrated and woven together in order for us to become skilled readers. And we can have a problem in any one of those strands or in both. And we'll kind of see what that looks like in the brain in just a moment. But first, I want to talk to you a little bit about how we get this data. So we utilize a non-invasive technique called functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI, in order to measure different skills in the human brain. So kids are put into a tubular magnet. The magnet is what allows us to take a picture of the brain, and we take a picture as they're completing a certain task. So like the passage that you were reading today, we would present that across different screens and then measure their brain activation as they're reading. And we're actually measuring the blood flow, and that's because the blood flow is connected to brain activation. So that's what we're actually measuring. And when you see some of this activation in the brain, it's really just the blood flow going to that brain, and we think that's what's happening, is it's using those areas. And in imaging data, you always have to have a comparison. So sometimes we compare it just to symbols. So what the brain looks like when they're reading words versus just looking at symbols. But sometimes we may also scramble up the words so we can look at something really specific like meaning. So whatever we're comparing to, that's really important because that tells us what we're actually measuring. The kids do have to stay relatively still, because what happens if you're moving around and someone's trying to take a picture of you? It's blurry. So sometimes this is a little bit challenging, and it's probably one of the limitations of this type of work, because the type of kids that we're measuring are often kids that can stay still long enough for us to measure their brain. So in the slides, there's going to be another slide that just looks at your at how we process the information, but I'm going to skip through that for time. So from imaging data, we know that the brain does have certain functions, and it's not always exact, but we know that the frontal lobe is responsible, has a motor cortex, it has language production areas like Broca's area, and it has some executive functioning like planning. The temporal lobe has the primary auditory cortex. It also has an area called Wernicke's area. This is for receptive speech, so how we understand what people are saying to us. It also has memory and information retrieval, so some of those working memory areas. Parietal lobe is the sensory cortex, body coordination. Occipital lobe is our primary visual cortex. So we generally see activation in the occipital lobe anytime we're doing any kind of visual task, because this is where the brain functions, is seen for any kind of visual stimuli. The cerebellum is for balance, coordination, and muscle control. And then brainstem is those automatic functions that we don't even think about, like breathing or heart rate and digestion. So what does it look like when we have individuals go into the scanner and process words? So this is if they're just looking at words, not a passage, this is just looking at words. We do see activation in the temporal parietal region. So this is an area that maps orthographic and phonological representation, so that decoding. So being able to see those words, see those letters, and being able to know the sounds. We also see activation in this anterior region, which is articulatory and recoding. So this is kind of interesting because in the scanner, we don't have people read out loud because that actually creates movement, and we don't want them to have very much movement, so we can get a clear picture of their brain. And so we see this activation even when they're reading silently. So you don't have to be reading out loud to still have this articulation activation. And also, again, in the occipital temporal for memory-based word identification. So this is more like sight reading. And this is kind of an interesting area because we see actually less activation in this area as students are learning to read. So when they haven't built up that sight reading yet and they're having to do a lot more decoding, we'll see more activation in that articulatory recoding and less activation in the memory-based identification. What about when they're understanding meaning? Because that's a little bit different than just reading words. When you're reading a passage, there's a lot of other things that go on, a lot of other different skills that are needed. So we also get activation in this posterior middle temporal for sentence processing, executive semantic control. We get anterior temporal activation. This is for sentence processing. So this is when we're actually reading sentences versus reading word by word. Inferior frontal for executive control. And then temporal parietal, which is for that semantic memory prediction and that coherence. So this is where we see where people are building that mental image of what they're reading. But these don't act as areas that just pop up by themselves. There's actually a connection. So these areas are working together. And this is what we call the reading network. So for words versus symbols, so this is when people are looking at words versus just plus signs, we're going to see that there's activation across those areas, but they're actually communicating with each other. They're not acting alone. And as you would expect, there is more activation or more communication for passages because we're using more of those skills. We're using more of the things that put together sentence structure and also memory. So there is some definite overlap. If we were comparing passages to those mixed up words, then we would have a control for the word. But since we're comparing it to symbols, we can see that there is overlap because you do have to be able to decode those words, but you're also going to be using other skills as well. And does anyone have any idea what those other skills could be besides decoding? I guess mentioned some of them. It's what the title or the theme of this conference, executive function. Right, so what is it and how does it look in the brain? So executive function is a really, really broad term. Diamond defined it as a family of effortful top-down processes needed when you have to concentrate and pay attention, when going on automatic or relying on instinct or intuition would be ill-advised, insufficient, or impossible. So something that we actually are very effortful, that we're very mindful of. It's not something that happens automatically. And a classic theoretical model of executive function outlines working memory and cognitive flexibility as central and inhibition as overlapping between the two. And these are the components that I'll be focused on today. We're going to look at inhibition, so being able to suppress irrelevant information, which is important for reading. When you're learning to read words, you have to suppress those other sounds to just the relevant sounds. You also have to, when you're reading a passage, have to suppress some of that background knowledge and only integrate the ones that are relevant to the passage. I'm going to look at working memory or updating because it is important for us to be able to keep in mind what we read at the beginning of the passage so we can connect it to the end of the passage. And then cognitive flexibility is just that ability to shift between tasks. Anyone have any questions so far? Feel free to ask if you have. And this is what executive function looks like in the brain. Again, it's probably not all these just simple activations. There is going to be communication, but it's called the frontal parietal network. And we see that there are some frontal regions. Those are going to be more of those cognitive flexibilities, the planning. We see some of the temporal regions. That's going to be more that working memory. And then we see some of the parietal area as well. And we do see that there is a relationship between executive function and reading outcomes. And it was originally thought that there was more executive function integration for reading comprehension versus word decoding, but now that's kind of looking like that maybe not the case, that it probably depends more on skill level and the individual looking at how much they're recruiting those executive functions, which we'll kind of see that in just a moment. But there does across meta-analysis, so across different studies in reading and executive functioning, there tends to be a moderate relationship. So as your executive functioning becomes greater, so does your reading outcomes. And this is just a visualization of a study that looks at different components of reading comprehension outcomes. And we can see that, of course, word fluency, basic language like sentence structure and vocabulary, that's very important to reading comprehension. But so is being able to make inferences and also executive functioning. That's about 2% that contribute to actual reading outcomes. So what do you think? Do you think that any of that reading comprehension activation is going to overlap with any of these executive function regions? Right. So they actually do. It doesn't completely overlap, but we do see some of that overlap in purple. So those regions that probably were not all highlighted that overlap with words, seems to be some activation in those executive functioning areas. So if we look again at this reading rope and how it integrates all these different skills, which are all very, very important to reading comprehension, we can go ahead and add executive functioning into there so that it is woven into all these different skills in order for us to become skilled readers. What about individuals with learning disabilities? How does that look? Is it different than typically developing? And there's going to be in your handouts, there'll be 3 extra slides that actually go through the meta-analysis process of how that's conducted. But basically, what I did was collect all the different studies that looked at reading disabilities and all of them that compared against typically developing, and I put them all together and saw if there was any consistencies across all those, the data. And this allows us to look at about 96 studies, I believe, and that's just thousands and thousands of participants. So we get really powerful results because this is across all the different types of studies. And this is what we get. So the comparison here is individuals with reading difficulties and typically developing. So that's the contrast that we're seeing here. We see under activation. So I'm going to orient you a little bit. This is, oh, you can't see my mouse. So this is the left side of the brain. This is the front. This is the cerebellum. This is if we cut the brain in half. If we cut the brain in half this way, this is what you're seeing. And we see under activation compared to typically developing for individuals with reading difficulties in those reading areas. So it seems like they're not, which is it makes sense that they're not activating those reading areas like those in typically developing individuals. Does not mean that it's wrong. It just means that it's different. They're not able to activate those areas. It's not, the connectivity isn't there yet. Something that's interesting is that we're seeing overactivation in certain areas. So compared to typically developing, that means we're getting more activation, we're getting more blood flow to other areas that are not related to reading. And these are all executive function areas. So this is just different slides of the brain, and it's just showing that there are some other activations that individuals with reading disabilities are using in order to read passages.
Can you clarify which areas are with the red represents?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so this is in the frontal region, and I'm going to go over this a little bit later with what actual executive function components there are, but this is in the frontal region, so it's kind of like right here, but it's sliced, so it's kind of more inside the brain. This is also some of that temporal area. This is also frontal. These are all frontal.
Thank you.
And this was such a large sample of studies that we were actually able to look at differences between children with reading disabilities and adults with reading disabilities. And there was some differences. Again, they're both showing overactivation and executive functioning, but not in the same area. So they're not showing overactivation. There's no overlap between the two. They're recruiting executive functioning in a different way. We didn't do any additional analysis with this because that's really all we can say is that they're different. We don't really know why they're different. Partly is because these studies all looked at adults with a childhood history of reading disabilities. So they didn't assess them at the time of the scan. So we don't know if they currently still have reading disabilities or if they had some kind of compensation that they had went through. And so we don't really know what we're actually looking at. We just know that it's different with adults versus children. But what about if you have a disability in math? Does anyone think that there's any relationship between reading and math? What components? So there's different math domains, right? There's greater than, less than, there's calculation. What kind of math domains do you think are related to reading? Yes. What was that?
Patterns,
I'm sorry.
pattern development.
Pattern development.
Yeah.
Anything else? Have you do a math problem? 2 plus 2 is? 2 times 5 is? And so this is kind of an interesting math domain in that the strategy actually changes. So when students are learning math facts like this, sometimes they're doing calculation, maybe they're counting on their fingers, maybe they're using objects to count. But as adults, or as you become more proficient, this was probably something that just popped in your head. Did you count to find 4, or did it just pop in your head? Yeah, so you're using retrieval, right? You're using working memory. And so these tend to be tied to more language-based function when you become really proficient at it and you're just retrieving those answers. Also, this is kind of transitioning now. So it used to be taught, like especially multiplication facts, it used to be taught, I just wrote, you just had to say them. You would say them out loud, there were songs. Now we're transitioning to more conceptual understanding, but this is why also we think that there's a large tie between these kind of math facts and language. But what about math problems? A child could be completely fluent and understand how to solve a math problem, but if they can't read the problem and understand how to get those numbers or understand things like greater than or certain math vocabulary, they're not going to be able to answer this. So this is where we see a big tie between language and reading. And there's going to be some additional slides in your handout if you're interested in theoretical models of math that show you the connection between language, and there's also going to be study details for the next study that I'm just going to show you the findings for. But basically, children's word reading and text comprehension is directly associated with math outcomes. So children's word reading in 2nd grade is directly connected to their calculation ability. So as their word reading increases, so does their calculation. Also, what's interesting is that children's word reading is directly, it predicts the child's calculation in 3rd grade and also their reading comprehension in 3rd grade. There's also a connection between text comprehension in 3rd grade and applied problems or word problems. So there does seem to be a great connection between word reading and math outcomes. But let's look at that in the brain. How are those differences? Is it all related to their reading ability, or is there also maybe some other factors that are influencing this relationship? Again, there'll be some additional slides in your handouts that just look at the meta-analysis, but it's basically the same study, but now we're just looking at math studies. There's a lot less research in math, and so we have only about 20 studies in math. So we weren't able to do as many comparisons with the math data. And this is also only looking at kids. There's not a lot of other research that looks at other groups. There was none in high school. There were some adults, but this is just mainly the findings of kids with math disabilities. And similar to what we see in reading disabilities. So in reading disabilities, remember we saw underactivation in reading areas. With math disabilities, we see underactivation in the inferior parietal cortex, this lobeal right here. So this is what's called the math area. So this is so similar for both disabilities. We see underactivation in the areas that typically develop and show activation. It's very domain specific. So there's the reading network, and then there's this math area. But we do see overactivation in some of the similar areas, so some executive functioning areas for those with math disabilities. Let me go back just a moment. So we also get underactivation in some that are not related to math. There are some in executive functioning. We also get overactivation in those executive functioning. So there's different areas. We say we get some under and some overactivation. So with math disabilities, there seem to be recruiting additional executive functioning skills, and they seem to not have as developed executive functioning skills. So something a little bit different than we saw with reading disabilities. But although we see overactivation for both reading and math disabilities, it doesn't overlap. They both seem to be related to executive functioning, but there's no overlap between the two. And keep in mind, these individuals with reading disabilities are only doing reading tasks, and the ones that have math disabilities are only doing math tasks. So it's not really clear if this is something related to the disability itself, is it some kind of processing deficit, or if it's just has to do with the actual domain that it requires different recruitment of executive functioning. But from this research, we know that their executive functioning seems to be linked to both reading and math. We see differences across disabilities, but there are differences across what area specifically. And so that's where we're gonna look at those components. Does anybody remember those components I introduced earlier?
Working memory, cognitive flexibility.
Yes, so there's inhibition. I'm also going to talk about attention, which is kind of related to inhibition, cognitive flexibility or shifting, and then also working memory. So let's look at those components. And in your handout, you'll see a slide that looks at this. This is a post hoc analysis. So this is using a program called NeuroSync. If you're ever interested in wanting to know what brain areas are related to what function, you can go on this website. And it basically, you can put in anything. You can put in attention, you can put in whatever, and you'll see the activation of where those areas are activated in. And it was created by inputting all the imaging data and looking at the task. So if it was a working memory task, they would put in the coordinates, and then we would see that activation. So it's just across all the different studies that were done in imaging work. And so this is looking at that same image that we looked at before with the reading disability. So this is overactivation, that's in red. Remember we saw some in that frontal area. And the neurosynth regions are these different components of executive functioning. So that I input this into the program. It coded working memory as blue regions, yellow or inhibition, attention are in green, and shifting is in yellow. And what we can see here is that we can kind of look at the different components that are actually activated, that are overactivated in those with reading disabilities. So they're having to use more working memory, more inhibition, but attention and shifting doesn't really seem to be their recruiting. This is kind of interesting because we can kind of see, we can kind of guide what type of instruction these individuals may need. So working memory, they're really pushing that, and that may be because they're having to recruit additional working memory because they're still looking at those sounds. They don't really have that the sight words down. But that means that we need to kind of think about our instruction and maybe perhaps have it broken down, have breaks, being able to split it up so we're not overloading, having a cognitive overload of that working memory. And also we see that yes.
Sorry, maybe this is a dumb question, but what do you mean exactly by inhibition? Is that, can you explain?
Yes, so this is the purest form of inhibition. So this is looking at tasks that are assessing inhibition. So things like flanker tasks. Have you guys seen those before? So a flanker task is you see a bunch of arrows, and then the individual has they have to select which direction the arrow is going, and there's distractors. So it's very plain. So there's no reading involved, there's no math involved. It's just looking at being able to suppress the irrelevant information and focus on what you're supposed to. Does that help? And so they seem to be recruiting extra areas that are related to inhibition. And this may be because they're trying to suppress all those other sounds that are not important. Maybe they're trying to suppress distractions that are going on in the classroom. So they're having to recruit these areas more so than in individuals that are typically developing and reading. Anyone? Yes.
Now with the children with underdeveloped or no corpus callosums, how does that play? And
So that's a very interesting question. So the corpus callosum is what allows your brain to communicate on both sides. So the right and left hemisphere. If you don't have that connection, it can be very different. So these don't look at those types of individuals will be excluded from those studies. I expect it would probably be different because reading does typically to be in the left hemisphere. But it may be different for those, and I'm not really familiar how it would be different, but I would expect that it may be different because it can't communicate on both sides. Is there any other questions?
For the kids in this study, what was their language status?
So this is excluding, and this is kind of, it excludes, these are native speakers. Now they don't have to be native English speakers, but they're not English learners.
They're not kids with developmental language disorders, just pure dyslexia.
You're reading. So this is even broader than that. So it may not just be dyslexia. They may have a reading comprehension disability as well. So that's
Which would be a language
Right, right. But not individuals with autism were eliminated.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions? All right, so let's look at math again. Again, the red area is with individuals that show overactivation with for reading disabilities. And again, across those three areas, we see overactivation in just inhibition. So with reading disabilities, we saw overactivation in memory and inhibition, but for math, it's just for inhibition. I will mention that it's not overlapping, but it's still in regions associated with inhibition. I think what's a little bit interesting is that when we look at that underactivation, so where they don't have these skills fully developed, they don't tend to have fully developed working memory. They don't tend to have fully developed attention and shifting areas. So it does seem to be a little bit different across those with reading versus math disabilities. And this kind of is just an illustration overview of what those findings were. So we see overactivation, meaning that they're recruiting more inhibition for both reading and math disabilities, but there's no direct overlap. Individuals with reading disabilities tend to show overactivation with working memory. That means it's too much. They're having to use too much working memory. While those with math disabilities, they seem to have underdeveloped working memory, attention, and shifting. So I will say that this is where behavioral research is really key. We have to kind of we hope that this would kind of guide to maybe look at how this can be integrated into interventions, but we still have to have behavioral research and intervention research to see if these regions can really be promoted or helped teach these individuals in a different way. And we're also not exactly clear if these findings were due to the actual individuals having reading or math disabilities or because they were doing those reading tasks versus math tasks. And so that's kind of our future direction, is looking at that. But we do know that executive functioning is used in different ways. So it's based on the task complexity. So we saw that there was more executive functioning in different areas for reading comprehension versus the word level skills, but also how much effort is needed. So if there's a child that's struggling with learning, they're going to use executive functioning maybe a different way than those that are typically developing. And so again, we're just going to, future directions are just going to look at individuals with reading math difficulties, and we're going to look at executive functioning, those actual tasks, to see if it's a deficit with those tasks or if it's related to the actual math and reading domain. I'm interested in looking at how language is different across different math domains, because that does seem to matter, and also how language proficiency can impact these different outcomes. One of my main interests is looking at individuals that are learning English, and so I'm always interested in how knowing another language or how learning a new language can influence how you learn. And I want to thank my mentor, Lori Cuddy. She's been really instrumental in helping me gain the skills for this research. My advisors, Laura Barquero and Gavin Price, have been helping me analyze a lot of this data. And then also students Tien Nguyen, Tess Fontes, they helped with some of the projects that I presented today, and also many research assistants that helped gather the data. So thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker, Dr. Vince Collada, is a board-certified neuropsychologist and president of Neurobehavioral Associates in Columbia, Maryland. Dr. Collada has served as the director of neuropsychology and the neurosurgery division of the University of Maryland's R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center. His research and clinical interests include disorders of executive functioning, dyslexia, autism spectrum disorders, and traumatic brain injury. Dr. Collada serves on the board of several academic institutions and supervises the clinical and research training of graduate students. He and his colleagues recently published the book School Success for Kids with Emotional and Behavioral Disorders. Dr. Collada's talk, Executive Functions, Development, Assessment, and Implications for Teachers and Students in the Classroom. I'm happy to let you know that Dr. Collada is going to talk for a few minutes about dyslexia. And just for context, for people who may not be as familiar with dyslexia, and we're talking about the relationship between dyslexia and executive functioning, I asked him to say a few words about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I'm not going to stay very still, so I'll let you know that right now. In first grade, my job was delivering milk at Catholic school. So they had these big crates of milk, and I would have to carry them to all the different classrooms. And I didn't realize till I was in about the 5th grade there was a reason. It just wasn't a virtual conference, because I would have felt really ripped off to do a virtual conference from my office in Maryland that was said to be in Bermuda. And I would like to give you an interesting story about getting into neuropsychology like Amanda did, but frankly, I was a 2nd-year graduate student in a clinical psych program, and I had my first therapy case, a young woman with depression. And I spoke with her and I listened to her and I tried to be empathetic and understand. And after 4 or 5 sessions, I realized I really sucked as a therapist. I got right out of that. And I always liked science, and so that's where I am. Margie asked me to speak about dyslexia for me. So dyslexia is a reading disorder characterized by deficits in phonemic awareness, the brain's ability to disarticulate the 44 phonemes in our language. All languages have a finite number of phonemes. The word cat, has 3 phonemes. Sound comes in through the ear, converted to a sensory neuronal impulse by the 8th cranial nerve. It goes to a region in the middle of the brain called the medial geniculate nucleus. And from there, it goes to where Amanda was talking about, the left posterior portion of the temporal lobe of the brain. The superior gyrus of the left temporal lobe has a region called Heschel's gyrus. This gyrus is about the size of the end of your thumb. In our species, and frankly, this is going to be a little Darwinian today, in our species, that gyrus has evolved to pull apart sound and language. So you have to have phonemic awareness. You have to hear the sound of language. Then you have to map that sound onto lines and loops, the alphabet. And then you have to do it fluently. So phonemic awareness, phonological processing, and the fluent, rapid recognition of symbols, deficits in those areas characterize dyslexia. It's genetic. It occurs as a result of the cellular migration error between the 20th and 28th week of gestation, when stem cells fail to do their job in that area. We think it's a chromosomally linked deficit, maybe the 6th chromosome, HMLA region. Somebody else might have better information. So if you're dyslexic, spelling will be difficult all your life, because spelling is like handwriting. If you don't have it by the 4th grade, you're not going to get it. And the reason you don't get handwriting after the 4th grade is because the developmental window for motor functions closes very early in the human brain. If you don't learn to throw a ball by the age of 10, you'll do this, because the motor skill window is closing. And that's why it's very hard to teach spelling and writing after the 4th grade. I was chair of the board of a Catholic school for a long time, and religion has always propagated itself through writing. So writing, handwriting, has always been important in religion. And Sister Catherine had been at the principal school for 40 years, and she kept handwriting on the report card till the 5th grade. And I used to beg her, sister, please take it off. If that kid's handwriting sucks in the 3rd grade, it will suck in the 4th grade. It will suck in the 5th grade. So he's got no hope. Can't we just get rid of it? By the way, my handwriting was terrible. 75% of boys with weak handwriting at the age of 6 will end up being diagnosed with ADHD, which is an executive function disorder. All right,
Say
so
that again.
75% of boys with weak handwriting at 6 years old will end up being diagnosed with ADHD. John Gabrielli's research, part of the Haskins lab, that was when he was at Stanford, but that's been replicated a number of times, because we talked about that premotor cortex, which is a key feature of the prefrontal cortex, which serves executive functions, is not sending the message to these peripheral muscles in the fingers to write. And so handwriting tends to be an early sign, an early indicator. In children with dyslexia, difficulty learning rhymes. We've been reading nursery rhymes to children since the Middle Ages, not for fun. Rhyme teaches the brain to disarticulate sound, wee willy winky, down and crown, fall and wall. So when I assess kids in my office, a 9-year-old for dyslexia, I ask them to tell me Humpty Dumpty. And they'll say, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall and I think he broke his clavicle or something. And they lose the wall and fall, they lose the down and crown, even though they kind of know they know the story, right? And so we're always looking for subtle signs, confusion of consonants, hospital and flowers, and these sorts of things. Is that enough on dyslexia?
Awesome.
All right. Impromptu. By the way, you asked the question on the corpus callosum. That's actually a good question. In 1891, a 51-year-old shopkeeper in Paris had a left posterior communicating artery stroke that blew out the spleen and the corpus callosum, which is in the very rear portion. And so he couldn't transition vision over to auditory cortex. And that case became famous for alexia without agraphia, which was our first understanding and became a basis for understanding dyslexia. So it did have a fairly important role. Okay, so I'm going to talk about executive functions. I was going to talk a lot about neuropsych assessment, but it's frankly kind of boring. I've been doing it for 30 years, so I'll weave it in there. But I also want to talk about executive functions as they impact life, as they impact children and adolescents' life, and some real-world implications. I'll probably talk fast. I'll probably skip some slides. Might go over.
I told you you could.
You told me I could. See if I can be careful with my clicker. All right, so we'll talk about elements, a little bit of brain development. ADHD is an executive function disorder. You can't have ADHD and not have executive dysfunction by definition. Now, you can have executive function weaknesses without meeting the diagnostic criteria for ADHD. My daughter, who's in graduate school now, she's doing fine. But when she was in the 2nd grade, she wanted to come home and go out and play. And my wife would always say, you need to hang your uniform up. And she was so impulsive. She just didn't have the patience to deal with a hanger. She didn't know how to operate the hanger. She's a little dysexecutive. She'll tell you that. I never thought she met criteria for ADHD. We'll talk about a little assessment. I also do some forensic work. I'm going to talk about a couple of forensic cases that are relevant to neuropsychology that are relevant to executive function, about mitigation of culpability. Should we hold adolescents responsible for the crimes they commit at the same level as an adult, knowing that their brain is not complete? So it's an interesting issue. And then we'll summarize. All right. First, neuroscience's most famous patient. Anybody know Phineas Gage? Heard the story? Okay. 25 years old. He's tamping dynamite in a hole in Cavendish, Vermont. And the dynamite goes off, and the rod goes through his orbit, through his zygomatic arch, and right through his prefrontal cortex. Why was this case relevant? Well, in the 1840s, the way we understood the brain was to palpate the skull, to fill the bumps on the skull. It was called phrenology. And we actually thought we could learn something about brain function now. I don't know where we got that idea. So anyways, the rod goes through his head. Actually, the rod went 80 feet from his, after the explosion, after it went through his head. He doesn't die. In fact, he almost didn't want to go to the doctor. He was able to walk shortly after the accident. Now, what happened though is we realized that this change in his brain structure, obliterating that left prefrontal cortex, resulted in a change in behavior. That was actually very new. That was the first time we really associated the cellular structure of the brain with the way we think and behave and reason and judge. So what they said about Gage after the accident prior is a conscientious, efficient, well-behaved, well-balanced young man. After the accident, he was described as irreverent, indulgent, profane, vacillating, and capricious. He was disinhibited. He swore. He ended up wandering the world after the accident. He drove a stagecoach in Chile for many years. He died 12 years after the explosion from a seizure, probably related to that. But the physician who examined him said that the equilibrium between his intellectual capabilities, read executive functions, cognition, self-regulation, self-control, and his animal propensities, read disinhibition, impulsivity, lack of self-control, had been destroyed. He was no longer Gage. So this is what often happens after an injury to the prefrontal cortex. What family members will tell you is that he's not my husband anymore. He looks like him, but he's not him. He's immature. He gets angry easily. He gets irritable very quickly. He says off-color jokes at the wrong time. He's disinhibited. So I want to try to give you an appreciation for the prefrontal cortex as the primary region of the brain that serves executive functions. And we'll talk about that in relationship to education, obviously. All right. So they are mental functions. They're served primarily by the frontal lobes and subcortical structures, also the parietal lobe, as Amanda said. Jerry Joy uses a metaphor of conductor of the orchestra. The executive functions are supposed to pull these other cognitive processes together in a volitional manner to achieve some planned outcome or goal. They also direct emotions. You have children sometimes with overreactive frustration, whose reaction is disproportional to the frustration, who have difficulty regulating their emotional responses. We expect that in 2-year-olds. We don't expect it so much in 18-year-olds, and we certainly don't like it in our spouses. Executive functions have a very prolonged developmental trajectory, well into our 20s before they're completely mature. And what we'll see as we go through this is those people with ADHD actually have an even more protracted course of development. Oops, sideways. I'll get this right eventually. All right, here we go. We're way back. All right, primary elements: sustain your attention, inhibit. The brain is primarily an inhibitory organ. There is more GABA-aminobutyric acid. Do you want to hit that back for me once? Thank you. Really? Coffee. There is more inhibitory neurotransmitters in the brain than there are excitatory neurotransmitters. So the brain is a governor. It's a governor. Get started, be flexible, remember what you're supposed to be doing, go upstairs, get your dirty clothes, bring your father's glasses down, and don't forget to feed the dog. Well, for the ADD kid, forget about it. We're the last one at the dog, which self-regulate your emotions. Left, I might be. I'll try. All right. Well, there's lots of, I just give you those names for fun. Get him back here. There are a number of really great scientists who had lots of great ideas about what executive functions are, and they're all fairly similar. I mean, they all contain the elements that we just talked about. One of my favorite models for executive functions, which I didn't list on there, is the Hertz model. I'll show you that in a minute. There's just no way this is going to happen. I'm going to have to get him back here. So the Hertz model. So since 1950, Hertz would not rent you a car unless you were 25 years old and had a credit card. That is a tremendous actuarial model for executive function. No company in America gives up 10 years of market share. Why don't they rent cars to 17-year-olds? Because they're irresponsible. Screw them up. Why do they screw them up? Because they're not mature yet. They're not fully wired. So a bunch of guys doing accounting somehow figured out this must be when the brain matures and we can actually start renting cars to these kids. It really is an interesting model. And by the way, the first CAT scan occurs in 1974. This model was around 20 years before that. So there are a lot of indices. I'm going to probably need your help. I'll take the next one. So I like the little art. This is an interesting painting because this also is a great model for executive functions. And this is 1872. That took 50 years ago, right? Winslow Homer is an American artist, a painter. What he says is that boys by nature are kinesthetic. Feet are off the ground. They're running. They're exploratory. They're heading towards the field. They're inherently social, but without school teacher, parent, coach, without the executive structure, strong will subjugate the weak. That's a pretty accurate model for development. It was an intuitive model by an artist long before we ever talked about the brain. So executive functions develop over time. They are driven by genetics. They're driven by the environment. because of their prolonged developmental trajectory up to 25, there's lots of time for the environment to mold, to take advantage of plasticity in good ways and in bad ways. If you have dysexecutive parents, that's not a good thing for a dysexecutive child because they don't have great models to learn executive function. I'll take the next one. So plasticity is the brain's ability to modify, change, and adapt based upon the environment. Executive functions probably have the largest degree of plasticity, given that protracted course of development. I think certainly in America right now, plasticity is being marketed heavily, and probably not always honestly. There's a sense that if you take your kid to these working memory training sessions, or if you use this new class of drugs, anybody familiar with nootropics? Who's the woman from Jeopardy who's advertising these? Somebody know? She's was also on the Big Bang. Yeah, she's the primary spokesman for one of these. These drugs are supposed to enhance your cognition. The evidence is very scant at this point. And so the marketing people are a little out ahead right now, sort of telling parents that through various brain training, neurofeedback, and nootropics, you can alter cognition. Think about diet advertisements for the last 50 years. Have the body you want in 6 months. Well, I think you're going to be able to substitute brain real quickly. Have the brain you want in 6 months, except it probably won't work and it'll cost you a lot of dough. So I would just say beware of anything selling plasticity, quick cures for plasticity. And a lot of times those techniques are sold based on fear, the fear of using medication. And parents are sort of given the message that, do you really want to put your kid on medicine when we could do this, that, or something else? And I'll talk about medicine later. I'm ready. Early risk factors for executive function. Premature birth. When the brain is born too early, particularly 32 weeks and below, there's not enough oxygen to allow cellular respiration to create glial cells, glue cells, which form the myelin sheath that connects the brain. So those children are much more likely to have executive function deficits, and they will extend all the way into adolescence. In utero substance exposure, a brain injury, we talked about Phineas Gage. Early stress, deprivation, raises cortisol levels in the brain. Now the cortisol raises as an adaptive biochemical strategy to help us manage stress, except it becomes toxic. So, a child who's been neglected or has had a very difficult early life may have difficulties. Early mother-child interaction. When the mother holds her baby 8 inches from her face and they make eye contact and their language and their breathing starts to coordinate, that's literally wiring the prefrontal cortex for self-regulation, for self-calming. So think about how kids calm. They calm with their mother, they calm with their blanket, they calm in their room, and ultimately we're teaching self-regulation. That's kind of our job as fully wired parents, assuming sorry. Let me show you a quick forensic case. So I get this case several years ago. The kid was 3 years old. He'd been mauled by a pit bull for 8 minutes. A pit bull crushed his zygomatic arch, his orbit, crushed his head. Multiple facial fractures, multiple skull fractures, traumatic brain injury, cosmetic scars, post-traumatic stress disorder. He was born at 34 weeks premature. He was poorly nourished. His parents were opioid addicted and had spelling and reading difficulties. He was homeless for the first 4 years of his life, placed in foster care. Now he's in kindergarten. Let me have you flip back if you would. He meets everyone. How do you think he's doing in kindergarten? Terrible. Terrible. He can't sit still. He eats food off the floor. He's aggressive to other kids. The teachers are begging for some medication. At 7 years old, the chance for this youngster to have any kind of normal development of executive functions is markedly limited already. Now, the environment will be helpful, and he is in a good foster home right now. He has a good foster mother. We're going to get him an IEP. It'll be under OHI, other health prepared, to address that. My guess is we're going to see this real quickly because we know the genetic link between reading disorders. Early life events really start to shape executive functions. Anything that's new, more complex, needs to be done quickly, is emotionally stressful, requires planning, delayed responding, or future-oriented behavior is likely to tax executive functions. Read 6th grade, 9th grade, 12th grade, first year of college, first year of graduate school. Every bump, 4th, 6th, 9, 12, college, graduate school, that escalating slope is not an escalation in the demand for your intelligence. It's an escalation in the demand for your executive functions. Think about the 6th grade. You're going to different classes, you have different teachers, you have a locker, you have a backpack, you have new things to manage. Think of first year of college. I get a lot of cases where we get a kid with an IQ of 136. He's very bright. He's been accepted to Purdue for engineering. And you tell them, I work in the Washington, D.C. area with a lot of very aggressive education parents there. And we say, look, ma'am, he's not ready. I know he's very bright. I know he's got great grades. I know he went to the best high school in D.C. He's not ready. He's going. So off he goes to Purdue. First thing, he's late in filing his housing application. By the way, it's pretty severe ADD. So he ends up living off campus with other students. He doesn't apply for any kind of accommodations or modifications. He takes his Xbox 360 with him and spends most of the time playing Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, and other first-person shooter games. Starts smoking more weed, starts sleeping until about noon. Guess what his GPA was at Christmas? 1.7. So Purdue kicks him out. We consult with him again. She wasn't happy with our information. We said, wait another year. She sent him to RIT, another engineering school. One semester, gone. He's at community college now. He's 22 years old. I don't know if he's going to make it. IQ is not always a proxy for neurodevelopmental maturity. There are plenty of smart people vastly underemployed because they couldn't navigate education or they couldn't navigate the demands for independence. So think of neurodevelopmental maturity and executive functions as really often separate. One of the best predictors for success in kindergarten is the development of early executive functions. Is to be able to control your behavior, control your emotions, control your response to frustration. That's actually has greater predictive validity than a lot of early academic skills. The demand for executive functions is limited until upper elementary schools, most notably middle school, when now we're not asking kids to decode, write, or calculate, but to apply those skills, to comprehend, to compare, to begin inferential reasoning, to begin abstract reasoning. And so in 4th and 5th grade, as the books that children are reading require more abstraction, you're building a brain-based foundation for reading comprehension and also social cognition. And social cognition and reading comprehension often go together. So fluency influences comprehension, abstraction, higher order language skills, and also provides a basis for relating and understanding the subtleties of language. I asked a girl out once 4 times in high school. Each night she said she was washing her hair. I thought she had the cleanest hair in town. Yeah, so you need to go elsewhere. So let's talk about executive dysfunction. You just have to tell them more times. I mean, there's just no way around it. They need to hear it more times, and they need direction. You know, tell a 9-year-old with executive function, go clean your room. That's like saying, go build me a car. Let's start with your dresser or your closet or your clothes or your toys. Break the task down. So I think we have a problem in Western culture with anything that is mental, educational, that really, we're not quite sure it's in the brain. Think about this. You have to get a re-eval every 3 years to maintain accommodations in most academic settings. If you have no legs, you don't need to go to an orthopedist every 3 years and get a note that says, I still don't have any legs. And I think much of this comes from Descartes. He was a philosopher, French philosopher, who said the mind and body were separate. He did a lot of good things, Cartesian coordinates and a lot of cool stuff. But this part gave us a problem. It actually resulted in 2 separate insurance systems in our country. I don't know where it is in Bermuda, but if you have depression, you call a whole separate number. It's a whole separate system of draconian regulations on what you can see and how long you can go. I don't take insurance. I haven't taken 20 years because insurance won't pay for assessments. So this is embedded in our culture, unfortunately. And it often leads to the perception that these executive function deficits are motivational and oriented. I spend hours talking to fathers about this. I was just lazy. Well, it's a little more complex than that, and really trying to help folks understand that it's not just that he doesn't want to. It's not just motivational. And if you perceive it as a motivational problem, you're likely to be moralistic rather than helpful. I have a daughter with type 1 diabetes. She's healthy, she's fine. But I would never take her in a room and say, Anna, your blood sugar's too high. You need to produce more insulin. We've had this conversation. How many times? It's an absurd conversation. We do it with kids how many times have I told you, you need to start your homework when you come home. You need to read all the directions. On TV, you get people that are very proud of lowering their cholesterol with Lipitor or some other drug. You rarely see people on TV saying, I'm really not the SOB I used to be, I'm taking Prozac, I feel a lot better. We're uncomfortable with it. We're still uncomfortable with it. So just recognize that's where we're at. And I don't think that's going away soon. I tell folks, I've done several thousand neuropsych evaluations. Be careful where those evaluations go. Redact portions of them. If your school doesn't need to know that your husband's had his 4th round in rehab, then let's take it out of the report because mental health information does not work well in the world a lot of times. I just saw this post, I took a picture of it. Maryland School Psychologist finding the spark strategies for motivating reluctant learners for psychologists, special educators, pupil personnel counselors. I think that's an anachronistic and antiquated point. Do you really think there are students that are inherently unmotivated? I mean, it's their job. Their job is to be a student. Who wants to suck at their job? I mean, I think it creates a lot of problems for kids. And for boys, they will cash out. By the 8th grade, if they're not managing the curriculum, they will want to design video games. I mean, I can't tell you how many boys tell me I want to be a beta tester for PlayStation. I don't even know if that's a real job. And I doubt it pays much, even if it is a real job. For girls, when they've cashed out of learning, they usually want to be dolphin trainers. Now, we only have 4 dolphins in the Baltimore, Washington region, a potential 28,000 young dolphin trainers coming on. It's really an economic problem. It's not going to work. These kids look forgetful, they miss things. The DSM-5 criteria are okay, but frankly, the DSM-5 was probably written by a bunch of old gray-haired guys like me, and it's never been very sensitive to development in children. So in our practice, we say, what do we see in these kids? They're distracted, they miss instructions, they don't use time well. Soccer practice is in 15 minutes, get your stuff together. 12 minutes go by, you come back in the room, kid's still doing this. I thought I told you. Yeah, 15 minutes. You have to feel 15 minutes. Barnowski, you have to feel the passage of time. You have to go from past to present to future. How much time do you think your homework's going to take today? Oh, maybe half hour. 2.5 hours later, you're still writing, doing the cell model. Don't trust these guys with time. They're more emotionally reactive, they're more easily frustrated, they don't get started, they're less self-aware. They can be inflexible and hyper-focused. When a boy plays a video game, there's a suppression of the prefrontal cortex. There's an activation of the limbic system. And that signature, that suppression activation signature stays for a long time. Yes?
Sorry, sir. Can I just make an observation?
Yes.
Because you're not using the microphone, not everybody can hear. And the people that are having all the side conversations, it's extremely distracting.
Okay.
And I just wanted to point that out. Can people not do that, please? Thank you.
What's that? The technicians on this way. Oh, yeah, there is no microphone.
Right.
I'll try.
I think my point is just the people that are talking in their pockets, if they could reduce that even beyond a whisper, that would be so helpful.
I'm not a teacher. I'm not qualified to tell them that. You can give that direction. Yeah, I hear you. It helps you. Yes.
Good morning. I am looking at the executive dysfunction there, and these look. Almost everything up there is my 8th grade class. Is there hope for me?
Now, boys, let's face it, our gender has issues. You all know that. How many males are in this room?
There's
5,
boys
4?
in the class.
Yeah, I know it is. Back to the video game piece. The reason they don't want to quit the game is the game is reinforcing to the brain. It is reinforcing dopaminergic circuits in the brain, making it hard to quit. Temper discontrol, weak self-calming, difficulty reading cues. So I ask kids all the time, what percentage of your school day is boring? When a kid, it's over 70%, he's almost always ADHD. I mean, most non-ADHD kids will say, I don't know, 20%, I'm not a big science person, I'm not a big math person. And then what are your favorite things? Recess, gym. So there is no cognition without movement. Movement is critical to humans. In many boys' schools in our area, they have gym every day, 5 days. You gotta move. You gotta move. All right. ADHD or executive function in ADHD are polygenetic genes that regulate dopamine and norepinephrine. It's an allele, a combination of alleles. This allele also drives exploratory behavior, excitability, and impulsivity. Now, one theory is that people who have emigrated and immigrated to other countries are more likely to share this phenotype. So in the United States, we have a prevalence rate of ADHD of about 7%. There's only one other country in the world with a similar prevalence rate. It's Australia, immigrant countries. And so it's an interesting thought. I mean, it may be adaptive to the country, thinking outside the box, thinking novelly, being sometimes impulsivity is not such a bad thing. If you look at serial MRIs of children with ADHD, their brain volumes run about 3 to 4% lower. This has been replicated many times, slightly smaller brain volumes. In other words, the brain is mature at a slower rate. So when we call a 7-year-old immature for his age, to me, what we're saying is the development of his prefrontal cortex, which serves his capacity for self-regulation and executive functioning, is developing at a slower rate, even though he's a bright kid. Let me take the next one. Cortical maturation in ADHD is delayed by up to 3 years, both boys and girls. Boys without ADHD, boys with, girls without, girls with, milliliters of brain volume by age. So you have a 15-year-old and the parent says, you act like a 12-year-old. The kid goes, well, no kidding. I mean, I got ADD, I got a 12-year-old brain. Well, why would you expect anything different? Of course, the kid doesn't say that, but I probably should. It's even help us. Children with and without ADHD, this is using diffusion tensor imaging. This is a different type of imaging called tractography, which measures the robustness or thickness of connectivity of white matter tracts in the brain. Fiber pathway abnormalities are less pronounced in kids treated with stimulant medication. There's a study published in JAMA in 2002 by Castellanos looking at kids with and without medication. Volume differences were mitigated a little bit in those kids taking medication. So, I mean, it raises an interesting point about medication. Ritalin's been on the market since 1957. It's been subjected to close to 4,000 peer-reviewed studies. If you can find one that shows a negative long-term effect, send it to my email. So I'm not going to talk too much about interventions. Actually comes from the old cardiology literature, when the guy would say, like my dad had a heart attack, my grandfather had a heart attack, what should I do? Get different parents. So modify the brain, we modify the brain. Exercise modifies the brain, sleep modifies the brain, medicines modify the brain, class size, structure, organization, coaching, cueing, lists, all of the things that I'm sure many of the other folks will be talking about can be used for intervention. Let me go to the next one. Assessment. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because it's what I do every day. We're going to look at multiple domains of executive functioning. Developmental history is really important. Birth history, developmental milestones. We'll look at observational data such as the brief. Anybody familiar with the brief for the C3 behavioral rating inventory of executive functions? And we'll look at some standardized tests and differential diagnosis. So we use a number of checklists for kids. Do you all use a child behavior checklist or the BASC? Anything ring a bell? Teachers are usually asked to complete these checklists. Oh, we have real live kids.
Where I go, she goes.
I do a lot of talks on neuroscience and video games, and parents always want to bring their kids. And, they just sort of see, you can see them. Narrower measures, behavioral rating of executive functions, comprehensive executive function inventory. These are checklists that teachers and parents are asked to complete, and we're looking for anomalies and patterns of behavior beyond the standardization samples. Okay, now let's look at some quantitative measures. Now I guess I think Amanda talked a little bit about attention testing. The paradigm for testing attention is something called a go, no go paradigm in neurology. When I say or do this, you go, you respond. When I say or do that, don't respond. And there are a number of computer-based tests that are very sensitive to that. Connors CPT, the TOVA, which is also a CPT, and the IBA CPT. These tests are probably most sensitive to both sustained attention and the capacity to inhibit, control, regulate a behavior. The Stroop test, in this test, we ask folks to read words like purple, blue, black, and green, and then to identify colors like red, white, gold, and blue. And then we ask them to identify the color that the word is printed in, red, black, gold, blue. And so that ability, that is a switching task. You have to be able to inhibit your habituated response to read the word to identify the color. It's a good measure of executive functioning. It's called the Stroop effect. It's been used in psychology for many, many years. The NAPSI is a neuropsychological battery that offers a number of attention-based tests. When you see, do you see psych reports? Do you get to review psych reports frequently?
Yeah.
Yeah, you may see, that's pretty common with the NAPSI too. In measuring working memory, digit span, reading numbers forward and backward, having the child remember the numbers forward and backward, or picture span. The California Verbal Learning Test is a verbal list learning test. You read a list of words to kids and you ask them to remember, and you do this over 5 trials. So we get to know how many words they can remember. Learning is a positively decelerating curve. But the words fall into categories like fruits and things you play with and things you wear. And we can see if children are recalling the words using a semantic category, a higher order language function, or serial positioning. Are they remembering the words in the beginning and the end? Primacy and recency. RAML is also very similar to that. For planning an organization, copying a complex figure, solving a tower puzzle task, all requires thinking ahead, organizing your thought, making a plan, implementing the plan. Key aspect of executive function. Same with concept formation on the matrix reasoning of the WISC. Is the WISC the primary intelligence test you see here?
Yes.
Yeah, so look at working memory and processing speed. They will give you some indications of executive functions, particularly if they're discrepant or different from visual spatial, verbal comprehension, or fluid reasoning skills. They're sort of the support cognitive processes for intelligence. I'm good. And then shifting and flexibility. This is called the trail making test. The students asked to organize by going back and forth between numbers and letters, 1A, 2B, 3C. That's harder than just going 1, 2, 3, 4 or A, B, C, D. And word generation. Verbal fluency is interesting because Martha Dankler wrote an article years ago. She's a cognitive neurology professor at Hopkins in Baltimore, and Lori Cutting's mentor. And I don't know if you've worked with Martha. Yeah. Martha was a resident at Boston when Norman Geschwin was studying the 51-year-old shopkeeper's case. The neurologist was named Desjardins. And she noticed that her children in school couldn't rapidly identify numbers and letters. The rapid iconic recognition of symbols. A key feature in dyslexia diminishes fluency, diminishes comprehension. And so we ask kids, I want you to give as many words as you can think of that begin with the letter A or S. Or we ask them to give us categories, give us as many animals or plants as you can. I don't know, Bonnie, if you like the oral language on the Y4, but I think it's nice that we have something in there for oral language. All right. So Dankler defined dyslexia and ADHD, that fluency was the overlap between them. So kids with weak fluency should be on your radar screen for looking at either ADHD or looking at dyslexia and higher level language skills. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because there's a lot of other speakers who do a much better job than me. Some of these tests get at this a little bit. I don't know that we have a lot of tests in our armamentarium. You have anything you like? I think the TOPS I don't like. I don't use it very much. Castle.
They give you something, but I think the history gives you more.
Yeah, this is Dr. Bonnie Singer, by the way. You'll be hearing from her later. And I think what Bonnie is saying is, yeah, the history, you know, what I hear parents say is, you know, he's a pretty good reader. He was always a good reader in first, second, and third grade. He decodes well. But then we read Hatchet, this book in the 6th grade about a boy who survived in the wilderness with a hatchet. But the hatchet's actually a metaphor for his navigating the dissolution of his parents' marriage. They can't get to that other level. They can't get to what's in between the lines. And good books rarely give you all the detail. If you've ever read The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald, he never tells you where Gatsby got his money. It's 1929. It's Prohibition in the United States. He has nefarious business relationships. So you make an embedded assumption that he's probably running Rome, running alcohol, right? Catcher in the Rye, Holden Caulfield wears the hat over his head in New York all weekend. He doesn't tell you why he wears the hat with the illness, but it's basically an FU to anyone over the age of 21. So we want students to be able to start reading between the lines. We are probably wired biologically for narrative. We tell stories. We tell stories in movies. Lawyers tell stories. We tell stories here. As a species, as an organism, we are probably wired for that. When that's not coming naturally, that should be something we look at. I like this study. Researchers asked kids to both skim or read closely Jane Austen's, I think it was Pride and Prejudice, while in an MRI, and they were actually probably an fMRI. And the finding was that attention to literary form may serve as a kind of cognitive training for impacting flexibility. It may teach the brain the narrative structure. So this is, to me, is relevant because we've moved towards audiobooks in a lot of ways, and I'm not sure that audiobooks will help wire the brain in that manner. And so I think reading's still important every day, 20 minutes a day, obviously decodable text. And I remember we had a beach house in Bethany, it's a beach up where I live. And my wife and kids lived there most of the summer. And when my wife would take my kids to the beach, they always had to have a book, and they were not allowed to get out of their chairs when they got to the beach until they read for about 40 minutes. And it actually worked pretty well. And I remember my daughter was going into 10th grade. The summer question she had to answer was compare and contrast the role of women in Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights versus Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice in the context of Victorian England. That's a higher order language question. I mean, you gotta figure some stuff out. All right. That's a little higher order language. That's a Springsteen reference, if anybody knows that. Okay, so let me 15 more minutes. Will you tell me what do you want me to do? 10 more minutes, okay. Real world implications, teen brain. I'm good. So adolescent cognition is driven by development of the prefrontal cortex, arborization, synaptogenesis, myelination. And those executive functions ultimately help our self-control, our planning, organization, our moral reasoning, moral judgment, allow us to delay gratification. 15-year-olds would not contribute to a 401k. They would spend the money, and there's a reason. They're not wired to contribute to the 401k. Good? So kids with executive function difficulties, this is fairly obvious. Academically planning and testing. This is a little less obvious. They're more prone to mood variability and anxiety, and COVID's cranked anxiety up in adolescents tremendously. They're more prone to substance use, preoccupation with appearance, unprotected sex, and conduct issues. They're live wires, literally live wires. When we use those kind of axioms that are sort of embedded in our language, they probably have a reference to how our brains developed. When we say someone was cold, she broke my heart, she put a knife through me, you're using somatosensory descriptions to measure social pain. So these are mapped onto our brain evolutionarily. I'm good. Yeah, executive function and video games. If you have ADHD executive function, you're more likely to have pathological play. You're likely to be less flexible. We would suggest parents monitor and control that at a very early age. I used to work in a trauma center for a long time. And here's the question surgeon residents would always ask. Dr. C, why are there so many young guys with ADHD in my admitting area on a Saturday night? So you look at life flight helicopters in a major urban area, 16 to 24-year-old males at shock trauma, 33%, 1 in 3 will have carried a diagnosis of ADHD. We have a prevalence rate of 7%. Why 16 to 24? Brains aren't wired. 25, 16, you're no longer sitting at home with your parents. So you're out in the world. You're mouthing off to the wrong guy. You're drinking too much. You're getting in the wrong car. You're ending up at the wrong part of Baltimore at the wrong time. You're making errors that actually lead to morbidity and mortality. You're jumping off the canoe into 2 feet of water. That need to move, and that impulsivity. Sometimes I think we could assess prevalence rates of ADHD aerially in the United States by looking at the number of trampolines in backyards. The parents buy trampolines for a reason. I'm gonna just do this mitigation of culpability real quick. So neuroscience research has really driven our legal system to consider the idea that the adolescent brain isn't complete. So unconstitutional to impose capital punishment for crimes committed under the age of 18. That was big. It was considered a violation of our 8th Amendment, freedom from cruel and unusual punishment. Miller versus Alabama killed the next door neighbor that sold him weed at the age of 17, got a mandatory life sentence. Now they say no mandatory sentence without the possibility of parole for juveniles. We would not have seen a move towards more appropriate sentences in juveniles without the neuroscience research. I'll give you one case I did. I'm good. This was a few years ago. I was asked to go out to a prison in Arizona and see this 53-year-old man. There's a couple of law students from Duke and Stanford that have developed a coalition to work to try to get parole for people who were sentenced to life in prison with no opportunity for parole as an adolescent. Now, this man at the time of his crime lived in a trailer with a substance-addicted mother in Arizona. He was sexually abused by his stepfather. His school history was erratic. He was charged with first-degree murder at 16, convicted, life in prison plus 22 years, no parole. Now, he was hitchhiking with his friend, 17-year-old friend. Somebody picked them up. They got in an argument with the guy. The 17-year-old, the driver pulled him over and said, "I want you out of my car." The 17-year-old hit him with a rock on the head. I don't know what the 16-year-old did, my guy. I'm not sure. All I know is the guy ended up in a mine shaft in Arizona, dead. They found the body, they arrested the kid. Now, fast forward to Buckeye Prison, which you just saw. So I meet this guy in a large cafeteria, and there's guards, and then all of a sudden the guards leave. I'm like, wait, what? Where are they going? Aren't they supposed to be here to help me out? My wife flew out there with me. She goes, "I don't know why you do this stuff." So this is what I see on him first. Dill. So I think he's a pickle fan. IGAF. Anybody know what it stands for?
Yep.
I didn't know. I was like, what's that stand for? Do I look like I give up? So that's on his knuckles. He got tattoos up to here. He's been in prison 37 years. The first thing I see, though, under his shaved cut is a big C. Now, we call a C, is from craniotomy. And I'm looking at the side of his head saying, what is that? He said, "Oh, yeah, about 6 months before I got arrested, I had a really bad brain injury. And they had to open up my brain to let the fluid out." I said, "Well, did you get any to go to rehabilitation?" "No." "Did your lawyer ever mention that in the trial?" "No." "Well, did they ever get the medical records?" "No." Craniotomy injury, no access to rehab. It was a severe TBI. In the 37 years of incarceration, he had 0 instances of aggression. He had an absolutely pristine record, nothing. So the question is, should he be allowed consideration for parole? Should brain injury and teen brain and absence of mature executive functions be a mitigating factor in sentencing? All right, let me do one more and then I'll stop. So we got a little gun problem in the United States. I saw this in the Washington Post just 3 days ago. Young men, guns, and prefrontal cortex. It's a well-written article. And if you look at our big killers, Texas 18, Parkland 19, Lanza, Sandy Hook 20, Virginia Tech shootings 23, Columbine 18 and 17. No one's near a fully mature prefrontal cortex. Flip to the next one. At 18, in many states in the United States, you can buy an AR-15. Just go out and buy it. You can't buy a Miller Lite. You can't buy a Coors Light, but you can buy an Armalite rifle. That's what an AR is. Armalite rifle, it's not an assault rifle, it's Armalite. Florida state attorneys argued that because 18 to 20-year-olds are uniquely likely to engage in impulsive, emotional, and risky behaviors, dysexecutive, for short-term rewards, no delayed gratification, we should draw the line. No shit. At 21, we're probably going to draw it at about 91, but I mean, that's where we're at. We need to pay attention to the scientific evidence that suggests young minds may not be capable of having this. Again, it's sort of a no shit. Really? Somebody had to actually say that? So help us out. If you have any good ideas, you can send them to the West. Flip one more time. Okay, so I'm going to finish up. A long course of development, genes and environment drive it. It integrates emotions and cognition, inextricably intertwined with higher order thinking, the language relevant for reading and comprehension, critical for adaptation, uniquely human. Last slide. So I'm going to just show you one more art slide. So this is the Sistine Chapel, painted in the 1500s by Michelangelo in Rome. Anybody seen it? Good, cool. This is the brain. God's hand extends through the prefrontal cortex. It doesn't touch Adam like a synapse, two nerves. Let me go to the next slide. So borders correlate with the sulci of the inner outer surface of the brain. It's almost a synaptic cleft between the hands. God superimposed over limbic, and the right hand extends through the prefrontal cortex. Most artists learned body at that time by sculpture, but not Michelangelo. He learned by dissection at the Spirit San Pietro convent by dissecting particles. And he figured out somehow that this part was unique and really important for human beings. So as adults, our job is really to help refine and define the executive functions of our kids, not just through school, but through modeling, through behavior, through law, through access to video games or alcohol. That's all maturation. Yeah.
If you're saying that there's a genetic component for sure, and you're saying as parents, the role is to help model the executive function. If you're the parent that's passed on a gene for executive dysfunction, where do you begin?
Well, first, we hope you've wired up over the years for your sake, and we hope you're not continuing to demonstrate, but it makes it very hard, and it does get past generation. And so, sometimes a child with executive dysfunction living in an adoptive home is actually nice because the adoptive parent doesn't share the genetic link to EF. But you're right, it can be problematic. And it's really about structure and guidance and moral and cognitive development. Yes?
There was a doctor and a psychologist here, Dr. Leonard Sachs. He was here about, I want to say maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And he was a huge advocate for male-centered education. Given your knowledge and your research, are you an advocate or
Well,
you said the same?
I know Leonard Sachs, he's published a number of books on that. It's changed a little bit. I think that boys are more prone to kinesthetic and visual cues early on. Estrogen wires the brain for three things: eye contact, central vision, empathy, and language, which is really good for raising kids. Testosterone wires the brain to make categories. We have better peripheral vision. If you have two second grade boys fighting, you may be inclined to come up and say, Johnny, stop, use your words. If you have two second grade girls arguing, you don't go up and say, Sally, stop talking, give her a push, and get back in your seat. And it's not consistent with our gender. So I think there's a lot to what Sachs has to say. It's a little more confusing now with gender-based issues. And so we're a little more cognizant of how we say that. But yeah, I think particularly in early elementary school, it's relevant. Yes,
What is your professional opinion on medication and supporting kids with ADHD?
medication is effective in supporting kids with ADHD, period. It's effective. I'm a psychologist, I don't prescribe, I don't even get free pens from pharmaceutical companies. I have no skin in the game, but having done this for 30 years, medicine will often allow the kid access to skills that he already has. It will give him a better experience. Think about that boy and girl sitting in the 3rd grade class. Johnny, could you just, Sarah, will you read your paper? And so that tone is the tone he hears all of his life with his parents, with his soccer coach, or with his priest, whoever. Yeah, I think medicine's important. Try it, see how it works. Yes.
Connected question. I think that in most jurisdictions, you can't actually do the assessment that would allow you to prescribe the medication until at least 5. So what do you do with the kids that are already showing executive
I
function
think teachers
disorders?
are in a very difficult position, that they're not allowed to say you should go get an evaluation by your pediatrician. But I think you need a language to talk to parents to say, to consider all alternatives. And if we can get the teachers to fill out Vanderbilt scales from the pediatrician, that's a great place to start. There are some systemic biases in medication. A lot of African-American men are uncomfortable putting their kids on medication for some good reasons. From Tuskegee onward, the issue is old acts of discrimination then may become barriers to using therapeutics that are actually helpful. So it's a tough nut to crack. I think I better stop. Thanks.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Dr. Collado.
Learned when especially when we were working with kids who were homeless, was that, as Dr. Collado said, they could be very bright, they could be learning the skills, but if we didn't attend to the executive function issues, it didn't matter about the skills. The kids were having trouble functioning well in the classroom. They were having difficulty even applying the reading skills we were trying to teach. And so I talk about this as the early literacy trifecta for these kids. They have to have language, they have to have print knowledge, but they also have to have executive function, or we don't see them doing very well in school. So I'm going to talk about this briefly, and I'm going to get us back on track. What time do I need to finish? 12:30. Okay, I'll finish before that. Maybe. Does this work?
Yeah, you could even go till 12:35.
No. First it was hyperactive, now it's underactive. So,
ADHD clicker.
yes, it does. This is a dysfunction in
Our executive control rate.
there we go, right here. So when we talk about early literacy, one of the things I'd like to be sure that we talk about is that early literacy begins long before kids come to school. It often doesn't look the way we expect it to, but it's still literacy, especially in kids growing up in poverty. Before kids get to preschool or elementary school or receive any conventional reading instruction, they've learned about literacy at home. Sometimes it's, I grew up in a home where people talk now about parental book reading. Oh, please, never. I had no book reading with my parents. I've never seen my mother read a book unless it was a hymnal or a Bible, because she was the minister of music. And so that's the kind of literacy I saw from her. My father was a teacher, and so he read a lot, but he didn't read to me. But literacy for me started in church. And for a lot of kids, it starts in church. That counts. We just don't know how to leverage it when kids get to school, but it's still literacy. So we see these family literacy practices really matter. Some kids don't even have that. They have environmental literacy. Now environmental literacy has to do with trees and stuff. That's not what I mean. I mean learning literacy from the environment around you. So when you have a 2-year-old who looks at a red and white octagonal sign and says stop, that's environmental literacy. So are the golden arches. That's environmental literacy. I have been studying literacy and language for a long time. I have a son who, when he went to preschool, the first word he learned to read was not his name. It was Nike. Because it was on the back of his shoes. He learned to spell it and he learned to read it first. That's environmental literacy. So literacy development, early literacy begins before kids get to school. Kids know a lot. That's something we're really focused on right now. When we talk about kids growing up in poverty, kids who come from different language backgrounds, different communities, that we don't give kids credit for what they know when they get to school. We treat them like they are blank slates. They are not. They know a lot about language. They're experts in the language that they bring to school. They are experts in the behavior that they learn at home. When we get to school, you got to learn something different. And so our challenge as educators is to honor who you are and teach you what you need to know to be successful in this environment. Okay? So these important components of early literacy success, I'm going to talk about younger kids and then talk about older kids also. Next. So language. I'm a speech pathologist, so I always start with language. Language is everything. It is everything when kids get to school. So I'll just do the 0 to 5 thing first and then move forward. So 0 to 5 years of age is rapid brain growth and development. These are really critical years. So how many people in here are with really little kids? So these things that these kids are learning in speech and language development provide the foundation for forever. Okay, so if you mess up, I'm just kidding. But these foundational skills are really critically important. So this is what we see happen in the first 0 to 5 years. This is just words. We see kids go from 0 to 50 words, so not talking at all. By the time they're 18 months old, we expect about 50 words. By the time you're 5 years old, you have about 2,200 words in your receptive and expressive vocabulary. And so these 0 to 5 years, kids are learning so much. They become good language users because they know a lot of words. Next. And this is what we see with sentences. We see kids go from babbling, cooing, which is early communication. I hate it when I get on a plane and people roll their eyes at babies. Babies don't get on planes deciding they're going to ruin your trip. When they start crying, something hurts, something's wet, I'm hungry, I don't like this. They're communicating. And so that's the early form of communication. But by the time you're 5, you have complex syntax. You're able to put 2 ideas together in a single sentence and really have the foundation of your kind of adult language use. And you continue to build on that as you go forward. So those are sentences. Next. And speech. So we distinguish speech and language. People talk about them like they're the same thing. They're not. So language, we talk about putting words together to make meaning. Speech is putting sounds together to make words, and the way kind of language sounds. So someone who stutters, that's speech. Someone who has a voice disorder, like Michael Jackson, that's speech. He talked like a girl. When we talk about speech development, we're talking about kids in this early 0 to 5, going from early sound play. I heard a baby do this the other day, that sort of reduplicated babbling, where it's da, 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 ma, 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 to 3 to 5 years old, where most sounds have been acquired and kids should be fully intelligible. We talk about intelligibility a lot because some kids may be 5 and not have all sounds. Some kids still don't have R. Some still don't have TH. Some are still doing wed, lelo, those kinds, but they're intelligible. And an intelligible child is someone who can be understood by people that don't know them. So if it's you who can understand them, that doesn't matter. Teachers and parents, of course, they understand you. They pick up all your patterns, they know what you're saying, and the person at the bus stop, though, needs to be able to understand you when you're 5. And if they don't, then there's an intelligibility issue. When I was a student, I went to the University of Michigan, go blue, and I participated in this speech and hearing camp. And this little boy came, he was 10. He came to camp and his whole family came with him, and I couldn't understand anything they said. And they all spoke English. There was one kid in the family who was intelligible, and he translated for everybody. It was all speech sound disorders. They were from Ohio, Kentucky area. And they had all these problems with vowels and all these like speech sound errors clearly ran in the family. And so fast forward 3 weeks, the family came back. I understood everything they said. Did they get clearer and better? No. I spent 3 weeks with their son and I learned to understand them. And so this intelligibility issue is about not teachers, it's not parents, it's not people who know kids every day. You learn to normalize what kids are doing. It's about people who don't know them. So all this is happening from 0 to 5. This is early language. Next. So overall, during these early years, kids who, language competence is being built, not just language performance, but your language competence, your ability to communicate. The later years depend on this early building process. Kids who have poor language skills, we've seen that unless they are addressed, it's like a snowball effect of poor language growth that continues over the years and influences things like reading, which is where I'm going with all of this, that these things really matter for reading and writing development. Next. Developmental opportunity is important and strong language models matter. Somebody just said that about executive function. Language models matter. Who your models are and how they model that behavior for you. It didn't help my son. I think I'm pretty good. So this is early language. Next. What if you speak a different variation of a language? That is my focus. And it's a real issue I know in many environments, and I know it is in Bermuda. So I have Bermudian English down there. I looked it up online, I'm like, yep, I recognize all of that, right? So what is language variation? Well, they're also called dialects. They're varieties of a language spoken by members of the community based on race, ethnicity, or region. So I live in California now. They think they don't have a dialect. They absolutely do. And it differs by Northern and Southern California, which is interesting. But the place that we all know is Southern United States. Southern English in that region, very recognizable dialect. And then there's African American English, which I study and I'll talk about some, has many similarities with Bermudian English, actually. And then there are other regional and ethnic variants. Next. And I'm going to talk about dialects, and I'm going to talk about what they are and how they influence what happens with kids in classrooms. But I always talk about what they're not, because there's a lot of stigma attached to speaking a dialect. I know there is here, like there is everyone else. This is not bad English. And that's the first thing. It is not bad English. It is not bad grammar. It's not incorrect. It's not undesirable, which is the way we treat it. If you treat language that way, you treat children that way. That's the concern. What it is a rule-governed language system. So we know the rules for how they're used. I'm certain that if we sat down and talked about Bermudian English, we could talk about the places where you use particular sounds, you use particular phrases. There are rules. They're derived from a major language spoken by specific groups, importantly present in every country in the world. There are dialects everywhere. The more languages there are, the more dialects there are. And many of the things that we talk about related to reading and language variation or dialect are have similar characteristics no matter where you are. It doesn't matter whether you're in Bermuda or the United States. I've seen the same things in India, in Israel, all over the world. People are dealing with what happens when you come to school with a variation of language that's different from the one that you encounter in the classroom. What does that mean for you? Next. Dialects impact all domains of language. We all know these. Typically though, like African American English, I talk about morphology, syntax, and phonology. That doesn't mean that it doesn't impact semantics and pragmatics, but those are the major areas that are impacted. Next. I only put this here because people always ask me this. Is this different than an accent? Kind of. is dialect different than accent? Actually, your accent is part of your dialect. So if you're a Southern speaker, not only do you have those Southernisms, you've got that accent everybody recognizes. And so Southern English is always a great example. So a dialect has its own vocabulary, grammar, syntax, and pronunciation. And you can hear it here in Bermuda. If you live in Bermuda, I used to say when I moved to the South, as long as I can hear the accent, I know I don't have it. But the minute I can no longer hear it, then I have acquired a Southern accent. So if you are a Bermudian speaker, you probably don't hear your accent, but we all do, okay? So language variation in reading. Teaching reading to children whose language differs from the language of the classroom and from the linguistic structure of text adds an additional layer of complexity. That's what we're concerned about. That these kids, the cognitive load for them is so much greater. They have a lot of work to do to get to text. It can complicate learning all kinds of new language influence skills. Reading, writing, spelling, next, all of them are impacted. And for a while, we were, there's a hypothesis in dialect research called the mismatch hypothesis, which has been around since 1969. We've been talking about this stuff forever. And the idea was, our research was always based on it, that the mismatch between oral language and print was really impacting how well kids were doing with reading. And our view was always, it impacts it, but it's probably just slowing them down. And so when I got to the University of Wisconsin, I started working with Mark Seidenberg, who does computational modeling. I asked, and these are theoretical models. I asked him, and he does them with reading. So I said, can you build a theoretical model where we can test the mismatch hypothesis? He said, sure. So the short result was that when we fed into a model spelling and pronunciation that matched or didn't match, we got different results. So if the pronunciation and the spelling matched, it took the model approximately 350 trials to get to 75% mastery. When the spelling and the pronunciation didn't match, it took more than 1,000 trials to get to 75% mastery. So it needed more practice, more instances, more in order to get to 75% mastery. That's what we see happening to kids in classrooms. But unfortunately, thanks to publishers, we all have a scope and sequence that we're following. And the scope and sequence doesn't often have much to do with the kids. It has more to do with the curriculum. Some kids need for us to slow down. And a lot of kids who are coming to print from different language varieties really need for us to slow down, and often in specific places. And we don't do that for them. And so a lot of them aren't reading well. In the United States, at 4th grade, less than 20% of African-American 4th graders are reading at grade level. So about 17% are reading at grade level. That's criminal. And not unusual, though. Next. So the important message is that early language skills are important. Kids need intervention. Later reading development drives language development. So in the early years, we talk about how language drives reading. You get to about 4th grade and your reading skills start to drive your language development. So if you're not reading well, you also don't develop very good vocabulary, and your oral language skills aren't as good. Next. But for kids who speak different varieties of English, the mismatch between the language variety spoken at home and the one used in print increases the cognitive load for kids who speak languages or dialects of English. What does cognitive load mean? It means more work. Let me give you an example. This little girl, she must be in her 30s now, but she taught me about cognitive load. So I was working in Michigan on a story retelling project. So we're going into the school or into the community, and I would read a story to a child and they would have to read it back to me. Only 4 years old, so not really reading, just retelling the story. So I used the book, Are You My Mother? How many people know that one? Yeah, most teachers know Are You My Mother? So it's a book about a baby bird that is hatched from an egg, wakes up in the nest and says, where's my mother?
Yes.
And jumps out of the nest in search of mother. And so the baby bird goes to different animals, objects, people, and says, "Are you my mother?" And the response is, "I am not your mother, I am a." And so that's how the whole book goes. So I read this book to this little girl, and then I gave the book to her. And she was so excited about this book, she opened it and said, "Is you my mama?" I ain't none of your mama. And she read the whole book that way. My response was just like yours. We laughed, we had a great time, it was really fun. Then I went back to my office and thought what it took for her to do that. That she had to listen to me read a book in a language variety that she clearly didn't speak that way. Hold on to the elements of the story, that's her working memory, and then retell it to me in the same sequence with similar elements. She had the support of the pictures, but she had to hold on to this and what the book was about, how it went, in order to use the right intonation and all of those things. And she did it. She was a low income girl. She did it. And I thought, but most of our kids can't do that. So this is a little girl who had the language skills, who had the storytelling ability, who could really do it. That is what I mean by cognitive load. She had to do all that work to get to that text. Whereas if she used the same language variety that was written in that text, it removes all that work. All she has to do is tell the story the way it was told. That is not what she had to do. And we see that over and over again in our classrooms. We are asking children to do something with print and we know that oral language drives print. If your oral language system differs from the one that is in print, you have an extra step or two in order to get to print. And that little girl taught me that. That was so long ago. I would thank her if I knew who she was. So that's oral language and what it means with oral language variety. So let's talk about print. So what is reading? I love this. It's like the simplest way to talk about reading. Perfetti and Marone. Learning to read is coming to know how your writing system works. The child has knowledge of language already. That's really important. Kids have knowledge of language already when they get to school. It's just not usually the language of the classroom. It's the language of home. They know language already. It's the writing system that has to be learned. How the child's writing system encodes his or her language. I think that's really important because one of the things we do when kids come to school and they use a language variety, so it's a dialect of English, we make them change it. We automatically start pushing code switching. I heard Lisa Green speak last week. She's a linguist at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And she talked about how language is still developing at that age. And we're trying to push kids to change their language system at the same time that they're still developing it. And from our perspective for reading, we call reading rocket science. So we are asking children to change their language to the use of the classroom language at the same time that they are learning a language skill that we call rocket science. Not fair, and it's not working. It's not working. We are not giving kids the opportunity to learn the writing system by encoding their own language. We're asking them to do something different. This is the same argument that was made in bilingualism. And now we're making it in bidialectalism, that kids need the opportunity to take the language that they are expert at when they come to school and use it to learn to read. Next. So developmentally, we know that language precedes reading and writing, and then the systems develop in parallel and start to build off strengths in the strength of the other. And that's what we want. We want for kids to be able to build off the strengths that they have in language, in print, when they're learning print. Next. So print and variation. This is African-American English. Next. This is what African-American English does to English. Adds and deletes morphemes. So morphemes like the possessive S, the past tense ED, the plural S, and the third person singular S are variably included. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not, depends on the context. Is that true of Bermudian English? Yes. Next. impacts the main verb or verb phrase. So deletion of copula auxiliary is deletion of forms of the verb to be. He running, he hungry, completely acceptable. Subject verb agreement is usually was and were, are can be interchanged depending on the context. Habitual be, he be getting something. This is not if Alexa thinks I'm talking to her. Habitual be is an R, it's habitual, it's something that happens all the time. So I could say he be getting some ice cream all the time. That's what habitual be means. It means he loves ice cream, he's always getting it. So it's like a time marker aspect. Third person singular S, that's wrong. I don't know why that's there. It's been, I've been knowing how to do something. If you're Southern, you also know that's a Southern feature. African-American English derived from Southern English. Are any of these characteristic of Bermudian English? Which ones? Subject verb agreement. What about the copula? Deletion of is and are.
Sometimes it depends.
But mostly subject verb agreement. Okay, next. Phonology. This is all over Bermudian English. So, F for TH. Yes. With. V for the voice TH. Bathe and bathing. Is that allowed here? Yes. Or T, wit, instead of with. Okay. And then in the pre-vocalic position, D, dis, dem, dos, okay? Yes. And then at the end of words, consonant cluster reduction. Yes. Not a final consonant in sight. That's what African American English also looks like. And so this is what we see kids coming to school with. These are just some examples. This is not the whole system, but this is what kids are coming to school with. Some of these things will slow them down. It doesn't mean you don't learn how to read, but it can slow you down. One of the ones we're really interested in, final consonant deletion. What happens when you delete the final consonant and you create a word that already exists? Right. Like coal and cold. And it goes by in the speech stream. Does it slow you down while you figure out from the context which word is right? So I used to be, when I was at the University of Wisconsin, I had a teacher in Wisconsin give me an example of this. It's the best example I've ever heard. And she talked about the state test that they took. She said, there's one item, every African-American kid in my class gets that item wrong. And now I know why, okay? So the item is, it's a, excuse me, paragraph comprehension test. So it's reading comprehension. So the kids read a paragraph about a bank robber. And these men rob the bank, and then the sheriff is looking for them, and the bank robbers hole up. And so the choices are, is it A, wait, B, hide, or C, something else? What is it for African-American kids? It's wait. Hold up. But the answer is hide. And so all the kids get it wrong because for them, hold up means something different when you delete the final consonant. And so she said, that's why everybody gets it wrong. It's like, yeah, because it has a different meaning if you're a speaker of African-American English. So we know that these have the potential to slow kids down. Sometimes that's a semantic issue. The meaning is different, but the meaning is driven by the difference in phonology, okay? And so when we're teaching reading, we cannot ignore these things. It's really important for print and oral language to make sense to kids. So I talk about language and print as though they're separate. They're not. They really drive each other. Next. So everybody speaks a dialect. So why are dialect speakers having difficulty with print? Because it's not just the mismatch between print and dialect. It's the magnitude of the difference. So the kids who speak a lot of dialect, the ones who, when you listen to them, you can hear that they're using a lot of variation in their oral language text. So we quantify this. We call it dialect density. And so the method that we use, it's an index of the degree or rate of dialect. So if I take a sample of a child's language, like I audio tape it, and then I transcribe it, has 100 utterances, what percentage of those utterances is impacted by dialect, includes a dialect feature? For kids who are low, 10% or less, not very many dialect features at all. Then there are the kids who are moderate, somewhere in the middle. Then there are really high kids. Saw a lot of this in Georgia because we have Southern English, African-American English all coming together. And so these kids are high dialect speakers. Next. Turns out that this is important because how far away a child's language is from print and classroom English influences how hard it is to learn to read it. It makes it a lot harder. Next. So it impacts spelling. One of the things I didn't say about the dialect, including Bermudian English probably, it's not written, it's oral. It's transmitted orally. But it doesn't matter. If you say whiff, how do you spell it? W-I-F. Yeah, so even if it isn't codified for writing, we see it in writing all the time. So it impacts spelling, it impacts reading, and we've done a couple papers recently where we see that it also impacts the development of writing. Next. So what we see is that these kids who are high dialect density, these are the kids at greatest risk for reading problems. These are the kids who need for you to slow down. They need for you to pay attention to their language variety and how it influences print. It is not true for low dialect users. They look really different than high dialect users. And Ryan might talk about that some because she did a study where we could really see that when she presents this afternoon. So these are the kids at really high risk for reading problems. So it's not that you speak dialect. Everybody in this room speaks a dialect. People are always like, you know, I don't speak a dialect. Yes, you do. When you get around your people, you like bring it right there. And you hear people in the South who, you know, present and they're all yes and yes. And then they get with their folks and like, yeah, girl. So everybody speaks a dialect and the environment you're in influences whether you use it or not. But we all speak dialect. My mother used to say she hated dialect. She thought, and a lot of African-American mothers are like this. They think it influences your ability to be successful in the future. And so we don't talk like that. We don't use language like that. I want you to speak the Queen's English. Yes. How many people's mothers said that? Yeah. So I'm saying nobody speaks the Queen's English except who? The Queen. Queen. And when the Queen is with her people, she was dialect. So when I started studying dialect, my mother said, oh my God, the more education you get, the worse you talk. So we have some bias against it in our own community. And it really influences the way that we interact with kids, the way that we teach them, the way that we respond to my friend Tracy Whedon calls it the language in which they are loved. Okay, so they come to school using the language in which they are loved, and we say, stop it. I want us to stop that. Yes, amen. So the ability to read well, though, is a strong predictor of your ability to move in and out of systems. So if you can read, because you're reading General American English text, you're reading print that's written in the standard, you learn how to use it by reading it. And so kids who read well automatically make this shift. So strong reading facilitates code switching. And that's really important because kids who read well code switch, but kids who use a lot of dialect don't usually learn to read well. And so it's a tension that we have to deal with print. Next. And so we see that it matters for language. This is sentence processing on the test of language development. This is the DELV. How many people know this test? It's the, what does DELV stand for? Diagnostic Evaluation of Language Variation. And so it's a standardized test that we use to figure out where you are on that continuum. Are you high, low, or moderate? And what we see is that's the high end down there where it says 100. The kids who are at the high end don't perform well. on sentence comprehension, standardized sentence comprehension test. But if you're in this low range, you're doing fine. A few kids are falling below expectations, but most kids are doing okay. The higher the density of dialect, the less well kids are doing on these standardized tests. Next. So the question becomes, is it the test or the kids? And I think it's a combination of the two, actually. And so this is reading. This is the passage comprehension subtest of the Woodcock-Johnson, 1st through 5th grade. We see our high dialect users performing very poorly on this subtest, and our lower dialect users doing okay. So we know that it has consequences. And the question is, how do we address it? Because I am not an advocate of teaching code switching in schools, just not. And so there are other ways to address this. Next. So, but learning the language of school is important. When we see African-American students who haven't learned to use the school code in oral language by the end of 2nd grade, when we see them in 4th or 5th grade, they're a grade level or more behind. So we see about 2/3 of kids learning to use the language of school spontaneously by the end of 2nd grade. That leaves a whole third who don't. Kids who are still using a lot of language variation and thus are having difficulty with reading. It's not the only thing that influences reading, but we know it's a major variable. Next. So that's language print. Does anybody have a question? Yes.
So we know that children use a lot of telephones now, and they kind of, they have their own language on telephone that kind of translates into how they write.
Yes.
So does that.
Did you say television?
Telephone.
Yeah.
When they're texting, WhatsApping, whatever they say, they use their own, I guess, language. And then it translates into how they write and.
And then you see that in class?
Yes.
And that comes up a lot. So kids are doing, you know, certain things with texting, like not writing the whole word or changing things. That's a code switch. Okay. So that's something you can do when you're texting, but you do not do that when you're writing in class. That's the response to that. But it's a switch. But one of the things that it shows, because teachers respond really negatively to it for good reason, you need to learn how to, write text. But the other thing is, a lot of times teachers will say kids don't like writing. They do write. They write in texting. They write on social media. The ways that we're writing in classes is what they're not doing. And so if we could find some way to bring those two things together, kids might write more. But the reality is that's a code switch. When you're texting, you write this way. When you're doing this, you write this way. When you're on Facebook, you write this way. All of those ways are valid, but you have to be able to switch depending on what the environment calls for.
Would it cause an impact on their reading abilities and the things they do in the classroom? Because if that's how they're writing and reading things from one another, would it slow them down?
I don't think it would slow down reading. I think it changes writing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, as a parent with a dyslexic daughter, she and having a deeper median dialect, I generally will leave off the ends of words. And she's very surprised when we go to write them down that they have another letter at the end. How do I instinctively, I then apologize. I'm so sorry. I did you wrong. I spoke incorrectly. How do I positively reinforce my dialect and not apologize for how I'm saying it and that's just spelling it wrong because I said it wrong?
That's such a good question. So the reality is, congratulations on using your language system, the one you love her in. You do not need to change it. But when she learns how to write and she writes a word, that's when you get to reinforce. Oh, there's a letter on the end of that's conventional spelling. And conventional spelling doesn't always match oral language. But when you learn to spell, you learn to put those sounds on. So when you two sit down to spell together, then you stress the end of the word. What I don't like to see is researchers and teachers insisting that parents change the way they talk. I don't think that's appropriate. That I never try to change what anybody's doing at home. In the same way that if you are a Spanish speaker and you come to school speaking Spanish, you will learn English in school. And sometimes what we see is parents try to change. I used to see this when I was collecting data, where I used to pick data collectors who spoke African-American English. And then when they were with kids, because it was school, they would try to switch. Oh my God, it was horrible. So the kids would be learning all these rules that were wrong because the person really couldn't code switch very well. And so they would be doing things that actually aren't appropriate or rule governed. And then the kids would do it and we'd be analyzing the data like, what is going on with these kids? And then we would realize all of them had data collected by Margie. And so then we go and look at it and we're like, oh, because Margie's doing X and it's artificial. She doesn't speak General American English well enough to make the switch and teach the kids the rules. So what do we want her to do? We want her to speak African American English like we asked her to. And then the kids learn it in school. And so I think you're fine. Don't feel guilty. She will learn Bermudian English and she will come to cherish it. You know, when I was living in Georgia, I had a neighbor from Jamaica, and whenever she didn't want me to understand what she was saying, she would say it in patois. She was really happy about that, and it gave her another language that she could use, and she would look at me, she'd be talking to her boyfriend, and she'd make this switch, and I'm like, oh, okay. But it was something that she really valued, and she knew it was part of her culture, so I think it's important.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
And I think that kind of partially contributes to the confusion. She has a Jamaican father who swaps to American English from time to time, and a Bermudian mother who can code switch as well. So she gets 4 different.
How old is she?
10.
She'll figure it out. We see kids.
Does that make it worse?
The way that we see, you know, honestly, when I was at Georgia State, the place I see that being difficult for our kids is written language. So there are 4 different systems. It doesn't mean you give them up, but it means that they have to work harder to learn the language, learn the rules for the written system. They learn it in oral language easily because they're talking to you. But when it comes to written language, I had a doctoral student who spoke African American English, Southern English, Gullah, which is really different than any kind of English, and then General American English. She was wonderful in oral language, but she had a lot of trouble with writing because she never completely learned in the written system, the rules of each one. And so she was applying the rules of all of them to her writing. And so we worked on changing that, which is a lot harder when you're 22. And so it's something she should learn earlier. So spend some time on writing. I mean, you don't have to change what you're doing orally, but spend some time on writing and help her figure out the systems. Because you're right. And because they're all English, the differences are subtle, more subtle than if you were speaking German and Japanese, right? Those differences are more obvious. Any other questions? Yes.
So does that mean if your child is dyslexic and she's in a classroom with a teacher who's not Bermudian, with classmates that are varied, but maybe most of them maybe are not Bermudian as well, maybe by default, the teacher has to be more cognizant to slow down for the maybe Bermudian children in the class? Like, are they at a disadvantage, and is the teacher have to be more intentional about the learning difference between their English from, if they're from Canada or the States, versus, and the different levels within the classroom?
Am I getting ready to get somebody in trouble?
I'm just, you know, we have the public school system.
Yes.
We have varying teachers from different backgrounds and regions. But I take my dyslexic daughter she's in a classroom with mostly children from different parts of the world, not many Bermudians, but quite a few, but also maybe it has certain teachers that are not Bermudian. So is she at a disadvantage even more so?
I don't know if she's at a disadvantage, but your question about the teacher being more intentional is yes.
Okay.
That when you have kids who come from different language backgrounds, you do have to be more intentional about what you're teaching and how you're teaching it. because students are coming from different language backgrounds, and language, reading is language. And so when we talk to teachers, for example, in California, with all these different systems that students are speaking, they need to be able to tell the difference between an error
Exactly.
and a dialect difference. And so that means that as an instructor, I need to be more intentional about learning the differences between what you're presenting in sort of a printed standard versus what students are bringing. Because then you can kind of anticipate where they might have difficulty and spend more time there. That's what we ask teachers to do. So they do need to be more intentional. Yes.
So I'm going to take a tangent off of that because that was part of where I was thinking. When we're looking at what teachers we put in different levels in school, coming from the Department of Education, should we be looking to try to have our dialectal speakers be the teachers of our foundational years?
I have never been asked that question.
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
coming off of our previous conversation.
Yes.
And for other events, what you're now saying, I'm taking this in, I'm thinking about what Dr. Curtis Tweed said in terms of
Yep.
training and thinking very systematically about how I support teachers in the instruction of reading, especially at our lowest levels.
Yep.
And how literacy, how it works. How do we support our students who come in? And yes, I definitely code switch. A Scottish father who I did not hear his accent until I heard somebody say, oh yes, Scottish, whatever. A Canadian mother. I grew up in the private system. I did not hear the language, but my Bermudian can very much come out depending on who I'm speaking with. It is an automatic process.
It is.
So,
It's implicit.
taught at Delwood for 10 years. Trust and believe I did not speak like this. When I'm now thinking about what we're putting, who we're putting in what levels of the classroom, how to support those teachers with our students. People coming from, and not all islands are the same, Jamaica, Trinidad, Bahamas, coming in, they bring their dialect, their school system beliefs. You've already mentioned the importance of having the school code already impacting negatively the cognitive load on children and them learning, their learning taking longer, more exposure, more practice. We need to be more intentional in what teachers we're placing, especially at the lower level.
That is such a good question and well formed. The answer for me is, first of all, I have no empirical evidence. Let me start with that. But if I were going to do that, you need to be sure that the teacher can code switch and scaffold the kids toward print.
Yes.
So what we don't want, which we often see in Head Start, is the assistant who speaks the language of the community, but doesn't speak the language of school. And so can't be involved in scaffolding. You need, if you decided that you were going to have people in those introductory levels who spoke the language of the community, they also need to speak the language of school so that they're helping kids scaffold from the language of home to the language of print in a way that honors the language of home, but understands that the language of print is really important for becoming a reader. So that would be my answer to that if you decided to do that, it's really not a bad idea, but they need to be able to help the kids scaffold to the language of school. And we've seen a lot with our assistants in those early ages. The teacher sometimes even can't model the language of school in early childhood. And what that means for kids is it's another year before they hear it in kindergarten, if they're lucky, depending on the school district. And so even if you have someone who's using the language of the community, they need to be able to help the kids make the switch back and forth. You know, the place that I've seen that's really good at this is South Africa. South Africa has 12 official languages, which begs the term official for me. But it means that there are all these kids in school who come from all these different language backgrounds. And there are these tribal languages in the community that are actually quite similar to each other. And they have a really great system for having teachers move in and out of those systems, depending on what kids need. So if they're trying to explain something that is complex and abstract, they do it in the home language, because the kids, they don't want the kids focused on the language piece. They want them focused on the concept. And so they use the language to support, but are able to go back and forth and help kids scaffold and ultimately get to English, which is what the matric test is in. And so it's like this balancing act over time. But having kids be able to think and learn in their home language is really important. Ryan was with me when this happened in South Africa. This girl that I learned so much from, she was 12, and we had them getting up and they were reciting things. And we were in this rural village, and they had to memorize something for like a prize or something. And she stood up and she was going to do the memorization. And she turned and looked at me and said, "Can I do it in my own language first? And then I'll do it in English." She did the whole thing in Sepedi, which was her home language. And then she said, "Now I'm ready." And she did it flawlessly in English. But she needed to do it in the system that she was an expert in first in order to make the switch to the second one. And so I really learned from her about how she reduced the demands of doing this task by doing it with the language that she had the most comfort and expertise with before she switched to the one that she's learning. So I learned a lot from her. Somebody had their hand up there. And then that's the last one. Then I have to talk about executive function for about 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes.
I just wanted to share that I am one of those teachers who come from the Caribbean. And the first year was really a challenge. The first thing I had to do was speak slower. And I guess I learned a lot because I was open to learning. So I would say in my country, I would say this, and this is what I mean. And I would ask them questions, and how do you interpret this, and how would you say this, right? Because I found that I had to ask questions because I did not realize I had an accent until I came here. Right?
Yes, you do.
So differently depending on where you move to.
That's right.
So coming from Belize, I sound Belizean, so I sound different. In my country, I don't sound different. So then the children had to get used to my sound, and I had to get used to their sound.
That's right.
And how they say certain things. And so when they would write certain things to me, sometimes I didn't always get it. And I would ask them, well, what did you mean by this? Right? And so it took, I've been at the same school for a while now. So now they're used to my sound, and I'm used to, for the most part, how they sound. But there's still certain things that they say that.
But in order to do what you did takes a level of language sophistication and metalinguistic ability that kids don't always have.
Yeah.
And so you're able to do it because you're older and linguistically proficient. And that's not always what happens with little kids learning to read, that they can't ask the questions. So we have to structure the environment. And that's really the message as a teacher, to structure the environment to support success, instead of asking the kids to change. Change the environment around them. Okay, next. And I'm going fast. So I'm not going to talk about what executive function is because my folks have already done that, but it impacts learning, and inhibition, self-regulation, motivation, attention, and working memory are what Raver and her colleagues talk about a lot with kids growing up in poverty. Next. And, I'm working with a school in Atlanta where the kids and families are experiencing homelessness, and toxic stress is real for these kids. And learning how to cope in the face of adversity and not have all these behaviors that we always talk about, it damages and weakens the brain architecture. And so it's really important for them to be in environments that are supportive and help them learn the skills that they need. Next. And so I talk a lot about inhibition and self-regulation, and inhibition is a form of self-regulation. And it's something that we see kids having the most difficulty with, the ability to calm themselves down or amp up. We always talk about the kid who needs to come down. We also need to talk about the kid who's letting people pop him in the head without saying anything. because that's not appropriate either. And it's emotion regulation. We see it a lot in classrooms. Next. And so there's this growing body of research that says these kids are overrepresented, that kids growing up in poverty are overrepresented in discipline referrals. And we talk a lot about behavior problems. And I just want to say it's self-regulation. It's not a kid who comes to school who decides he's going to ruin your day and be a jerk. It's a child who often can't manage their own behavior and their own body and their selves. And so for these kids, they arise from difficulty with self-regulation and inhibition. I raised one of those. The kid who can raise their hand but can't wait to say the answer. The kid who is always moving when you want them to be still. I learned a long time ago in Washington, D.C., going into preschools and doing observations. I watched in this preschool one day and I saw all the girls sitting in the front like this, listening to the teacher, and the boys were under the table in the back of the room. And so I wrote on my little pad, this teacher needs to focus on classroom management. That's what I wrote. Then she asked questions about what she said. The boys rolled from under the table, put their hands up and answered all the questions right. And so I crossed everything out. And I wrote, girls are active listeners, boys are active while listening. Because I learned that from watching them. And I have two sons and they are. When my older son was in 3rd grade, he came home and told me, I figured out what teachers want. And okay, I want to hear this. And he said, they want us to be girls. And when I went to school and told his teacher that, she was mortified. But they do. They wanted him to act like a girl and be the active listener, and he wanted to roll under the desk. Okay, next. Poverty and poverty-related stressors are associated with lower executive function. They compromise self-regulation. Next. And kids who are, I have a doctoral student who's interested in this because she has a son who has dysgraphia, dyscalculia. He has the whole complex. And he made it to 5th grade and nobody noticed because he was so nice. He is so nice. And so she's interested in why, if you were a kid who was acting out, everybody would notice. But because he was so nice, they were just glad he wasn't causing problems. So he got to be in this higher grade. We had an IEP and I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they're talking, we need to do observation first. I'm like, kindergarten through 5th grade were observation. Now we need intervention. And so this idea that kids who are withdrawn or disruptive, they get less instruction, fewer opportunities for learning from peers. They can be less engaged and less positive about their role as learners. He didn't think he knew, he wasn't learning. That's what he thought. He knew a lot. He just couldn't express it. Next. So low-income kids are overrepresented in difficult. We already saw this. Next. Okay, the onset of these problem behaviors is in toddler years. One of the things I thought was interesting when you were talking, Vince, is a lot of the things that you say about executive function are exactly the same thing we say about kids with language impairments. That a lot of it, we see the same kinds of behavioral outcomes for those kids. Next. Black kids represent 18% of preschool enrollment, 48% of preschool kids who are suspended. Yes, we suspend preschoolers. That's ridiculous. I have a suspended preschooler. When they suspended him, I pulled him out and put him in with the nice lady who does like childcare at her house. He was not ready for in-school preschool, but we're suspending kids, and Black kids are more likely to be suspended. And if you are a boy, multiple suspensions are common. Boys represent 54% of preschool enrollment and 79% of kids who will be suspended. So if you are a boy, you're going to have problems. If you're a Black boy, big problems. So this idea that those kids, their brains are not as well developed, especially if they have ADHD, I knew that But the world does not allow a big Black boy to slow down and be talked about as though he just needs more time. They are suspended, jailed, imprisoned, school to prison pipeline. Next. So 67% of the kids in the United States are enrolled in non-relative care. This was a long time ago. The number is higher. Now that people are doing state-based preschool. Preschools are really important for addressing these issues. When I talk to preschool teachers, I had a preschool teacher in Mississippi say, well, these kids are a problem. When they come to school, they can't even stand in line. And I was like, well, where would they learn that? Nobody has to stand in line until they get to school. So why don't you? And so that's the idea that all these things that we're concerned about, we talk about behavior problems. If we're really talking about executive function, it means that part of the responsibility for us is to help kids get to this, not to just expect that they're coming to school with it, because a lot of kids aren't. Blair and Raymer have shown that kids' brains change by the time they get to school. The school is good with that chaotic place we came from at home. It's protecting me from that. Now I get to school and you want me to sit still all day. Brain's not ready for that. And so we see a lot of these kids, especially poor kids, having difficulty in preschool with behavior that is really executive function. Self-regulatory skills. Self-regulation is part of development. If you have ADHD, good luck. It is harder, but a lot of kids who are having trouble with self-regulation are not ADHD. They're kids growing up in poverty who need models and practice in the classroom with how to do a better job with this when they're really young. Because as Dr. Kulata said, you let them get too old, it's going to be really hard to pull them back. So next. So a lot of the classroom management concerns that I hear teachers talk about are really self-management issues. For kids who really manifest these self-regulatory issues in a really disruptive way in the classroom. We see it in our kids who are growing up in poverty. Homeless kids, we see it a lot, and we spend a lot of time in the classroom focused on it, making sure that kids are able to move and also learning how in a systematic way to sit at the circle time, to be able to do the things we want them to do in the classroom, because they're life skills also. Next. Am I not done yet? I'm done. So in the classroom, a lot of the things we talk about relative to behavior in little kids really are self-regulatory skills for them. Next, finally. So all of these things, we see them as being inextricably tied. The kid who has trouble with executive function will have trouble, we see having trouble with other things in the classroom, including learning to read. And so if we don't attend to all of these, we end up having kids who are really quite bright, who never end up learning the skills that we're trying to teach them with print and language. And so we have to start thinking about this as something that we build into our teaching in classrooms from a very young age. And I'm done. Thank you.
Dr. Washington. Right, there she is. So I am very pleased to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Ryan Lee James is an ASHA certified speech and language pathologist and published author with expertise in language development, language disorders, and literacy in the context of linguistic differences and socioeconomic disadvantage, and believes that eventually all children will be liberated through language and literacy. In her current role as the director of the Rollins Center for Language and Literacy at the Atlanta Speech School, Dr. Lee James is responsible for working collaboratively with community-based organizations and key stakeholders to impact language and literacy achievement for all our children, especially those who have been disenfranchised by inequitable systems. Before joining the team at the Atlanta Speech School, Dr. Lee James had the privilege of training and mentoring graduate level speech language pathologists as a member of the Communication Sciences and Disorders faculty at Adelphi University in New York. Dr. Lee James serves on numerous boards and committees for local and national entities And I have had the pleasure of working with Dr. Lee James this year. It's been an honor and wonderful experience. So let's welcome Dr. Lee James.
Thank you. It is really good to be here with y'all. And as I understand it now, the clicker works. And it seems to have been regulated.
And that old man's during lunch.
Jinx yourself.
Well, it's all good. We can make do. I'm Ryan. Again, really grateful to be here with y'all. Currently, I serve as the director of the Rollins Center for Language and Literacy at the Atlanta Speech School, where me and a huge team of folks, about 40 folks, are responsible for creating professional development for teachers, namely in the area of language and literacy. As Margie mentioned, I am a speech language pathologist by training. I'm thrilled to be here with y'all. I'm not so thrilled to be following up Vince, my colleague here in Washington, who is my dear mentor and now friend, but really excited to talk with y'all about this important topic. So I think, they'll go on the clicker. That's all good. I got excited.
Thank goodness for Diago.
I think I have one.
Oh, I think it's fine. Okay. Well, all right, we'll see. All right, so it looks like we're good. So I have a few objectives for this presentation, and I've listed them here on the slide. The title of my presentation is Cumulative Risk, Understanding Factors that Support Development and Learning. So we're gonna spend a little time talking about cumulative risk theory. Y'all may be familiar with cumulative risk theory, but we're gonna, as quickly as we can, get to points number 3 and 4. Because we know a lot now about the impact of risk factors, poverty, trauma, stress, abuse. We know a ton about these factors now and how they influence the brain and what that means for child outcomes, child development. And so I want us to spend some time today thinking about what is within our locus of control, which is what we can do as educators, what we can do as administrators to be able to support all kids. And so we want to think about, I want to think about this, continuing with the theme of the day, thinking about this from a real strengths-based place. I really appreciated Dr. Julie Washington's talk and how she's challenging us to think about supporting culturally and linguistically diverse students in our classrooms. And not from the lens of what can we do to change students, but what can we do to change our thinking? And even more importantly, what can we do to change our systems? Because there are larger systems in play that I think Dr. Phyllis Hyman talked about this morning, larger systems in play that even as we do our job as educators, it's still going to be a challenge if we can't move to systems level change. So what do we know? We know development is complex and it happens in context. Kids are not being raised in a vacuum. They are a part of a society, a part of a community, part of a culture, right? So all of these factors and more impact development, whether a child has access to quality medical care, nutrition, what type of community that child is growing up in. Financial resources here should really be huge, right? Because we know so much of what we're talking about when it comes to access is driven by financial resources. And of course, education. And so a lot of these factors, all of these factors are related. And I have some notes here, so don't be distracted because I'm gonna check out my notes to make sure I don't miss anything. John Lewis, who was a congressman who's passed away, and a civil rights revolutionary, said that teachers are the freedom riders of the 21st century. And this is true, right? We rely so heavily on teachers. And we saw that during the pandemic, especially in the United States. everything went virtual, and then parents were teachers, myself included. I had a pre-care at the time. And even though this is my area, I can't teach my own child. I was struggling. We were struggling together. So we know that development happens in a really complex context. It becomes even more complex for our most vulnerable kids. Dr. Washington talked a little bit about this, but I'm just gonna breeze through it. We know that rapid and abundant development happens in the first few years of life. Through intentional interactions with adults and kids in their environment, infants and young toddlers develop their oral language skills. So I was eating lunch with these ladies here in the third row that have a preschool and run a preschool. And so we know that this is true, right? We do not tell an infant or a toddler, okay, subject, verb, agreement in English, or subject, verb, object in English, right? They just learn that just from being in their environment. And so much of what we talk to educators about in the early care and learning space is talk to kids, build their language in whatever your first language is, as Dr. Washington talked about, the language of love, right? Because we know that it is this early foundation for oral language upon which reading develops. Children with identified developmental language delays can reach language milestones. We know that, maybe on a protracted timeline, but with high quality intervention, we can get kids there. What about the development of emergent literacy? Well, as kids get a little older, we need to be a little more explicit, right? So we move to doing things still intentional, right? But maybe even more, or certainly more explicit as they get older, focusing on oral language components, listening comprehension, vocabulary, syntax, maybe through play, but certainly through interactions with peers and adults. Through intentional games, activities, and instructions, kids develop their oral or their early reading skills, specifically phonemic awareness, print awareness, and letter knowledge. Some kids will get this information at home, right? And some kids will come to school not having a lot of experience with traditional literacy, which again, is something Dr. Washington touched on. The goal, though, is for kids to arrive at school with strong oral language and oral reading skills or emergent literacy skills. So now, and I had this conversation with some folks I was sitting with at lunch, and so I won't read this. We talked about structured literacy and the science of reading as it's been coined, and there's a lot of discussion about this now in the United States. And we're talking about it more and more. One of the reasons I think is because the pandemic really impacted all kids. Now, there are kids who were disproportionately impacted by COVID when we were all sent home from schools and kids were learning online and access became an issue. But the science of reading now, I think we're talking about it a lot, is because kids who we did not expect to have reading difficulty are having reading difficulty. And they're coming to school without these rich experiences that we were seeing them come in with, mainly kids from higher income backgrounds and white children. And so Dr. Washington talked about the abysmal statistics in the United States that 17% of Black kids were reading on grade level. And that was pre-COVID. That's really important because now there'll be a lot of discussion about kids who are underachieving. We have been failing kids for a long time. Not that wasn't COVID. We were doing that system, not us as educators, but systems, larger systems at play. What we do know, for folks who were asking earlier about how can we support our kids, we know that structured literacy, intentional, explicit, systematic instruction around the components of language works. And we also talked about, or Dr. Washington talked about, what do we do with these kids that are non-standard dialect speakers, right? I also am not a supporter of teaching kids to try and code switch. Let's just teach kids to read. Let's explicitly instruct them on the components of language. And as we saw, that when kids are able to read, they make that shift on their own. So what is cumulative risk? It's a framework to understand, for understanding the relationship of a host of risk factors and development. Is anybody familiar with cumulative risk theory? Besides you. It's a framework for understanding the impact, predicting the relationship between social and environmental risk factors on developmental outcomes. Now, no one is gonna hear this and go, ooh, oh my gosh, this is shocking. We know this, y'all. We know that poverty is a challenge, right? We know that poverty is associated with a host of other risk factors, though not mutually exclusive: maternal education level, maternal mental health, student mobility, trauma, neighborhood dangerousness, and violence. So what cumulative risk theory does is it says that the more risk factors a child has, the poorer their developmental outcomes will be. Is anybody surprised? No. This is not surprising, but we need basic research and theorists to tell us these things, even still. Differences in the structure of the brain have been observed as young as infancy. And so we see that these effects long before kids get to school, within the first year of life even, that their brains look differently, structurally are different because of the impact of these risk factors. And so what does it impact? Executive function, cognition, behavior, language, and of course, academic achievement. So this becomes problematic because we know that oral language and literacy development rely on the same underlying cognitive processes. So we've talked a lot about executive function this morning, so I'll try not to be too redundant. We know that executive function is the umbrella term used to describe skills that enable one to engage in goal-directed behavior. Executive functions are broadly defined as cognitive flexibility, inhibition, and working memory, and impact these skills. So somebody said, do I have any hope? I'm working with, a classroom full of 8-year-olds, struggling with attention, planning, organizing, regulating emotions, right? And being able to self-monitor, all important behaviors for learning. So executive function skills are positively correlated with behavior, language, and literacy. Children with developmental delays and learning disabilities, we've talked about, are going to struggle with executive function skills. But as a speech language pathologist, one thing that we do is work on oral language in order to improve executive function. So we'll talk a little bit about that. In the teaching phase of dynamic assessment, we consider something that Liz Pena and her colleagues refer to as cognitive responsivity. So dynamic assessment is an assessment paradigm that speech language pathologists, primarily in research, but somewhat in practice, use to be able to determine whether a child who comes to school having a different first language than the language of school is actually presenting with a language disorder or a learning disability, or whether it's just a difference. And so Liz Pena and her colleagues have done probably over a decade now of research on helping us understand how we can use dynamic assessment and these short teaching paradigms in order to be able to improve oral language and learning for kids from linguistically diverse backgrounds. What this research talks about are three areas: flexibility, task orientation, and metacognition, as initial indicators of learning potential. So not the end all be all, and not that we can't improve these things through training, but how successful initially will a child be based on these elements? Are they able to be flexible in their thinking? Are they task oriented, and what levels of metacognition do they have? Sorry. Okay, I'm good. Sorry, y'all, I'm gonna stay on time. Okay. So In addition to all the cognitive processing, there's some specific language processing that we know happens, that needs to happen in order for kids to be able to read and quite frankly, be proficient language users. So the 4-part processor model was developed by Mark Seidenberg and his colleague to sort of help us understand how children read unfamiliar words. So I want y'all to sort of think about this for the educators in the room, without getting too technical, thinking about these different processors and what they mean, one, for assessment in your classroom. Where is my child, where is my student struggling? Are they struggling with phonology? Are they struggling with syntax? Are they struggling? Where is my child struggling? And start to use that as a starting point for instruction. So the 4-part processor, again, tells us or helps us understand how kids read unfamiliar words. This is oversimplified, but when you think about all that has to happen for a child to be able to read, we talked about that earlier, there's a lot happening. There's a lot of cognitive processing happening. There's a ton happening with language. So in this model, the phonological processor and the orthographic processor communicate with one another. This is our understanding of phonics. Once a child has has accurately decoded that word, they send it to the meaning processor for meaning. What does this word mean? And then to the context processor. What does this word mean in the context of what I'm reading, right? In order to be able to make meaning from text. We don't talk a whole lot about pragmatic awareness. What I have found is coming to the literacy world from speech language, but pragmatics plays a huge role. So the tables on these following slides is from a book called Speech to Print from Louisa Moats. And I'm not sure if you are familiar with Louisa Moats, but she's a huge literacy guru. So I wanted to include this for y'all, and I know you'll have access to these slides because to me, as a speech language pathologist, this table has enlightened me so much as we think about what's the relevance of syntax for reading and writing. And at first, to some, this can seem, oh yeah, this is simple, but there are a ton of teachers who do not have this information. And so when we're thinking about what does our language instruction need to look like? What does our literacy instruction need to look like? We need to be attacking these systems in the classroom, explicitly and systematically. We're going to talk about semantics a little bit later. Dr. Washington talked about African-American English and many other dialects, non-standard dialects of English being impacted by phonology, morphology, and syntax. And so spending a little more time on these domains in explicit instruction makes a lot of sense for our kids who are having to make that switch. So what are the limitations of cumulative risk? Well, first, it takes an additive approach. So we really don't get an opportunity to understand through this model what the contribution is of individual factors. So for example, it sort of assumes that, you could have a combination of poverty, neighborhood dangerousness, and student mobility. And that's going to impact the same way as if you had poverty, abuse, and neglect, right? But even those different risk factors may influence or impact development differentially. So this is a limitation of cumulative risk. And it does not seek to understand the various types of adversity and the impact on learning processes in distinct ways. But again, as I said before, at this point, we know enough, right? That kids from certain backgrounds are struggling. Here is the good news for us all in this room, that cumulative risk talks about promotive and protective factors, understanding how environment impacts development, considering what we know about language and reading and the implications for teaching all kids. So child-centered parenting has been considered a promotive factor, a protective factor. However, child-centered parenting, the way that we have talked about it in research, is really white, mainstream, upper class centered. Y'all are familiar with child-centered parenting, yes? The discussion of child-centered parenting, a child-centered approach to language. So for example, talking to children in more facilitated ways, not stop, get down, but Kendall, you should really think about what you're doing. Why do you think you might want to sit down? What do you think is going to happen to you if you don't sit down? We know now from research that those two distinct communication styles are directly related to culture and linguistic background, right? So even within some of this, y'all, it's important. I thought Julie Washington was going to touch on the weird research, and she didn't. But most of what we know from research is not based on the global majority of people. And so that's really important as you dig into research and start to think more explicitly about how does this particular strategy or this body of research relate to the kids that I'm teaching? The reality is most of what we know is not from the kids probably that many of you are teaching. And so you've got to really consider that. And again, a fallout of systemic injustice. And racism, quite frankly, that there's a different way or a standard way, right? And that's been really unfortunate for our kids. Early intervention is important. We know in the United States that even, we call it Part C of IDEA, it's our special education law that serves kids in 0 to 3. Even from infancy, Black kids, brown kids, kids who speak English as a second language, kids who are from lower SES backgrounds don't get access to those services at disproportionate rates. And that continues in speech language impairment or specific learning disability in our country, that we are not identifying certain kids. We talked about behavior, yes. We identify Black, poor, maybe English language learners as having behavioral challenges, but not as specific learning impairment or specific learning disability. And so what does that mean for implications for intervention? You can get behavioral interventions, but you don't get access to the academic interventions that are really going to draw and cultivate your knowledge as a student. So we need some systems that work for all kids. And this is what I get to have the privilege of working on in Atlanta, and I love it. School level factors are promotive, but high quality teaching and teacher-child closeness have specifically been called out in this body of literature as being important for even kids coming from the most disadvantaged circumstance. Even in saying that though, I think it's important. I put this quote here. It's from, I'm not sure if y'all have read the book Savage Inequalities, but it's from Jonathan Cazole, and he says, placing the burden on the individuals to break down doors and finding better education for a child is attractive to conservatives. But to ask an individual to break down doors that we have chained and bolted in advance of his arrival is unfair. So I'm saying this about high quality teaching and teacher-child closeness because it's important. We need to know that as teachers, we can make a huge difference through evidence-based practices, but we also need systems change. And so we focus a lot on what teachers can do and not a lot on systems level change. So don't want to put all the burden here on the teacher. Okay, I think I'm doing really great in time because I'm almost done, y'all. This slide is getting close to the end. Okay. Let's see. Dr. Goldie Muhammad was a professor at Georgia State when I was there, and I think now she's at the University of Chicago. I see you know Goldie Muhammad.
Georgia State.
Oh, you went to Georgia State? Dr. Julie Washington was my mentor at Georgia State. Welcome. All right. So So Dr. Goldie Muhammad was at Georgia State. Obviously, there's a lot of brilliance being cultivated. But she talks about an equity model for culturally and historically responsive literacy. She talks about, if y'all haven't read her book, Cultivating Genius, you should get it. It's a great book. She talks about getting back to, again, because there's just been this stigma around certain groups in the United States. She talks about motivating literacy instruction based on Black literary societies, and that Indigenous folks, Black folks always used literacy as a method, as a mode for transforming not just themselves, but society. And she talks about skill development not being enough. And that might be sort of unpopular for folks. I think Dr. Phyllis earlier mentioned the goal of reading instruction is far beyond comprehension. But we do need to get kids the basic skills first. But as we're talking about inequitable systems that don't work for all kids, we need kids who are, one, liberated through literacy and language, that are able to impact the systems, right? And so Dr. Goldie Muhammad talks about skill and drill just not being enough. And I'll share her framework on the next slide. Important for us to know as educators, and sometimes we forget day to day, the work gets hard, all are capable of acquiring some form of literacy. That's got to stay at the top of our minds, right? Literacy is a fundamental human right. So in the US, for example, the fact that pre-COVID, only 17% of Black kids were reading, unconscionable, right? Unconscionable. Literacy is our collective responsibility. Literacy has the potential to lead to empowerment, and literacy requires and creates a connection with others. Again, probably not surprised by this, but really important to always raise. Culturally responsive language and literacy is a critical component of education, but often neglected. So developing deep readers and thinkers through implementation of best practices. So again, we're talking about far beyond just literal comprehension and approaching this work from a whole child lens. So this is Dr. Goldie Muhammad's framework. And the objectives that I put on the slide earlier were about thinking about a framework like this and what it might look like in your classroom. So she talks about identity development. How will this activity or this lesson help students learn something about themselves or others? So again, thinking about culturally and linguistically preserving practices. This is all in the context of literacy, right? Reading texts that are relevant and appropriate for the kids that we teach. Skill development. How will this activity serve to develop student skills in the content area, like reading? We're all doing this, right? School is all about skill. Intellectual development. How will this activity create space for students to apply their learning in authentic ways connected to the world, including emotional intelligence and self and social awareness? So criticality is an element that Dr. Goldie Muhammad talks about that I think is really important. And she talks about criticality with a capital C and not lowercase c. She distinguishes that from critical thinking. How will this activity engage students' thinking about power, anti-oppression, and equity in communities and society? This is deeper thinking that we want students to engage in, far beyond the text, right? But we do know kids have to get to the text. I'm getting there. Joy. How will students experience joy through this activity? As we think about the two promotive factors, high quality teaching and teacher-child closeness, this is a way to get there. How do you get close with your students? Value them, value what they're bringing to the classroom, even if it's different than what you've experienced or your background, right? Because we talk about, and we just got to find new language. We talk about diversity and minority, and what does that even mean? What is mainstream even, right? And so valuing all students using this framework is a way to get to teacher-child closeness. And then, of course, back to my roots, the reading rope. Skills, abilities that kids need to be able to unlock the code, comprehend, and to be able to do what Goldie Muhammad is challenging us to do, think critically about power, anti-oppression, equity, society, community. First, you got to be able to access, got to be able to crack the code. And so we know that all these skills are important. How do you, how do you teach all of these skills, right? I have a question for y'all. Do y'all talk about the science of reading a lot here? Yes.
I use that as my basis for teaching the class teachers as well as the reading teachers and the research I promote for instruction, data-driven.
Okay. So is structured literacy being used widely in the public schools in Bermuda?
We are developing that. So we have started implementing right before COVID, a phonemic awareness curriculum for preschool. We've actually started it for our Bright Start 3-year-old classes, primary 1, which is kindergarten, P2, which is grade 1.
Okay. Focused on this.
Yes.
Right. We know that if any one of these threads, which is why we can't neglect any one of them, prioritize one over another. So I know the other side of the science of reading or the whole language approach to reading says that, science of reading folks are just focused on phonics. All we want to do is talk about phonics. That's not true. We know that it's all these threads, right, that gets kids to reading. And if one of these threads breaks, pops, is frayed, then a child is going to struggle, right? And so thinking back to that 4-part processor, where is your student having difficulty? And how can we design instruction, intervention even, to support those students? So I included this because, and I'm not going to read it all, but I think if you have these slides, it will be helpful. Our colleagues, Lakeisha Johnson and Brandy Gatlin, published this paper in the IDA Perspectives. And really because folks are asking, okay, you're telling me that the alphabetic principle is important. Well, how do I teach that? What do I do to get my kids to have phonological and phonemic awareness? And so this table is really helpful, high level, but still helpful. And I'm going to share another resource with y'all. So semantics, vocabulary and comprehension, utilizing word web, semantic maps, all of these are strategies to help you achieve what's here in Scarborough's row. Again, my belief now, and this is new, all even still new to me. Doing this outside of the context of who the child is, we've got to be considering who the child is. Were you going to say something? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to jump in. So as we think about executive function, right, and realizing that executive function undergirds all these skills, as my time comes to an end, I think I want to share just 2 resources. I mentioned to y'all that part of my job is to develop professional learning. We offer free professional learning through our online Cox campus. And I pulled 2 resources, and really I just did it this morning, as I overheard people talking about, so if my child is struggling, young kids especially struggling with executive function, How can I support them? Well, we've said that executive function difficulties, language difficulties, all of these things are happening together, right? You hardly ever get a child with a very pure, we were talking about this last night, only struggles with morphology and syntax. We won't see those kids. They won't bubble up as having difficulties in a sea of kids who are struggling to read, right? So I wanted to pull these two resources for y'all. It's from our Cox campus, and I brought a handout. Strategies that teachers can use to support language that will facilitate executive function. And I'll just the first one, monitoring comprehension, being aware when something that is read is unclear, identifying what is not understood, and sample questions. What parts of the story confused you and why? Why are you still wondering? Why? Simple questions, right? But the goal is to support students in getting to a point where they're asking these questions themselves as they read the text. But for kids who are struggling with language and struggling with executive function, they're going to need more support, explicit support. Let me share one more with y'all. Think alouds. So I talked about dynamic assessment as a model for diagnosing language impairment and supporting children from linguistically diverse backgrounds. One thing that Liz Penny and her colleagues talk about is verbal mediation. Whether a child is able to talk themselves through completing a math problem, right? Okay, what do I do first? What do I do second? What do I do third? We talk to kids about think alouds. And we do this from a very young age, but this is relevant for kids who are older, middle school kids, high school kids, right? That haven't learned strategies. And we know that by working on language, we can improve children's executive function skills. And this is a quote from Dr. Bettina Love. She says that abolitionist teaching is not a teaching approach. It's a way of life, a way of seeing the world, and a way of taking action against injustice. So as y'all can see, for me, language and literacy is about so much more than being able to get kids to proficient. Those who have held the power have been literate, have been able to access written text. So this becomes a serious issue of equity. And so I'm proposing that as educators, let's be abolitionists. And that's it, y'all.
Questions for Dr. Lee?
I think it's a question. I'm getting out on a limb again. One of your first slides, had poverty in red.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a disconnect between your interpretation of poverty in the United States and Bermuda.
Okay.
I think the reason is we're considered one of the richest countries in the world.
Okay.
And I think that there are a lot of teachers who have not made the connection between our kids and them being poor and them being at a disadvantage.
So wait, say that again.
Okay. Keeping it real.
Yeah, keep it real. I'm from the east side of Detroit, so.
Okay. What I am saying is, I think that a lot of teachers, including myself at times, I think we make a disconnect between our children that are impoverished because there are a lot of people that are wealthy in this country and they don't make the connection that we actually have poor children.
Wow.
They may see a child in a Nike sneaker and automatically assume that they're okay, but they didn't get fed last night.
Okay.
So there's a huge disconnect in Bermuda with certain teachers that have a child that walks into their classroom that is disheveled, probably hasn't had a bath, and they didn't get a meal, and they would automatically make the assumption that they have a bad parent or a young parent or the grandma's 30, or they just they chose not to eat because there are so many, pardon?
We have that in the States.
It does, but because we are 64,000 strong and we are the third richest country in the world, there are a lot of people that if somebody like me was to say what that child is poor, they would not believe me. And they're not making the connection between the impoverishment of that student and the lack of their education is what I'm saying.
Yeah, here.
Can I get an amen?
And to piggyback on that, there's
Yeah.
no laws in place for
I know.
people whether they're disabled or they have a learning disability. There's no insurance in place.
This is
People
good
who
trouble.
need,
I can.
access to resources, just like in the States, they won't have access to those resources because economically there's that barrier.
Yeah.
So, and there's no laws in place. We have no law in place to say a child with dyslexia has to get services.
Yeah, so let me add something to what y'all are saying. Because I don't necessarily know that we have the challenge of teachers not recognizing that there are students that are coming to school not having eaten, not having the resources that they need at home. I think I would say, I got my colleagues here from Atlanta, I would say that we have teachers that that know that their students have tough circumstances, but they feel like, I mean, and the reality is, I guess that there's not much that they feel like they can do about it. So when I'm talking about cumulative risk and focusing on what is within our realm as teachers, and I hear what you're saying about special education law. We don't need, I mean, I'm gonna say I work at a school for children that have dyslexia, but the reality is in the United States, we do have a law, but disenfranchised kids don't really get access to that.
Children in poverty don't.
Disenfranchised, right, don't really get access to high quality intervention. And so when that's why I bulleted these two or highlighted these two, because we in the United States are working in some difficult contexts. And that's just the reality. So as teachers that are striving to get our kids to achieve, what is it that we can do, again, within our space? I mean, I know y'all weren't asking the question, but thank you for that.
I think one of the big difficulties we have also is the testing cost for these children to find out what these diagnoses are and the early intervention. And yes, we do have child and adolescent services, but their wait list is unreal.
Yeah.
And so kids aren't gonna see someone for a year or two, and then you're missing those gaps for those kids. And it's really disheartening that, nowadays, being a special education and services in my school, it's to ask parents to get these type of documentations or these diagnoses, you're looking at $3,000 to $4,000. And, we're talking about trying to feed our kids. And it's hard for us to even try to,
About 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Testing and the intervention for the children that need it.
We have this issue. So when we're saying that dyslexia, specific learning disability, doesn't really exist for those who are disenfranchised in the United States, that is one of the reasons why, because they can't afford to get the testing. A school that I just became familiar with in New York and in the Bronx is opening a school for kids with dyslexia in the heart of a Black and brown community. And they recognize up front that they want to serve kids that have reading disability, but that the testing is going to be a barrier. And so what are they doing? They've got a clinic that's going to volunteer to support them, but they're also using assessments that teachers can administer that would help them understand where is this child struggling? Are they struggling with phonology? Are they struggling with whatever? If they are, we're going to go ahead and call that child specific learning disability or what, we don't have to give them a title. We're gonna say that kids with dyslexia or reading disabilities, 80% of them struggle in the phonological domain of language. Why you need a label? If you're struggling with phonology, we're gonna bring you to this school and teach you. The reason why I brought up Goldie Muhammad is because, and I know we're not trying to start a revolution in this room, but the reason I brought up Goldie Muhammad is because the only way that we're gonna solve some of the issues that we have is by helping our kids get literate.
We have a school here now, spent almost $28,000 a year to send a child there, BCCL.
What is it?
Bermuda
Center. Oh, BCCL.
Almost $28,000. Like ridiculous.
As an ignorant parent, let me
$28,000.
put that out there first. As an ignorant parent, why aren't teachers able to implement things without the label? Like, why do we have to wait the year and a half that it takes for the reading clinic or whoever have you to get a diagnosis before we can start implementing?
Don't wait.
I don't.
I mean, that's in our experience.
We have something. Yeah, you may speak. You may speak, and then I have one more thing.
So, the teachers don't wait, they just get on it. What was?
Couldn't hear you over here.
Good teachers don't. I said, good teachers don't wait. At my school, we just deliver these services and assist the students as we need to. We are willing to take the slaps and the hits from the ministry, but we do what the children need. So good teachers do not wait.
Abolitionists.
Oh, good teachers are here.
Dr. Washington.
I just wanted to say that I believe that the things that we are talking about are malleable. They are things that we can change. There are some things we can't change. You cannot necessarily change a student's impoverished condition, but you can change whether that student learns to read, whether they get testing, whether that testing happens in a timely manner, whether the teacher is doing the work to teach that child. And I know Bettina calls it abolitionist teaching, but I'm like, it's just real teaching. That the things that we can do, we should be doing, regardless of, sorry, Dr. Finney, regardless of just what our systems are telling us to do, because it can, I know it can get you in trouble, but what John Lewis called it? Good
Teachers
trouble.
are the freedom riders.
Good trouble.
Wait, and let me just, before I end, because I brought a handout for y'all. Part of the reason why I enjoy being at the Atlanta Speech School is because we are offering content, services, training for teachers online, 100% free, because we are funded very well by philanthropy. So some of the things that we're talking about structured literacy, how do you implement structured literacy in your classroom? How do you get access to diagnostic assessment tools? How do you get these things? We have these things available for you online. I left handouts here. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Dr. Lee James. So, while Dr. Singer is setting up, there is a handout. Thank you very much, Dr. Curtis Tweed. There is a handout that's getting passed up, so hopefully you have it.
None over here.
Over there, so please pass them over this way, so everyone has one, because I know Dr. Singer has an activity that she's going to ask you to do, but it is important that you have the handout. And we may have our final speaker come running through the door. She is here.
She lost her
She's in a
chance.
cap. But we're gonna have Dr. Singer, just the way the day is. Isn't this a teacher's life? Flexibility. What do you do? All right, Dr. Bonnie Singer.
Ma'am, before you, is there more? Are there any more?
There are more, I believe. Is there any extras on this side of the room?
At least 6.
You just need a few. I think. There's a couple right here. Can you pass them this way? No?
You don't have any here.
Okay.
No extra. Not enough.
Sure.
All right. I think we've got a couple. I think we can do it.
Down there.
Coming. All right. Dr. Bonnie Singer is the founder and CEO of Vivito, whose mission is to teach education professionals to make learning visible, with primary interest in how language and cognition support and constrain language and academic performance. Dr. Singer is particularly interested in or passionate about working with students who struggle with executive functions and literacy learning. Dr. Singer is the author of several instructional methods, including Empower, a method for teaching academic writing, Brain Frames, visual tools that organize language, Unlocking Sentences, an approach to teaching sentence comprehension, as well as the collective writing inventory. Her research in numerous publications focus on the relationship between spoken and written language, cognition, spatial processing, and self-regulated learning. In addition to leading Vivito, Dr. Singer is the CEO of Architects for Learning, where she directs an interdisciplinary staff that provides speech, language, and academic intervention, assessment, and school consultation services to K through college students. And I know we've got the presentation up on the screen, so welcome. Let's welcome Dr. Singer.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Furniture around. Oh, jeez. Well, Ryan, I don't really know what to do at this point after following you, George Washington, and this and all these amazing people. But anyway,
There's an echo.
there's an echo. It's the echo. I've never actually echoed. I don't know how that's happening. I don't know how to make it stop either. What does that mean?
Maybe we
Zoom's actually.
Zoom echoing?
I don't hear it though.
Gotta mute it from.
It's not an echo. It's not an echo, it's recording me. Is this super distracting? Sorry.
I like it. Yeah, I can see it. It was up on the screen that it's been. Something's wrong.
Do you still hear it? You don't hear it anymore? Okay, good. Awesome. Okay, so everybody told their origin story, and why is this not working? That's why. It's still not working. It worked 2 seconds ago.
There you go.
Okay, yes, it's working. Okay, awesome. So I am a speech and language pathologist. And I actually started out wanting to be an opera singer. And I don't even really like opera, but I just happen to sing it pretty well. And so you can follow your island of competence in high school, right? But then I was doing theater. I did a lot of theater, a lot of being on stage and stuff when I was younger, and I was in this organization that traveled to do theater. And a person in this group had a brother who was profoundly deaf. And so her mom went to the director and said, hey, could you do something could we include this kid somehow? So all of a sudden there's this profoundly deaf kid in this theater group, he was like a plant or something in the show. I don't know, he didn't really do anything except be part of this organization, and he and his sister used to sign. And it occurred to me, it really bothered me. Like, I can't talk to this kid, and he could only talk to one person in the whole room. And so it was not okay with me. I started to write notes to him on like paper bags or whatever I could find backstage. And he started to teach me sign language. And my mother will tell you that I learned all the swear words first. Got really good at those. But then he became like a little brother within my whole family. And something about communication and the ability to share yourself with another person, I realized I liked that a lot better than singing. I love singing, but I just took this very sharp turn into the field of speech language pathology. Initially, wanting to work with deaf children, and I did that in my early career. And then I met a dyslexic kid who had a lisp, and I fixed his lisp. But when we got to practicing sounds and sentences, he couldn't read any of them. And I was like, well, how can you be 10 and not read? This is not okay with me. So I got really interested in reading and then went off to PhD school to really delve into that. And then halfway through that, my doctoral advisor said, don't study reading. Everybody's studying reading. Study like math or writing or something nobody's doing. And I was like, well, God, I'm not going to study math. So reason I'm a language person. So I started to study writing. So I've had the most amazing career in traversing listening and speaking and reading and writing and this whole breadth of literacy. And I get out of bed, I work really hard. I run a clinic and I run another company. In my clinic, we see kids who are struggling academically for speech and language therapy, reading services, a lot of writing services. And I also run a company that provides professional development to teachers all over the world. And now, thank you, COVID, we have our courses more available as online experiences. So what matters to me, I get out of bed every day because it matters to me that kids are literate and that my neighbor can read, that kids can grow up and have opportunity, that they can hold a job, that they can have meaningful relationships with other people, they can become an informed citizen, they can vote, and they can have a life. And so that mission, that vision just keeps me going every day. So I ask you, why are you here? And if you have that same spark for it, like it matters that the kid next to me on a plane can read and knows something about the world, we're all in the right place. So here's where we're going in my time today. I want to talk about how executive functions are recruited during reading comprehension. A lot of people will talk about decoding. There's a lot to know about decoding. That's not going to be my focus today. I'm much more focused on the aspect of understanding what you read. We're going to talk about some strategies for teaching reading that support the development of executive functions, and I'm going to teach you some strategies. How many of you are teachers or practitioners of working with kids directly? Lots of you. How many of you are parents of kids who struggle? Okay, awesome. All of you can do the things that I'm going to teach you today, okay? Okay, so first I want to just talk about words because words are important and I'm a language person. And so when we're talking about this term executive functions, the best definition I can leave you with is that it's what your brain does to get stuff done, okay? And it's any stuff, anything, people call, in the literature, they call it goal-directed processing. That just means doing something on purpose, right? So we do lots of stuff on purpose. We make coffee in the morning, we make the bed, We get our kids dressed and off to school. You change your tire when it goes flat. You take a test, you write an essay, you read Catcher in the Rye. Those are all doing things on purpose. And any doing that that you're doing on purpose requires executive control. So notice that it is a plural. There's an S on the word. It's not a thing, it's a cluster of things. And there are at least 5 that, depending on what literature you read, different people are gonna put different things under the bucket of executive functions. It's considered to be an umbrella term, which means it's a holder of a number of different skills. And these are brain-based processes. These are things that your brain does because you're alive and you're doing things on purpose, right? So one thing your brain does is it inhibits. You don't be on automatic pilot all day, every day. You actually hold yourself back, bite your tongue, wait your turn, right? We have a stopping mechanism in our brain that allows us to get stuff done well. So inhibition is one of those processes. Planning is another. Planning is just like, what am I trying to do? It's the goal. And then organizing is how am I going to do it then? Okay, it's the sequence of behaviors that you're going to execute in order to get the job done. Working memory allows you to hold information in your head long enough to actually work on it and also do, right? So we're remembering while doing, that's working memory. And regulating processes is just like, well, how do you manage yourself when you get stuck, when it doesn't go well? Right? So we manage our emotions, we manage our behavior, and keep ourselves regulated. A lot of people talk about flexibility as a core executive function. I think it's an open question, whether that is one of our executive functions or it is an outgrowth of our executive functions. In my clinic, we see somewhere between 100 and 200 kids a week after school, kindergarten all the way through college. And what we see clinically is that when one or more of these goes awry, this falls apart. That we lose flexibility when we don't have a plan. We lose flexibility when we're disorganized in our execution of a task. I see it as when this is all good, you're more likely to get this. All of that relates to reading comprehension because we don't read by accident, right? We read for a reason and we're doing it on purpose. So therefore it engages our executive functions. So this is a definition of reading comprehension put forth by the RAND Reading Study Group. And I love this definition because it really captures the way kids fall apart that we're working with. It's the process of simultaneously extracting and constructing meaning through an interaction and an involvement with written language. And what we see clinically is that there are some kids who are not very good at extracting the right stuff. They miss important details. They forget them. They pay attention to the stuff that's not important, not the stuff that is important in the text. And they're not very good at identifying the stuff that they need to pull from the text. And then there are some kids who they'll highlight the right stuff, but they're not making meaning of it in their own mind. So these two processes have to happen together. And what we see is with all of these diagnoses attached to them may have vulnerabilities with their executive functions. So ADHD goes hand in hand, as Dr. Collada was talking about earlier. Kids with dyslexia, we know a subsection of them have difficulty with executive functions, and we're learning more and more about the role of executive functions in reading comprehension in particular. Kids with developmental language disorders, some of them also really struggle with executive functions and autism. So it's these brain behaviors, these abilities are vulnerable. They're quick to disrupt, and we're trying to understand the neural mechanisms that support them, and so you can spot a disorganized kid 100 miles away, right? You know who they are in your classroom, and you know when one of your kids is far less organized than your other kids. So when we're reading for understanding, you feel this stuff happening: inhibition, planning, organizing, working memory, and regulating yourself. It all has to come on board. So what's going on in your brain? I'm gonna give you something to read, and I want you to notice what's going on in your own brain while you read it for understanding. Have you given up yet?
Yes.
Yes. How far in did you get before you went, yes?
4 words.
Right? And if you really work at it, right, like you can impose your executive functions, you can put in the cognitive effort and figure out, okay, sign, you saw it, I don't know what that is. Pattern, I know what a pattern is. Good, blackening. Like, that's what you do to fish. I don't really know what this text is about, right? P, what's P? Quantum mechanics, I've heard that, you know, like, so they're little snippets, but if you have no background knowledge, and I am not, this, by the way, you're fine. This is from a graduate course textbook on quantum mechanics, quantum physics. I'm sure you're all intact, but because you can decode the words doesn't mean you can understand the text, right? Decode, it's not just decoding. And we have so many kids who can't decode it. It's a huge problem, but it's also a problem what happens after they can, because they still have to sometimes get to text like this, right? So where are you on your pain scale? Not right? Did you even get all the way to the end? Forget it, I didn't. Okay, let's check your comprehension now, okay? What was the purpose of Young's experiment? And what did the authors infer from Young's findings? Can you read between the lines? Can't you? Quantum mechanics and non-relativistic quantum mechanics view the importance of matter waves similarly or differently. Did you even know that that text was about matter waves? Okay. How'd you do? That's so good, right? And yet, would any of you classify yourself as illiterate? Okay, but we have a problem, right? Because all texts are not created equally. So there's this model, everybody's got a lot of mileage and a lot of research behind it, that reading comprehension is the result of your ability to decode and your language comprehension abilities. Okay, I don't know enough about quantum physics to know what a lot of those words were referring to, so my language comprehension, I'm already impoverished going into that text. And I think every speaker has put this slide up, right? We used this very famous model from Hollis Scarborough, and it's beautiful, and Ryan's, yours was prettiest. But notice what's first. Yes, it's not just decoding and sentences and semantics. You have to know some stuff. Every time you sit to read, you are engaging what you've already learned in all your existence, right? You either have something to attach that text to, or you have nothing. So we can't ignore that. And these all go together, but guess what? What we know from Lori Cutting's research and more current research, as we be able to put kids inside fMRI scanners and see what's actually happening in their brain. This model was created in 2001. It's a long time ago. And since then, we found that your executive functions are the things that bind all those things together, right? Your ability to inhibit, to plan, to organize, to hold information in working memory and integrate it and keep yourself regulated while you're doing something difficult. Those are binding mechanisms, and it allows for that improvement and automaticity in skilled reading. And the one thing that gets zero airtime, although before when somebody asked, what do you need to do on your brain? Who was it? Oh my God, I can't even remember anybody's name. Spatial processing is so underappreciated as an important contribution to reading comprehension. It happens to be my mini passion and has been for 25 years now. Because watch what happens in your mind. Read this and watch your own mind. Can you see it? You can. And you know something about the moon, right? And you know something about stars. And you know what a crescent is, right? And each of those words pings your background knowledge, brings them to the fore, but also brings an image with them. And that image grows. And this is how we can read literature like this and be so moved by what our own inner experience. I refuse to watch the Harry Potter movies. I just won't watch them because I love the picture I have in my own mind of Harry Potter and that whole world of Hogwarts. And that movie does not look like what's in my own head, and my movie is better. So I won't watch that. Okay, and this here, did you feel that? Feel it. There's an emotion in reading as well. So this model that we have, that we've been driving so much research for, it's not enough. It's not just decoding and language comprehension. We also know we have plenty of science telling us this. Executive functions contribute to our ability to read for comprehension. And spatial processing does too. And actually, these three are highly interconnected systems, highly interconnected. And they all sit and are influenced by this context of your interest in that topic. I'm not particularly motivated internally to read about quantum physics. I don't know about you. It's not riveting, right? But those other texts that are evocative and visually fascinating and create rich experiences, yeah, I'll read that for sure. It's fascinating. So motivation plays a role, attention plays a role, our emotions play a role. We are moved when we read. And when we read beautiful literature, we feel something. And our own background knowledge. So all of that is influencing this process. I think our simple view of reading is too simple, right? It doesn't capture the complexity of the students that are sitting in front of us and struggling. Because really what we need to do when we're reading for comprehension is build a mental representation in our heads of what it is that we read. Okay, so what's clear is you can't just go to the supermarket and buy some executive functions off the shelf. And be like, great, I've got some, right? So sometimes parents will call my office and say, I need you to give my kid executive functions. Sadly, I'm not God. And your kid has executive functions. They're just not being exercised particularly well and need some guidance and some development, right? But they're there because your kid's alive and walking around the world, okay? But we have to harness them and guide and develop because they take a really long time. Who was it that said, this is my entire 8th grade class, all those things? Yes, right, because they're not cooked yet. They're not done cooking until they're about 25. So how old are they in your class? 13? Yeah. Right, there's a reason they're not allowed to try. Not allowed, right? Because they're still developing. So we can't expect them to be already developed in all those things. They're still growing. They still need you, teachers and parents. We don't just let them go live on their own when they're 11, right? If you're a loving parent, that's not going to happen on your time. So what we know is that these skills develop in the act of reading. So if you want to teach kids executive functions, teach them to read, teach them to do math, teach them language. You develop your executive functions hand in hand, right? And we can do things in our teaching that help shore up some of these skills, help bring them along if they're a little bit lagging in our students. So reading takes effort. It doesn't come naturally. We have to inhibit because we have to combat guessing at words and having our mind wander. When you ask teenage boys how often their mind wanders when they read, if they have ADHD, you put a percentage on that, it's a lot. Here's the biggest complaint adolescents in my clinic have who have ADHD and executive inhibition problems. My mind wanders all the time. So my job is to give you a way to make your mind not wander. I'm going to teach you some. Okay. Working memory. You got to hold all the bits and bobs that you read in your mind long enough to put them together, make inferences, make predictions, read between the lines, figure stuff out that wasn't stated explicitly in the text. Planning, you read for a reason, right? So do you need to read this? Because if you don't understand it and remember it, you're not going to get your driver's license, right? You're going to read that in a different way than if you're just like scrolling through Instagram being like, who's done anything cool, right? Organization is a key aspect of reading because our brains are natural pattern detectors. And when you're good at pattern detecting, text makes sense. And when you're not that good at pattern detecting, text doesn't make sense. And it's harder to hold on to the information, right? Attention and executive function challenges go hand in hand with not tending to be a very good pattern detector. So what that means is we have to help kids see the patterns that they're just not picking up on their own. Staying regulated is important because you've got to self-monitor and you've got to persist when you're confused, when it's boring, when you're frustrated because it's too hard, right? Our emotions can get in the way of us doing things and sticking with it. And flexibility comes on board because if any of those things break down, you better find yourself another way, right? So the implications are when these are weak, relatively weak in our kids, we gotta do something. And that's what I got out of bed is figure out, well, what do you do, right? So we stopped trying to think that I can teach executive functions in isolation. You can't. There's no good research showing that that works. What we want to do is teach executive function skills in the context of teaching reading and writing and math and the things that kids have to do in school. So I'm just going to take a handful. When do I have to stop? Because I could be here till like 10 o'clock.
I would stay.
I would too. Oh my God, you made it! I didn't see you come in. No, she made it. I was going to have to do her talk. I'm so happy.
You did a great job now.
I'll do her talk too. I'm going to teach you a couple of strategies, and then I'm going to let Joan do her talk. She made it. Okay, first strategy we can deal with is something that helps you with inhibition, okay? Mind wandering. To combat mind wandering, you want kids to do something when they read instead of just let their mind go wherever it goes, right? So you've got to build in practices, make a margin note, write a gist statement, make a brain frame. I'll show you what brain frames are in a minute. You've got to do something while you're reading. Okay, when kids really don't even understand that, I have some students that are like, well, when I read, I don't really have any thoughts about it. I just read. And it's like, well, okay, the point is you're supposed to read it and then have a thought. Right? Like, it's supposed to make you think something, right? There's some kids who they're not really making that connection. So what we do is give them provocative text, right? This is some article about Barbara Streisand cloning her dog. It's weird. The weirder, the better, okay? And then we just say, read this and have a thought and put it in a little thought bubble. And it doesn't matter what the thought is. If you have it, just write it down, okay? So he's got all these thoughts. He's like, oh, the dog was not born. It's made in a lab. Well, I didn't know they did so much. Like, whatever. Just write down what you're thinking. Okay, cool. So let's practice that. In your handout, you have a very strange article. At the end, this came out of the Atlantic magazine. And literally when I found this, I was like screaming for my husband, like, you're never gonna believe this. Okay, you can write your thought on your article, okay? Let's look at the first sentence. Just go one sentence at a time. Imagine emerging into the sun after 17 long years spent lying underground, only for your butt to fall off. Write down whatever you think. If it's a question, write the question. If it's an exclamation, write the exclamation. It's WTF, it doesn't matter. It's totally fine. Just read it. Okay, now you're going to read the next paragraph. That ignominious fate regularly befalls America's cicadas. These bugs spend their youth underground feeding on roots. After 13 or 17 years of this, they synchronously erupt from the soil in plagues of biblical proportions for a few weeks of song and sex. But on their way out, some of them encounter the spores of a fungus called Massospora. Write down a thought, whatever it is. A week after these encounters, the hard panels of the cicada's abdomen slough off, revealing a strange white plug. That's the fungus, which has grown throughout the insect, consumed its organs, and converted the rear third of its body into a mass of spores. Its de-derriered insects go about their business as if nothing unusual has happened. And they fly around, the spores raining down from their exposed backsides, landing on the other cicadas and saturating the soil. We call them flying salt shakers of death, says Max Casson, who studies the fungi at West Virginia University. Write down the thought, whatever it is. Okay, this article is insane. You can read the rest of it, but the concept is have a thought, write it down. Now, we can just train kids to have a thought, and then you can move beyond that, move that to write the gist of that paragraph, just a sentence, just a word or a phrase. What is that about, right? And you can go paragraph by paragraph by paragraph. Sometimes you need to take baby steps, or you can go, okay, read 2 paragraphs, write the gist in the margin. Read 3 paragraphs, write the gist in the margin. But you can stretch kids' capacities to sustain and hold their attention to the text slowly, but you still have them anchoring their understanding in the margin of the text, okay? We use thought bubbles. It doesn't have to be in a thought bubble, but there's a technique. Helping kids with regulation, here's what we know helps. We improve their real-time self-monitoring for comprehension and increase insight into why their comprehension fails and what to do about it. So I'm going to teach you the coolest strategy that I know for reading comprehension. It's called click or clunk. Or you can take the K off if you're Julie. Click or clunk. Here's how this works. The idea behind this is, how many of you have kids who don't even know that they read it and they didn't get it? Right? They don't even realize that they misunderstood the text, that they're lost, they're confused. They're just, their eyes are moving, but there's no registering, there's no monitoring of their own comprehension. So this is a strategy that was developed by Vaughn and Klinger. It's a long time ago. The reference is there for you. I'll show you how we do it with, we've modified it a little bit based on working with the kids, but I'll show you the routine that we use with our students. The concept is to teach the kid to know how to recognize a moment of non-comprehension in their own body, okay? It has a feeling. And so we start with just a pile of single words. When you see the word, you just plump a note card down with a real word on it. If they know the word, they say click. They tell you what it means. If they don't know the word, they say clunk, because I don't get it, right? So, is this a word you know? Click, what does it mean? Just say it all right.
Enjoy, party.
Yeah, great, okay, awesome. So, click or clunk, and then what's it mean? Okay, ready? Now do this one. What does it mean? Okay, you can basically say the essence of what it means, you're good. How about that? Okay, it's actually a real word, but you don't know it, so it's a clunk, right? How about that? What's it mean? Pull of gravity towards the earth, right, yes. How about that? Clunk. Do you feel it? You feel like, I don't know, right? Okay. Awesome, what is it? Yeah. Clunk. Okay. Okay, so you start with, you get the idea of what it is to not comprehend, and then you go to sentences. Click or clunk? What? Doesn't make any sense. Right? Clunk. Yes. Totally makes sense. Basically that's saying, come to Bermuda for all your teachers' conferences, the best place to do it. It totally doesn't make sense, right? Okay, so you get the idea of it's a click, it's a clunk, it's a click, it's a clunk. You get them accurate at words and sentences, and then you go pull a text, and you need to go a little bit above their comprehension level, right? Because you need to have some of the sentences clunk. And you go one sentence at a time, you just make a T-chart, and you just count. You don't have to deal with the clunk, you just count it, okay? So first sentence, can they read it, click or clunk? If it's a click, basically the sentence says what? Can they paraphrase it? Okay. Then, now here's what we're gonna do. We're We're gonna go, okay, we're gonna go right down, right here. Ryan, everybody to this side, you are in 12th grade. Everybody over here, you're in 3rd grade, okay? Okay, everybody get your 12th grade glasses, 3rd grade glasses on. We're gonna do click or clunk with sentences from a real text, okay, ready? Read it as if you are in 12th grade or 3rd grade and say click or clunk. Tally yourself, click or clunk. Just make a little tally. Anyway. The next one. This side, Yanni? Clicking? Okay, good. You just saw the length of it, we're like, clunk. Go away. You guys good? Okay, keep track. Yay! You guys aren't even reading.
Checked out already.
You're just spotting the length of the sentence and going, there's no way a 3rd grader could read that, right? Okay, right. Okay, you see it? You see this? See how this works, right? You see how it feels, right? Okay, now you look at your tallies. Right? Your kid looks at their tallies and you go, look, how many clicks did you have? How many clunks did you have? If you have all kinds of clunks and 1 click, this text is too hard for you. It's not your fault, right? This text is too hard for you. We need to get you different text. But so the comprehension, it gives the kid agency and respect, right? Of what you have to bring to this text is only so much, but the text is up here. But if you have a lot of clicks and only 1 or 2 clunks, you can probably get through and be okay, right? Okay. Then we do this and then we classify the clunks. So depending on your kid, just pick 1, 2, 3 reasons maybe why they might have had the clunk. They couldn't decode the words, the sentences were too long. I didn't know some of the vocabulary. It just didn't make sense to me. Like some basic common kinds of clunks for that age kid. And then we do the same thing. You go sentence by sentence, click or clunk. And if it's a clunk, what kind of clunk? And we start to build our chart. Because ultimately then, we got to come up with some clunk buster strategies that we can use for when you can't decode the word and it disrupts your comprehension. Because what you're going to do to fix this has got to be different than what you're going to do to fix this. Right? And so we've got to teach kids very slowly, explicitly, and systematically how to fix their broken down comprehension by using different repair strategies. And you can build that repertoire with your kids over time, okay? Such a good strategy. You like click or clunk? Yes. Me too. Me too. Okay. I'm just going to say, I'm not going to do my whole thing. I'm going to say a few things about working memory. This is fast. It is so important for us to have kids, to give kids strategies to anchor information outside of their heads. Okay. Language is fleeting. We're talking at you words flying by. And when working memory is constrained, it's really hard to hang on to all of that. So we developed some strategies called brain frames. My colleague, Dr. Anthony Bashir, and I, we've been using these for a really, really long time. And basically, there are only 6 patterns. They're based on how language is organized and what we do with language all day, every day, from the time you're speaking in sentences and until the time you're no longer on the earth. And we get kids to draw the patterns of language. So it helps develop their pattern detection, their pattern representation, and their ability to represent meaning in their minds. Because brains do better on patterns, right? Reading is pattern-based, language is pattern-based, dialects are pattern-based, and we can teach kids what's happening in text based on the patterns of how language is used. So, and that's how we know this text is explaining what happens when a volcano erupts, and this one is describing the author's backyard, right? Text is descriptive because we do certain things with language. Text is informative because you do different things with language. We pattern language. You can use brain frames in any language. So we're going back to decreasing cognitive load. Kids can make their brain frames in their primary native language, right? And then try and figure out how to say it in English, to write the essay or come up with the summary. There are gazillions of graphic organizers on the internet. You just go to Pinterest and type in graphic organizer, or Google and type in graphic organizer. There's like thousands of them. No kid's gonna internalize 1,000 graphic organizers. And none of these look like the pattern of a story, because a story is something happened, then something happened, then something happened, then something happened, then something happened. It's a sequence. Stories don't look like watermelons or boxes or bubbles. These are just fill in the blank activities. They don't actually represent the organization patterns of language. So we have to be thoughtful about the graphics that we use. They don't help. What we do want to do is make what's invisible visible to kids, because patterns of language are invisible, but we can draw them with students. And that goes a long way. I'm going to actually move. I thought, whoa. Sorry, I need to advance my screen here towards the end because Joan's here. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? I'm just gonna go to my, whatever, it's up. What's over there doesn't make any sense. There are 3 concrete strategies that you can be thoughtful about using with your own children and your own students. Doing anything with effort and intention takes executive function involvement. You just have to remember that. And reading for comprehension takes effort and intentionality. And as a result, executive functions can and should be developed in the context of teaching reading and learning. And I am out of time.
Questions? You don't want to shortchange Dr. Singer.
I'm happy to take
the audience if you have a burning question for her. Any questions? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And now, surprise, surprise, Dr. Joan Neely McCarthy is here. Is your PowerPoint up on?
I'm gonna pull it up.
Oh, you're the best. Okay, so let me introduce. Dr. Joan Neely McCarthy serves as Executive Director, Head of School with the Summit School, an independent school serving the needs of children who have dyslexia and other learning differences in Edgewater, Maryland. Prior to this position, she served as a special assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services in the U.S. Department of Education. In this appointed position, she served as a senior policy advisor to the Assistant Secretary and worked on policy issues related to No Child Left Behind and Individuals with Disability Education Act. She's done a whole bunch of really interesting things. Has been very active in state level policy initiatives. She's also been connected to the Dyslexia Foundation for many years and has organized these one-day teacher conferences during the Brain Symposium. And she asked me earlier, a few months ago, if I would be the moderator today. Something must have told you, Joan, that you were gonna have trouble getting here. She's never missed a flight, or rarely.
Never, I have never.
Never missed a flight, but she missed hers yesterday. But we're grateful that you're here. Let's welcome Dr.
So thank you. I would love to tell you how well I self-regulated yesterday and inhibited, but maybe I really didn't inhibit because I did have a mask on and people couldn't see what I was saying. But I really want to tell the story, but I'm not. I'm going to inhibit that.
You don't have your handouts, but you
I do. There's the slides, but then there's the chart for executive functions printed out. And also this is your questionnaire to find out what your isms are.
What your isms are. Interesting. Okay. I'm taking a pass it back.
So I too, like Bonnie, have so much to share with you. And so it's hard inhibiting what I want to put on slides. So when you look at those slides, you must, when you saw those slides, you must have said, is she kidding? Is she kidding? So I do come from New York and I do have this very good ability to speak quickly or to just kind of hop to things that give you the big picture. So my goal today is to help you understand that if you want all kids to succeed, then you have to understand as a school their executive systems, and then have to understand ways that your school as a whole school can contribute to the success of children. So that's what I'm hoping to accomplish today.
I got.
Raise your hand if you should have two handouts you're missing.
So, like Bonnie said, executive functions helps you to do things. And you engage your executive functions when you self-regulate, like I did all day yesterday, because I was so angry that I couldn't stop. When you know that you have to get through things during the day and everything gets in the way and you reprioritize. Purposeful management of thinking, which is what you do when you're reading, it's what you do when you're writing. And purposeful management of behavior, which I also did yesterday, because I didn't say bad words out loud. Because I knew that if I said bad words out loud to the lady behind the desk at the airport, I probably would have been put in jail and then had a problem. So anyway, but I did a lot of executive functioning skills yesterday. And so as you think about that, I know, like Bonnie says, you have a thought. When you hear those things, you have a thought about yourself, you have a thought about your spouse, you have a thought about your kids in the house, you have a thought about the kids that you teach. So, and also about your coworkers. So having a good understanding of the parameters or the different subdomains within executive functions helps you do better at home with your husband and your kids, helps you do better with your coworkers, and definitely helps you do better and appreciate and celebrate the isms that those cherubs kind of bring to you in a classroom. So these are, when we look at kids informally, these are the kids in your classroom. So I'm asking you, for the kids that struggle or pluck your every last nerve, and I say that with love in my heart, can the child plan and organize to age expectations? Does the child need constant prompting to stay on task? Does the child need encouragement to persist? Does the child learn routines? Really important. Does the child generalize, and is he flexible with routines so that if there's a sub coming in, does that set the child off? Or if there's an assembly and things are changed up, does the child have a meltdown? That's really important. Can the child manage materials? My grandson, 8 years old, all over on the bottom. He's brilliant, but he's got stuff all over the place. My daughter is a school psychologist and she's dying. Like, his teacher didn't appreciate him this year. So it was kind of like trying to teach her to appreciate that brilliant kid who couldn't keep his stuff in place. Can the child recognize and utilize feedback? It's fine, I don't need any help, I didn't do it wrong. And does the child have poor self-awareness of difficulties? I aced that test and they didn't. I'm a little bit of a slow list. Oh, there you go. Okay. The thing is, when we first started down this track of executive functions in school, it was like 1998, 99, 2000s. We knew about executive functions with traumatic head injuries, but we really didn't understand it with the general environment kids in school. And so we certainly didn't even think that preschoolers had difficulty with executive functions. We just thought it was like an older kid issue because there was so much coming at them. But we now know that when you see preschoolers that can't learn the routine, that can't self-regulate, that have meltdowns, those are the kids that you're going to also look at. Are these early signs for executive functions? So your connections, smart but no common sense, right? Someone with high functioning autism, someone with ADHD with impulsivity, and how does the student you're thinking about align with the parameters of EF? So I challenge you now to think about one baby in your classroom and think about all of the things we're going to talk about, because not everything's going to apply to that child. One or two things, it's kind of like a menu. So children with executive function difficulties often learn isolated skills and perform well on individual tests, but when they have to put it all together, they bomb. And that's why their diagnostic scores a lot of times aren't weak. So I ran a clinic for many years, and I used to do testing, comprehensive testing, and the mom used to bring her high schooler in and say, he can't read, he can't comprehend. And so I'd look at decoding, I'd look at vocabulary, I'd look at background knowledge, I'd look at a whole bunch of things. And skill-wise, there was no reason why the child couldn't comprehend. But with respect to their executive system, there was every reason why that child wasn't comprehending. So when you look at a diagnostic report or even look at grades, it doesn't necessarily reflect that a child's having difficulty in this area. A lot of times, in the States, at least, public schools, the kids are struggling. You know, they hold it together, they come home, they have meltdowns, they work hard, parents reteaching the curriculum, they're getting good grades on the report cards, and mom comes into the school, dad comes into the school and says, my child is struggling, and they'll look at his grades are fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you don't know what it costs to get there. You don't know what happens at home. And you don't know the anxiety that child exhibits because they have to work too hard, way harder than Joe Schmo sitting next to them, to get even an average grade. So my favorite author, may he rest in peace, Christopher Kaufman, wrote a book, and I have my bookshelf at the end. And he talks about frontal lobe friendly classrooms. Anybody who knows me, if I say to you, I envy your frontal lobe, you will know that I say that is like the highest compliment. My daughter has the best frontal lobe in the whole wide world. My son, not so much. She's a PhD psychologist. He's an engineer. And when he was in high school, he would say to me, Mom, the plan is, there is no plan. And so there we were with, staying up all night doing his projects. But at any rate, when we talk about a frontal lobe friendly school, these are the things, and this is what I'm going to talk to you about. Educational philosophy. The school has to have the central philosophy of, I want all kids to succeed. I'm not going to damn them because they can't get the paper done on time, or because they can't seem to do reading, or because maybe they're a little impulsive, or maybe they're a little snarky, or maybe they have meltdowns. I want to find the best in children and understand what I can do to work around those isms. And that's all about the educational philosophy of the school. Teacher training, you're here. You can't deal with executive functions unless you know what they are. And so the handout that I sent you is a framework, the subdomains of executive function, what it looks like, and then it's a little asynchronous assignment. You can do it or not. But when you go home, look at how it's parsed out. What does it look like in the classroom? And tell me a student that it makes you think of. So it's one thing to hear all of these things, all of these subdomains of executive function. It's another thing to think about, what does it mean to me? What does it mean to the student? So you can do that on your own. If I was training you for a whole day, we would go through it, but I'm not. I've got 30 minutes. So, and then classroom environment, some things that we do at the Summit School that just sculpt the environment to make sure the kids at least have a good shot at being successful. Scheduling, and then some instructional strategies and methods. I'm not going to give you a whole bunch, but I'm going to give you some resources where you can get some really good instructional strategies, emotional support, and here's the deal. You can't leave the parents out of it, because sometimes these kids are good doobies in school and they go home and they have meltdowns, and then you get a call, what did you do to my kid, right? But it's because that child's trying so hard, and then they get home and they can't hold it together. So that's what we're gonna do in 30 minutes. And if I could do this, where am I? There we go. All right, so educational philosophy. So ultimately, we want to connect dependency to independent. We want to build in independence in these kids so they can function on their own. When they can't, they go home, mom and dad have to reteach the whole curriculum. Or teacher has to stay on task, stay on task. Did you do that paper? Did you hand it in? So we want to make sure that whatever we do in school, we're getting that kid to be independent. And when they feel independent, that confidence goes up. So I'll go through these and I'm going to give you some examples. Routinize. It's all about routines, and routines with visual arrays so they can remember them. My son is an engineer, mechanical engineer. He worked at a nuclear power plant. Nuclear power. Tired. And so if you ever watch The Simpsons, and Homer was a nuclear engineer, which is kind of interesting, but they have job aids. Right? Job aids, they don't leave anything to chance, because if you forget one thing, you've blown up not only the building, but the whole community. So he would say to me, Mom, they have job aids to go to the bathroom at that place, because you can't remember it all. And for kids with executive functioning, they can't remember it all. And if they try to remember it all, they're going to remember in the wrong way. They're going to forget how to do log division. They're going to forget how to divide fractions. They're going to forget how to divide or work with solve for polynomials, because they don't remember the sequence. And so you have to routinize and give visual arrays. Provide incentives and positive reinforcement. And that depends on the child, right? We all know that. You don't take away, you give the positive. Allow a child to be active agent in the content to be learned. Do you want to do this, or do you want to do this? And so if you have an objective, in 7th grade, we study the Holocaust. So we put out a couple of books at the beginning and we say to the kids, we could do this book or we could do this book, which one? And so we'll do some trailers on it. They're invested in it. And then overteach over time, early recognition and intervention. Teaching it once, teaching a quick unit, and then moving on is not going to cut it. And they might look like they get it in the classroom, but as soon as they go home, it's out, right? And so then they tell their mother, the teacher never taught me this, and then the mother calls and says, why did you give that homework to my child? You didn't teach it. Right? But that sweet baby forgot it. As soon as she's walked out of your classroom, it's gone. It's gone. So when we talk about this is educational philosophy, you have to buy into all of these things. Provide support, even if you think students are old enough to do it on their own. Come 5th grade, teachers tell children, you're old enough, you need to be organized, you can do it on your own. Martha says, it is a death knell. Death knell to tell a kid you can do it on your own, because some kids just can't. And if you go back to the frontal lobe, that frontal lobe is just the best thing in the whole wide world. It really doesn't mature until age 25. But in high school, sometimes they're just ditzy till about age 16 or 17. And I have had learning support people say to me, I don't know what happens in junior year, but these kids that I couldn't get to do what I wanted, all of a sudden, they're like the best citizens. They study. It's because that frontal lobe really starts to come into its own at about that point in time. advocate for students who struggle with executive functioning. That's what good learning support specialists do. They go among faculty in a school and say, this kid is not dumb. This kid is not a pain in the neck. This kid has executive difficulties, and in your classroom, this is what that child needs. But here's the thing, teachers say, I can't do another thing. How am I gonna remember that? Everybody. Because it's just good teaching. So when I was teaching at the university level, I would pick them out within a couple of lectures. I would pick them out. And I would just say, if you need extra time for the test, just come on in early. I didn't need student disabilities paperwork. I just knew. And so just good teaching is just good teaching, and it appreciates everybody and gets everybody to succeed. Work with parents knowing that the child's EF issues mirror the parents' issues. I say that with love in my heart and respect. So I've got 110 children, cherubs in my school. Good 40 to 50 to 60% of them also have executive functioning difficulties, some of them with a real true ADHD, hyperactive, not all. But we send home a permission slip. We send home the contracts for re-enrollment. And we're on the phone after the deadline. And it's not because they don't want to do it. Or we send home an email and it just goes by the wayside. So we know those parents that need a little extra love that we have to hold. We don't make fun of them. We just roll our eyes and say, I know. And we do it because it's genetic, right? Do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes. Because when you have an 8th grader and graduation that stands up in front of 200 people and says to you, before I came to Summit, I was kicked out of 3 schools. Before I came to Summit, I had no friends. Before I came to Summit, I couldn't write, but now I can. That's because every last one of them get what they need, and even if they pluck every last nerve, because some of them do. But that's the goal, is so those kids can do it. So teacher training, you're doing it. Teacher, what are you gonna learn? So what are the components of executive functions? Dr. Collada, I wasn't here. He's just, I didn't hear, but he's really great at explaining it. Bonnie, you went into it. What is your own profile of strong and challenged executive functions? So if you ask any of my staff, they will tell you, she doesn't initiate a task soon enough, right? Because I am wait last minute. I am up in the middle of the night doing stuff like that. He likes to sleep, I don't have to. But I know that if I'm in a group project, I've got to start earlier because I get people anxious. I'm not anxious. What can we worry? I'm going to finish it, right? But they don't know that. So I know what my isms are. I also know that unless I really look at the calendar and see the array of dates, I will. What's that date? My isms. But does it stop me from being successful and doing a good? No, I just have to recognize it and work around it. So you have to know what your own, and I call them isms, because it is. I mean, it's just an ism. And I tell myself, it's isms and strength, isms and value. And every kid has value that outweighs their isms. And that's an important thing to look at with kids. And how does that affect you, how you teach and how you respond to students? Teachers with low executive functions are not that organized. And you put a kid that's not that organized in that environment, and that's a death knell. That's not good. Because the teacher gets frustrated with the child gets frustrated with the teacher, and the parents, they're not happy at all. So it's important for teachers to know who they are, so they could put supports in place in their classrooms to keep things consistent, to keep things routinized. And oh, by the way, your system should be the same as your system, the same in grade 1, the same in grade 5, the same in grade 8, because when kids go from subject to subject or class to class, they don't have to say, what's this organization? How am I going to do it? What? No. If you adopt these consistent programs or structures throughout the school, you're going to have better functioning kids, happier teachers, and happier parents. Now, the other thing is you have to stay on it because you can get drift. You can say, okay, we're going to put it in place, and then new people come in. So it's really important. Know your students' profiles of executive functions, or at least the profiles of those who struggle academically. So, so the coloring got off on this, but these are the executive functions that I think Dr. Collada talked about. Dr. Singer, Bonnie talked about some of these. These are the major areas. So you have metacognitive, which is how you think and how you manage things. So initiating a task, monitoring a task, planning a task, and those are metacognitive, thinking about thinking. Behavioral regulation is your ability to shift, your ability to inhibit, right? And then there's emotional regulation. Those are the people that are anxious, and those are the meltdowns, and that's where flexibility comes into play. So there are three major components, and there's subtypes within each component. Now, this is what you have, and this is what I gave out. So these are, I love Jerry Joya's. Jerry Joya and Isquith did this like in the early 2000s, and I still use it to this day. They kind of tweaked it a little bit. But here's the subdomain, here's what it means, and that's what it looks like in the classroom. You have a job aid, right? You don't have to remember it. You have a job aid. So think about that. Think about one student and look at, for this one student that I'm thinking about, where do they struggle? So right up here, initiate, it's just not my thing, right? But the problem is because I'm able to kind of manage it and do it, I don't change my evil ways. But you just kind of figure out what that child is, what that coworker is, as a supervisor, as a leader. I know what jobs I can give certain staff, and I know what jobs I can't. So go through that worksheet on your own. I think it will really help you understand and organize. This is a lot of fun. This comes from Dawson and Guare's book, and this is an executive skills questionnaire. So you take it on your own because it takes a while, but you honestly score yourself. And then when you put everything together, you'll see where your strengths and your challenges are. Your spouse at home, coworker. Take this. You can use this, and the other piece of paper too. You can use it, and you can go and train in your schools. So, like Bonnie and Julie and Ryan, I'm just speech pathologists here. Can't help it, right? Can't help it. So for us, that oral language piece is key, and working memory and executive functions, there should be an S there, are all intertwined. So when you struggle in this way, you have difficulty with large chunks of language, whether it's reading comprehension or whether it's discourse, because kids listening to a lot of this in the classroom, they get lost in the sauce, right? Following lengthy or complex directions, visual array, you need a visual array. And when you do your margin notes, there's your visual array because you can't remember it. Organized, cohesive, expressive language. If you ever listen to a child, ask them to tell you about a TV show that they saw, or how to play baseball, or how to play soccer. If they can't tell you in a few succinct sentences, their language is disorganized. Their writing's going to be disorganized, and they probably approach reading comprehension in a disorganized way.
The bottom one again.
Language flexibility. It is key. So we have of our 110 kids, I would say about 10% are severely dyslexic, where I can throw the best teacher in the world at them, and still by the time they get to 8th grade, lucky if they're doing like 5th, 6th grade decoding. What we also see with these kids is their language flexibility overall is not that great. So they can't get the ran thing. They can't get a lot of differences. They don't understand how words change when you put different morphological endings on it. There's not research to support it, but I see it. You see it, Julie. Using language for problem solving. We have a STEM environment, but do I want everybody to be a scientist? No, if they are, that's great. But all of the language that goes into STEM environment with a visual array of how to go about it. Attending to language details, more of a adult comprehender, and simultaneous processing of language. Can they involve getting that perky conversation? Are they on the outskirts with their peers? Are the kids all talking fast, doing double entendres, and they just can't get in? They're just lost, and then they think kids make fun of them, or they think they have no friends. So, considerations for adapting the environment. So we had the school, the philosophy, we had teacher training. Let's look about the environment. So I'm not going to tell you different things to do. I'm going to give you a framework, and you can go to these books that I recommend. You can go to Teachers Pay Teachers. You can go to Pinterest, but a cue-rich environment. Anybody remember years ago, they said, oh, keep the visual environment very, very low, very sparse, because kids get distracted. Yes. No, they're wrong, really wrong. Kids need visual cues. They need verbal prompts, they need schedules, they need lists, alarms, and electronics. Because if you do that, it's like asking someone with diabetes, go without your insulin for a day, it's okay. Right? It's not okay. So all over the place in my classrooms, there's brain frames, there's the STEM design thinking, all of our charts for how we decode. Everything a child may need is somewhere there, and they have notebooks. So in math, they have a notebook that for the procedures. So here's how you divide fractions. Here's how you do long division. So that when they're doing it, instead of saying, I don't know what to do, you didn't teach me, teacher first says, go to your procedural notebook because it's in there. And then what happens is they become independent. All of a sudden, they don't have to go play out under a bus because they can't do work by themselves. All of a sudden now, they go home and they do their homework because they have all the tools. And we also let them call their teacher. So we give out teacher phone numbers. So between 6 and 7 or 4 and 5, whatever it is, call a teacher, find out. Because if you come to school the next day, you don't have your homework. And you call a friend or call a teacher, invite you to come to study hall and finish it. And then you can go outside. It's just a cordial invitation. It's not the walk of shame. Less is more. Minimize transitions when, especially the little ones, when they have too many people, too many teachers, too many periods of the day, it's confusing. We have morning and afternoon coach. So a morning homeroom and a morning and an afternoon homeroom. You could do a morning coach and an afternoon coach just for those kids. But they come in, they open their trapper, which is organized the same way, whether you're in first grade, whether you're in 8th grade. So the purple folder is the parent folder, red is LA, blue is math, black is social studies, green is science. And so those kids from day one, when they come in, every day they come into homeroom, open your trackers and go through it. And so the kids, we do hand over hand, and then eventually they're independent. We prune out their notebooks, we clean out their lockers, we teach them how to do that stuff because we don't want the pig pen book bag, from Charlie Brown. So less is more. The less you make them do and crowd their frontal lobe, the easier it's going to be for them, the less anxious they're going to be. And like I said, school-wide organizational strategies, the Trapper Keeper is one. We also have, and I'll show you later on, there's one way that we want their agendas put up on the smart board so that when a child goes from class to class, they look up at that agenda and it's organized the same way so that they don't have to think about what does this teacher want versus the other teacher. It's the same. And this is not hard to put in your school. You just have to get together as a school. And if your school is really big and you don't have people that are willing participants, maybe you start with a grade, right? Or maybe you just start with a couple of classrooms and all of a sudden when the kids start really doing better, other people will just say, I want some of that, right? So it depends upon your culture. But I think this is one of the reasons why the kids are so successful. Consistent school-wide, some more teach and post-classroom rules. So we just put in this playscape outside. We took down some brush, we put this playscape and the Gaga pit. So we had a Gaga pit up, we put in a soccer field, we had to take it down and they were crying for the Gaga pit. The Gaga pit is some kind of like dodgeball kind of game. And they fight over the rules. And it's terrible. But they talked me into putting the Gaga pit back up. I said, the only way we're doing it is if there is rules right here. And anytime, there's the rule. It's at the point now when the older kids go in to play with the little kids and they just don't listen to the rules. The little kids will say, rule number 7, rule number 4. But that visual, otherwise I can't remember it. And I said to my PE teacher, you need to, for every unit you do, you need to haul out a poster board with those things, so it's visible. Because that's when fights happen, right? Because they can't remember. Design thinking for instruction, manage distractions. The tighter your lesson plan, the easier it will go. Modify tasks, shorten the built-in choice. 10 minutes a task, you can't have kids doing a task for 40 minutes. I don't like to do tasks for 40 minutes, right? So think about the brain science that says you can get really good work 10 minutes, then do something, do a little break, and then go back. Rubrics are great. Rubrics, use it for everything. It's kind of like the job aid. And then ensure the test level is not adequate for the student, like you said. When it's too hard, they're not going to do it. So put me in a tennis court and ask me to play tennis with the cute little white skirt. It's not going to happen because I just can't hit that little ball with the tennis racket. So what am I going to do? I'm going to fool around, or I might get snarky. I'm going to do everything but be socially appropriate on that tennis court because I can't do it because it's too hard for me. Teacher as coach. Children should know that you're their friend and you will coach them through it. Yeah, you messed up, but here's what we're going to do. Let's talk about what we could do in the future. When kids see you as approachable like that and as a coach, as opposed to a reprimander or a corrector, you get a whole lot better. You get a whole lot more out of them because you're not making them go into fight or flight. You're not making them get defensive. You're not making them get anxious. It becomes a conversation. Consistent visual arrays and opportunities for repeated practice. Doing it once doesn't work, doing it twice doesn't work. For many kids, it's doing it a few times, and then you have spiral reviews. So that's really, really important. Multisensory, step-by-step, the I do, we do, you do. All of these things are just good teaching. So you're not doing it for the kids that have a bereft frontal lobe. You're doing it for everyone, and the ones whose frontal lobe doesn't work well, guess what? They're gonna benefit. And you don't have to remember who gets what because you're giving it to the whole class. Individual student needs, small instructional groupings, tutoring and weak academics, and planning of accommodations used by each teacher. So, frontal lobe FLF, frontal lobe friendly, not bad words, frontal lobe friendly classroom. Teach new skills and content systematically and explicitly. Bonnie talked about explicitly. Minimize demands on working memory. Whatever you need to do, whether it's visual arrays, margin notes, they can't remember. Provide as many opportunities for guided extended practice. Just doing it once, doing it twice for many kids doesn't work. So you figure out a lot of different ways to do it a lot. Don Compton is finding out that with reading decoding and reading instruction, it's not so much the writing and shaving cream, that multisensory. The Blossom virus is the repetition. Anticipate frustration or anxiety producing tasks. And keep routines, procedures, lesson formats predictable and consistent. We're reiterating a lot. So technology, use technology, you know that, I'm not. Loose paper is a death knell. We use Google Classroom, and we have to be careful with Google Classroom because sometimes kids do better with a piece of paper or a book in front of them. So we really have to manage that carefully. But some kids, Google Classroom was just a life piece. So while the pandemic has been a struggle, there are some things that have been the transformational for us. For younger students, put consistent processes and procedures in place for emotional support. Work with middle school students to identify their executive skills so that they can understand why they're not being successful, and work with you to figure out some strategies and things they can do to do a better job the next time. Assign homework that's differentiated. So we might have a homework, but it's not the same homework. It depends on what the child needs. And if you have 20 kids in a class, you can have 20 different levels, but not really. So you can have 3 or 4 different homeworks going around depending. When children go home and can do homework by themselves, they stop thinking that they're dumb and they start thinking that they can. Homework stops becoming a big problem because now they're successful, they can do it on their own, they get it done, and they're off to other things. Include student planning and planning for projects, validate their insights, facilitate self-advocacy. What do you need? So if you're having a meltdown, what could you have done? What conversation could we have had so you wouldn't get upset? What could you have done to get me to help you make up work because you were absent? Invest student in self-monitoring behavior. We have these effort and participation sheets at the end of the period. They're supposed to rate themselves on how well they did. You know, there are people that no matter what they do, they get fives, five being the best, right? And then you have some people that no matter how good they are, they give themselves twos, right? So it's a process and it has to be explicit. So there's no negotiating back and forth. Active social coach when needed. After school homework club is really helpful. We find the kids that really struggle with homework, they come to the after school homework club. And so we help them, it becomes therapeutic. They go home, their homework is done, and they learn how to do work. And let's see. Okay, good. Ooh, so what happened here? I'm gonna do this. So now, here's what I'm gonna leave you with. These are just examples so that you can see, and you can make your own, but I just want you to see how this is put into action in a classroom. Every classroom has a smart board and the agenda goes up on the smart board in the morning. So this teacher is one of my most gifted teachers. And what happens is I don't have my teachers write lesson plans. This is what we have. So they keep it, it's on Google Slides, right? And so they can go back, if I have a question about something, they can go back and say, well, we did this on Thursday, we did this 3 weeks ago. And so it's much more user-friendly for teachers, but the kids come in and they see the same thing every day. And they get used to the routine. So you see the objective, homework, because we think this is what homework will be. Sometimes we'll assign the homework, and as we get through the lesson, we go, that didn't go well. So we'll say to the children, don't do the homework, we'll be fine. We have to reteach it. I didn't do what you needed. But you can see that they can count on the routine, it's visual. Here's another kind. I had this teacher who had, well, I envy, to this day, I envy her. She's now teaching high school in another place. Her kids would come in and she had these laminated cards with this, and she had the Sharpies that you could wipe off. So the child would come in, they'd get a card, and they had their trapper, and they would have to go through that. And then when they're done, then they can do some kind of language game with a peer. But she was building independence. Instead of saying, did ya, she gives the cards to them and they learn how to become independent. Little guys, we do agenda sheets. We found that instead of one agenda book, that my teachers like the agenda sheets better. We color code them according to the folders in the Trapper Keeper. And then the teacher has to sign off on each thing that they write, so we make sure that they get the right assignment. So we don't use photographics anymore. We did. We have a proprietary reading decoding program, but put charts of the decoding strategies. Whatever a child might forget, it's right there so that they don't have to try to remember. And if they try to remember, they might remember the wrong thing. This is not a guessing game. We're not testing kids every day. What we want is we want to build in the visual integrated with the language. Because if we don't, they're going to make mistakes. They're going to remember it wrong. This is from Kylene Beer's book. It's on my bookshelf at the end. When children can't read, what teachers can do. They have bookmarks that look like this. So when they're talking about text, they have a little cheat sheet. Do you want to make a prediction? If you do, what does that mean? Do you want to ask a question? How are you going to ask that question? It is so helpful for kids with executive functioning difficulties, with developmental language difficulties. It just changes the game. It's a game changer. Instead of, what do you think about what you just read? Right? It's not an option. It's not an option because pick one. Say something is the strategy. I like this. Bonnie and I, this is fiction. This is to help kids understand story grammar. Because I don't think, even though we think we know what story grammar is and we understand there's a setting, there's characters, kids don't necessarily know that. So giving them a visual array, this is also multi-sensory, that you can have a rope with little beads on it. It's not perfect, but it at least helps. And across from 1 through 5, this is what they use to understand story grammar. These are brain frames. We use Empower and Brain Frames at the Summit School. Bonnie and I have been working together for years. And so we don't only use it for writing, we use it for content. So this is a different kind of strategy or program for reading, but this is a mini brain frame. And so characters are, instead of having it just listed in prose, that visual is much easier for a kid to incorporate and understand. This is in the Kindly Beers book. When you want to tell a child, what do you think this is going to be about? If they don't have a thought, what are you going to do? So these kinds of things help them build thoughts. After a while, they'll start to have thoughts because they've had modeling. I love this one, retelling grid. You have a child with disorganized language or retrieval difficulties, and when you try to get something out of them, they just look at you and it's like, they're not saying anything. Here's a story or here's a TV show. Let's use this to help you retell. And once again, you're building in a visual array and a strategy. We use framing your thoughts. It's not perfect, but it is a way to teach sentence grammar to kids. And we've been using it for years. It's just that. It doesn't help kids write better sentences. It just kind of helps us anchor nouns and verbs and adverbs. And it's multisensory. It's helpful. This is an oral language piece where my speech pathologist said, okay, if you're going to tell me about something, I want you to tell me the category and 2 or 3 of these pieces. And it's the visual, and it helps the kids organize their thoughts to be able to explain what they mean. Here's another one. Brain frames with Empower, a method for teaching academic writing, and it has the visual tools. So you can see that the child understands what the job is, and they build the brain frame that goes with the job. And the science is showing that the act of writing helps cement something in your head. For lower school, our little guys, we said, we had to make it comprehensible and doable for them. So here's an array: background knowledge, skills, resources, directions. We're going to give you a writing prompt. And what are you going to do that little piece of writing? How to solve addition and subtraction. And then when we think aloud, what's my problem? This is for writing. What's my problem, job? What am I supposed to do? How can I do it? What's my plan? Am I using my plan? That doesn't happen all the time. Right? And how did I do? We use brain frames for taking notes. They study a unit in science or social studies, brain frames. Here's an example with science homework, very explicit. This is what I want you to do. This is the science teacher doing this language-based structure. Teaching them how to study. I had a little girl years ago. She fails her test. She goes, everybody tells me to study, Dr. Rem, but they don't tell me how to study. Explicit, how to study. This is our effort and participation sheet. They get certain points. Homework, last night's out, all assignments completed, so they know exactly each one is a point, so there's no arguing, no debating, no negotiating. It gets kids' skin in the game. This is from Dawson and Guare, so if you get that book, you'll see other kinds of arrays that can be used. What's a parent to do? So, difficulty initiating homework. Here's some strategies. It's in your handout. Organization, post routines, prepare ahead. Sometimes parents just don't have the skills, so you kind of have to teach them. Time management, help parents understand how to manage time. And then remembering homework assignments and materials. And children with executive functions, that's on there. This is not a problem you fix or cure. So I have been staying up all night at the last minute since high school. I still do it. I keep saying it's evil, but I'm not going to fix it, but I can work around it, right? You address it in every area of programming. You adapt, modify, circumvent, guide. Work as a team to build strengths and confidence. Use a case manager or faculty mentor to help students negotiate his way through the school day. For some kids, that's what they need. The overall education program must be integrated and cohesive with consistent organizational strategies, teaching strategies, and environmental design. It has to be across the board, across the grades, across the content. And then you'll have happier kids when they leave you. One of my favorite books. So the Kylene book, years ago, we had Kylene come to speak at our school. We have a yearly symposium. And when I was introducing her, I said, this book, everybody, is so good. You get so many ideas. I said, I read it when I went on vacation to the beach. And she looked at me and she said, Joan, you need to get a life. It's that good. And then these are some, if you like heavy science, those are. Thank you. My watch is still the old time, it's 10. Thank you, everybody.
I cannot believe you've all hung in there all day. You've been a fantastic audience. I thank you so very much. Just a couple things. Want to thank our speakers very, very much for their time today. They were wonderful. We greatly appreciate what you did, and you made it here, Joan. That's fantastic. We have a little snack out here, so you were going to get a little break this afternoon, but you didn't. But there's some nice goodies out there for you. Enjoy them. Thank you very much for that. Make sure that we have your email address. If you registered, we have it. If you signed up today, and I think you wrote it down, but we will send you these handouts digitally. It was great that we got some of them here, but hard to get them all. So I know you'll want to see this other speakers handouts. So make sure we have your email address. And then do you have some?
Yeah, let's give a round of applause for our wonderful.